Hey, welcome back, everybody. Or this is you joining that right now. Anytime D-Gen time, or today's something special? Well, every day is D-Gen time. I mean, just take a look at my stream. But hey, welcome back, everybody. After I take care of a couple of gacha dailies, we're gonna start by doing something a little different. By doing some React content first at the start of the stream. Because usually I save those for like the end of the stream, but I'm gonna try doing them at the start. So, we'll just wait for people to file in, and then we'll do those reacts. And so in the meantime, I'll just fuck around with some dailies real quick. Hey Yin Li Hua, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. File in, trickle in. What is the game with the blue haired with the white bikini from? That would be Girls Frontline, yeah. And the character in question is named DP12. If you try to Google image search her and you see a picture of a shotgun come up, that is because Girls Frontline is a gacha game about guns, yeah. All the characters in that game are named after real-world firearms, so yeah, don't be surprised. I don't recommend you actually play the game, however, just to appreciate the art from afar, and you're in luck because that particular character should have a good amount of art. Girls Frontline's always been sort of a low-key gacha game. More so these days, though. Back in the day when it first came out, Girls Frontline was pretty popular. But over the years, it's kind of fallen off. You tried Girls Frontline, but you were too much of a three-head to play it. No, I don't blame you. Girls Frontline is way too complicated to be called a gacha game. Not only is it complicated as fuck, but, boy oh boy, if you think you know what grind is, oh boy. I've got some news for you. What do you think of Cold Shot, the event welfare? Is she worth building? I mean, simply because she's a canon hot MILF. The answer is yes. As for how good she is, I haven't checked actually. Since you asked, I might as well check how good she is, or I might as well check what she's like. Ugh. Huh, she's a weird archetype. I've never seen the subtype before, or the subclass before. The hunter subclass. She has a she reminds me of like some of the ranged guards ranges, right? The lord subtype, or the lord subclass for the guards, like Thorns, Lapland, Frostleaf, Silver Ash, that type. Why does a ranged unit have this sort of range? This must be new, because this is the first time I'm seeing a range quite like this. So that's strange. At least their base range at E2. Let's see. Her first skill's whatever. What about her second skill? It increases attack interval, okay, but it gives her a big attack boost and attacks slow targets for 1 second. Oh, okay, so she's a slow. Or she has a slow, rather. What about her passives? I guess she only has one? Yeah. After not attacking for 2 seconds, the next attack will deal 130% damage. Okay. It's fine, I guess. I assume because she's a sniper, she still has her passive where she targets aerial enemies first. I would assume that's the case. I don't know if that's like, if that has to be like stated somewhere as like a passive or a talent. I believe that should be, well, I don't know if it's a class-wide thing, because, who was it? Rosmontis can't target aerials. Or she can't, she has no anti-air. And I think some of the boss-killing snipers like Schwartz don't target aerial enemies immediately. I know there's some snipers that don't go after aerial targets immediately, like standard snipers do, like Exia or Cruz or who am I thinking of? Archetto do. I would say she's decent. It doesn't feel like she does anything special, right? Because her talent is whatever. It's nice to have, I guess. And then her second skill is a slow, which is kind of standard. I suppose having a slow on a sniper might be worth something, because usually the slow mechanic or the slow perk usually belongs to supporters, like Orchid or Suzu or those other types. I think it would have to come down to her range. Like, if you can abuse her range somewhere, then I suppose she can be good. Because she has longer than average range compared to your average sniper. The issue is that she's not platinum, where she gets extended ranged forever, as long as she has time to charge up her second skill. So, like, honestly, I feel like you should treat Cold Shot as a what is it? Like a lane holder. Like if you have a map where you have like a single line, like a single lane, like a literal single file lane, that's pretty extensive, and that's like at least like I don't know, 3, 4, 5 tiles long. And if you have a high ground tile, like right in front of it or right behind it or whatever, like looking down that lane, then I guess cold shot can be good. And even better if you need like a slow on there somewhere to delay enemies or whatever. But other than that, I don't know. She feels like, because I've never seen this subclass before, this hunter subclass, I feel like cold shot is just like an experimentation of what this subclass is going to be capable of. I don't know if CN has a 6-star hunter sniper archetype currently. But I imagine if there ever will be, cold shot is intended to be like the testing grounds for how a 6-star sniper of this subclass or archetype is gonna play out. So I would say mainly for now, just level her if she's waifu for you. Gacha on the top left underneath webcam. That's the only one that you haven't heard of or you don't know of. That's called Snowbreak. It is my 10th gacha game, and it's the most recent one that I play. It is a third-person shooter gacha game. Its full name is Snowbreak Containment Zone. Definitely waifu. Then yeah, go ahead and level her up. I mean, she looks great. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, she's definitely not what I would consider like a standard sniper. The fact that at E2 cold shot's range is very limited on the sides, that's gonna bite you in the ass a lot. Like you really need that like wide range that most snipers have. Because they need to have as much coverage as possible. And cold shot actually reloads too. Weird. She actually also reloads too. That's fucking weird. But it doesn't say that anywhere. Maybe it's just like inherent to the hunter subclass. Because her skill doesn't say that it has ammo. Because if it does, it would say so. Like, who is it? Jessica Alters is like third skill or whatever. Because I know her third skill has ammo. Has limited ammo. So I assume it must be inherent to her subclass then. That'd be kind of weird. Or that's kind of weird. I would have to try to use her myself to see how that works. Ship girls, gun girls, now we just need car girls. Oh, I'm sure that could happen, or I'm sure you can make that happen, right? Because we don't really have any like racing gacha games now, do we? Maybe there's one out there. I just haven't heard of it though. But like, yeah, for sure, if you're imaginative enough, somebody could definitely come up with like a car girl gacha. I would imagine like licensing might be a nightmare for that shit though, because like if you want to try to like go like full authentic, if you want to provide like the full authenticity on that, then yeah, you're gonna have to definitely work with like licensing with a lot of different car companies. But like, I mean, we already have racing games, right? And I'm sure they work with all sorts of car companies around the world to like try, like license with them to use their names and use their brands and logos and shit. So like, I can't see why a gacha game couldn't do it. And on top of that, I mean, Uma Musume is a game, right? Horse girls, so. Like, if Uma Musume can pull it off, then so should a potential car girl gacha game, like racing game in the future. How many boxes do I have FG? Oh, not much. Basically, barely less than like 10. I'm not farming hard on this lottery at all. I'm semi-retired from lottery farming. simply because I can't afford to grind as much as I would, as much as I normally would. Besiegers always target heavier enemies. I know that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah. So I suppose that sniper subclass doesn't English target aerial enemies immediately. You cover the new Azure Parmelia game. I've seen other Gacha streamers like Ruby and Sweetly review some of the footage that's come out. So yeah, I've kind of already seen it through them, but we can take a look at it on stream together as part of our React content for today. And I'm aware that these are made by some of the same devs that made who made Azure Lane. I mean Azure Lane. So I have seen some of it, but if you guys want to, we can I can react on stream for you guys. Also, Disguise Rules, thanks so much for the 47-month resub. Welcome back. And Pocket, thanks so much for the 25. Hey, 25-month resub. Hope you're doing alright, Mr. 2. Could be better, but I mean, here I am still. So at least, you know, count my blessings where they are. Hopefully, you enjoyed your time with Nikkei yesterday. Too bad you didn't get, actually, no, you got Emilia first try. No. Emilia first try. Trust. But, yeah, thanks so much for the 25. She can't hold by herself because she needs to reload. Okay, then yeah. Then she's not really a lane holder then if she has to actually fucking reload. Jesus. Like, having to reload off a skill makes, is okay, but if she has to reload by default, ugh. How's that supposed to work? Emilia first try, yep. Trust. Any future characters and Arknights that you would consider interesting, whether gameplay or design, like characters that CN has currently? I mean Viviana, the next character I'm really looking forward to now that we have now that we've gotten Aya Alter, Typhon, and Jessica Alter. Now I'm really looking forward to Viviana. Viviana and to a lesser extent Virtuosa. Or whatever her real name is. But Viviana I'm looking forward to more. Which is weird because normally I like my dark-haired waifus, but Viviana's an exception between her and Virtuosa. I don't know, maybe I'm being maybe this is a psyop to get me fully converted over to the blonde camp, I don't know. But Viviana, and after that, obviously, are the Rainbow Six Siege collab part 2 with Ella. Oh, that's funny. We don't even have Ace Ship still doesn't even have who was it? Ella's profile picture or anything like that. And hopefully they update that soon. Anyways, while we're still waiting, let me go do a quick run of Simulated Universe, or 2 of them, rather. Let's see, what is this? Oh, free Stellar Jades, thank you. I don't feel like doing gold gears, slogging my balls through gold gears at the moment, so let's do a little bit of dish. Actually, I wanted to try to farm Inert Salsodo pieces for, who is it again? Acheron, so yeah, let's try that. Right here. Oh, which boss was this again? Oh, it's, Cocolia. Alright, who do we want to fuck her with? Who, oh, who? Let's see here. Oh, we could actually try to run Sparkle here now that I have Sparkle up. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Bailu, and then Topaz, because why not? Elation. Up to you whether I want to cover it. I think I will, considering I'm in the React mood for today. I have a couple of videos that I definitely want to react to for the YouTube content, and of course for stream content as well. So we might as well while we're at it. Acheron looking better with each day for your account. If you have the resources to get Acheron the shit she needs, then she's definitely worth it for sure. Like, at minimum, she'll be top tier for pure fiction. I can't see how that wouldn't be the case. Your attack team in Nikke looks sus. Are they doing okay without CP diff? I assume you're talking about me. That's just PvP. I don't really care about my PvP teams at the moment. I care more. I'm building my teams with what little resources I have for like union raids and solo raids. I care about those more. PvP is like a very, very long-term goal. So I'm currently not really interested in building PvP teams. I just throw in whatever teams I have already built at the moment. So what shit will she need? Acheron? Acheron's biggest problem in terms of her gear is her light cone. Remember that she's Nihility, but the problem with Nihility, with the Nihility class is that there aren't a lot of good Nihility DPS light cone options. Matter of fact, there doesn't really exist a good free-to-play one. Like, both of the light cones that you get from the MOC shop aren't that good from a DPS context. Not even the free 5-star Nihility light cone you get from Simulated Universe is that good either, because it's more oriented for DOT characters, because a lot of Nihility characters are DOT, right? Acheron is, I would say one of our first like true DPS character, but then again, Welt exists. But even with Welt, ideally, if you want to try using Welt as a DPS, you want to get him to E1 first, because his E1 adds so much damage for him. So if you're talking about just an E0 Welt, well, he's best used as a sub DPS if you can help it. Who just supports your team with like speed debuffs and like helping break enemies who are weak to imaginary and shit like that. I feel like only at E1 is it worth for you to try to work Welt as an actual Nihility DPS. And even then, right? Even then, you can argue that he leaves something to be desired. Not saying that he's bad. He can definitely kick a lot of ass if you build him right, and you give him a lot of good gear. But like I would say for sure, Acheron was going to be our first truly intended for DPS Nihility character. But again, the issue is that there aren't a lot of good DPS Nihility light cones in the game at all. The only one that isn't a 5-star is like Goodnight Sleepwell. This one. I can pull it up. I believe does my Welt have that? Yes, he does. This light cone right here, the 4-star Goodnight Sleepwell. Because this light cone is pretty fucking insane at S5. I mean, even at S1 it's still really good. But at S5 is absolutely insane. Where you get a 72% damage increase. Because you get 24% boost for every debuff that they have. So like this is probably going to be one of your better Nihility DPS light cones. But like that's about it. Most other Nihility light cones in the game are not meant to do that. Also, I can't check data bank because I'm in Simulated Universe right now. So like, again, going back to Acheron, her issue, because that's her issue, that means that if you don't roll her light cone, like, I hope you have a copy of Goodnight Sleep Well at the very least. Because, like, besides her own light cone, I think Incessant Rain, which is Silverwolf's gacha light cone, that's the only other Nihility light cone in the game that gives you some sort of crit stats, right? Yeah, when the user deals damage to an enemy that has 3 or more debuffs, it increases their crit rate by 12%. So that's okay, but they need to have those debuffs first. And on top of that, they need 3 or more. Which, you know, if you put that shit on Acheron, it's like, well, okay, maybe Acheron can put a debuff of her own on enemies, but that's not that's not nearly enough, right? You need 3. So like most of the time you're gonna want to run like Silverwolf with Acheron anyway, because Silverwolf is by far Acheron's best teammate. So I guess if you run those two together and you have a copy of Incessant Rain, then sure, I suppose you could give it to Acheron. But then again, that kind of begs the question, why don't you just give Incessant Rain to Silverwolf in the first place? Unless you just want to run her with Tutorial Mission, I guess that's fine too. So yeah, you need to for Acheron, you absolutely need to plan ahead. Like, it's either you go E0 S1 or, like, again, I hope you have Good Night and Sleep Well. Because if you don't have either of those, like, good luck finding a sort of a suitable light cone for her. Because I sure can't think of one. To be fair, it's pretty easy to be top tier. Yeah, just have an AoE ult, yeah. Yeah, you are right there. Well, with Pearls, yeah, that works too, because Pearls puts a defense debuff on people. Yeah, that's fine. As many of them has useless effects on most characters. Yeah, we just need more time so that MiHoYo has more opportunities to add like more variety to our light cone selection. I mean, Genshin was pretty similar back in the day, so just give it time. But yeah, like as of right now, we just don't have a lot of options, unfortunately. And again, part of that is due to like you know, Acheron's class, because like Nihility is usually associated with like debuffs and DOTs, not necessarily debuffs. So, yeah, she has that. She absolutely has that problem to deal with. All right, Ken, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Have a good one. What light cone do you use for Sparkle? Oh, I got very lucky with my Sparkle rolls, and I got her light cone from Gacha, so that's what I use. If I didn't use Earthly, if I didn't get her Gacha light cone, my favorite 4-star Harmony light cone is absolutely Dance. The one that my Hanya and my Asta and my Tingyun have. Yeah. Dance is my favorite 4-star light cone, especially if you can get it up to high superimposition level. Because you will notice this light cone making a difference way more, a lot more than you realize. Like the global action advance forward is so useful. Like it lets you steal turns when you really shouldn't be. Again, especially at higher superimposition levels. So I would say like if you have a copy of Dance, like that should be like one of your first like go-to like de facto 4-star options for Harmony characters, because the passive their cannot stop it effect is so good. Like honestly, if you were to ask me, objectively speaking, for most Harmony characters, that's like their best. That's like the best 4-star option that I have. Give me 1 second, my phone's ringing. Alright, back. Also, Omnisep, thanks for the 13-month resub, man. Welcome back. Hope you've been doing, well, not 13, 16-month resub. Sorry, I read the second number. Oops. But yeah, like the one exception, or the two exceptions I would say, to like running dance on all your Harmony characters would be, let's see here, like, if you're running a very specific team, like say for example you run, I don't know, Ruin Mei with, who is it? With, what's her name? Jinglu, right? Because they're both cryo, or they're both ice. If you have a lot of copies of like the Planetary Rendezvous light cone, like right, you get it to like S5 or something, and you want to maximize, and you always run Ruin Mei with Jinglu, then sure, you might as well just run. Then yeah, there's no problem running like, for example, S5 Planetary Rendezvous with Ruin Mei to specifically support your Jinglu, right? I mean, it's very easy running like a mostly ice team anyway, because you have Jinglu, you have Ruin Mei, you have Pella, so, and you just bring a healer somewhere, so like that's a very natural choice to have. Or I mean, on the topic of Ruin Mei, if you don't have her Gacha Lycon, then you can absolutely run her with S5 Memories of the Past, because that's also very good for her too. Gives her a lot of break effect and obviously some more energy too. Did you see Azure Promelia? Yes, I have. I think I'll go ahead and react to some of the Azure Promelia gameplay we've gotten out of Billy later today in a little bit. Do you feel like they're gonna keep 4-star light cones much more limited in use? I guess we'll see, but just the sheer availability of different kinds of light cones, it just naturally opens up more possibilities for different characters. And eventually players will complain that, oh yeah, like, you know, like we don't have this many options for certain characters. It would be nice if we got some more, blah blah blah. And I feel like miHoYo will oblige. And not only that, but that those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive, Truck. Like, it's very obvious that in Star Rail, this game is built to encourage players to roll on the Gacha light cone, right? Because obviously the light cone Gacha in Star Rail is a lot better than the weapon banner in Genshin, right? So it's like, oh yeah, like, roll our light cone Gacha, basically. To, like, really make your 5-star character shine. But just because the game is like that doesn't mean that they can't also put in more, like, they can't also put in more variety for light cones. Like, obviously they're not going to be as good as 5-star ones, but at least having some variety, having that variety is the important part. So that way you don't have to feel like, you know, you're giving a character a completely, like counterintuitive light cone. Just give them a light cone that at least makes sense. That works with their character. It doesn't have to be as busted as a 5-star. So yeah, I don't think those two things have to be mutually exclusive. Because as long as the 5-star light cones are like a league or two ahead, like stronger than like the 4-stars, then yeah, you should be able to put in like a variety of 4-star light cones too. Again, don't have to see why we can't have both of them at the same time. We haven't had a Fushuan rerun. We're waiting for her light cone. Not yet, I don't think. Who are the banners for 2.1 again? It wasn't Topaz. I thought it was gonna be Topaz, but no. That was debunked. Didn't they already? I feel like they already announced Fushuan rerun for 2.1, is it not? No, I guess not. Sorry, it's Luocha and Jingliu. So yeah, we don't have one yet. Maybe wait for 2.2 then. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think we've had a Fushuan rerun yet, and I know a lot of people want to roll for Fushuan after, you know, she passed us last time. Bah. Sparkle has good form. Anyways, Derp and Drake, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 11-month resub. Welcome back. How many gacha games are on stream right now? You can go ahead and count them. There's 10 of them on the stream right now. He already has the costume skin gacha for Nikke. Yep, I already got it. Matter of fact, I actually rolled for Emilia's costume gacha, costume skin, costume gacha skin before I even got Emilia herself. How's it going? Oh, the usual. Same old, same old. The only like when you sorely miss is dance and you have none. Oof, that sucks. Yeah. Like I feel like the dance Lycone is like the best option you have for 4-star harmony characters. Unless of course you've got like a specific setup that you want to work with. What are we reacting to, sir? Oh, so just a couple YouTube videos, and then since chat's bringing it up on a regular basis, we're gonna check out some of the Azure Promilia footage. Didn't know Topaz's name was Jelena. That's such a weird name, but at least it's unique. Why does Hanabi's kick sound like it's a fucking gunshot? Well, I mean, that makes sense actually now that I say it out loud. Why does it sound like a gunshot? I wonder why. How does crit rate does my genuine have? Currently he has 50. Technically that would be 60 because one of his traces gives him 10% extra crit rate when he attacks with his skill, I believe. Is it just for his skill? I think it might be for both his skill and his ult. Or his skill and his no, I think he gets 10% extra crit rate after he uses his skill for 1 turn. Either 1 or 2 turns, I forget. So it should apply to everything else. Let's see. Enemy's action delayed by 12%. Oh, let's go for the crit rate follow-up. This is my genuine, could certainly use the extra crit rate. Let's see. What is his traceability? Yeah, after skill is used, crit rate increases by 10% for 2 turns. Yeah. So in reality, his base crit rate should be 60. Because he always wants to use his skill anyway, so. Dance is basically the Favonius of Star Rail. That's actually a good way of putting it. You kind of like niche 4-star light cones. You kind of hate how in Genshin Favonius is basically BIS for a ton of units. Normally, I would agree with you. And if Genshin, if we weren't talking about gacha games here, then yes, I think I would agree. However, because Genshin, and of course Star Rail for that matter, are gacha games, I think that having a like a weapon like Favonius or having weapons like the sack weapons in Genshin is overall a good thing to have, because you know that you're always going to have a go-to reliable weapon to give to a new character should you feel the need to run them. Right. Because the problem with Star Rail is that because a lot of our light cones are like more niche, or like they're meant for specific subclasses or like specific archetypes of characters, you run into the problem of, well, when what happens when you get like an anomaly in your path, right? In Acheron's case, because she's part of Nihility, right? The Nihility class is generally regarded as a path where you have characters that have DOTs and debuffs. Like that's their core. Like that's their core kit. So as soon as you get an anomaly like Acheron, where, well, she doesn't really put debuffs on people, she has other people put debuffs on enemies for her, and then she takes advantage of that by being a DPS. Well, the problem is that Nihility characters aren't really known for being DPSs. At least not on their own, right? If you want DPS, you go to the hunt path or, you know, destruction path or something like that. So because of that, and with how young Star Rail is as a game, right? It's barely a year old now. Well, starting next month it will be. You just don't have as many options. And because this is a gacha game, it's not like you can just go out there and be like, oh yeah, I'm missing this light cone. All right, let me just grab it from MOC shop. No, that doesn't work like that. At least not for a lot of your better options. Like, if you want like the exact option you want for a particular character, chances are you're gonna have to go drag your ass over the gacha and spend money for it. Or, you know, if you don't spend money, if you're free to play, then, you know, risk using your Stellar Jades to get like the exact gacha copy you want. So, again, normally I would agree. I think that in normal games, having a lot more like niche weapons makes those kinds of games more interesting because your options actually mean something. But you don't have that option in gacha games because, again, a lot of your gear can't be obtained normally, at least not for free. So what Genshin does with their Fav set, their Sac set, if you like Sac set weapons, which I do, I prefer Sac weapons over Favonius weapons, but that's just me. I think that's overall a good thing because, again, it gives your characters a stable equipment floor to work with, and then if you want to diversify from there, you have the option to. So that's my take on that. Let's kick this decaying shadow's ass. Smack. Got a melee in one roll is the costume gacha. Only the costume that I have on the bottom right, yes. However, if you just play through the event, like the first 5 missions or something like that, what is it? You do get a different skin for free. Damn. Yeah, let's go with this one. People were serious when they said Jing Yuan is top tier with Sparkle now, eh? Ew. Both of these are shitty ass Bellabog pieces. Been a while. How life? Same old, same old. Still looking for a job. Still failing at it. Still trying to make this whole content creation thing work. Still grinding my balls off. Wherever I can. I'll take Kafka. Why not? 10 gachas is absolutely wild. Yep. You ain't seen any other gacha streamer do something like this. I am one of a kind. Let's take that. You're doing Swarm 4 and you fucking hate it, not looking forward to 5? Yeah, no. Doing Swarm 4, doing Swarm 5, and for that matter, Gold Gears 5 for the first time is a fucking experience, I'll tell you that much. Ugh. Like, I honestly feel like the higher conundrum levels for Gold Gears and like the higher levels for Swarm are like absolutely catered for people who have like fucking high Eidolon characters. Like, Asmongold just burns through fucking Swarm 5. Oh, this game is so easy. Meanwhile, us E0 havers are fucking suffering. Maybe it's just a skill issue, but which I wouldn't doubt. Maybe we just need to get better, but... Extra skill point error codes. I think I'll take the energy one. Do you think Amelia is decent so far? I don't know. Actually, now that you mention it, let me see if there are any first impressions for Emilia so far. Typically speaking, I would warn you for Nikke, so far, all of the collab characters haven't really been, like, amazing. Like, I think out of all the collab characters we have, let's see here, out of all the collab characters we have, like, ironically, well, maybe not ironically, but, like, A2 from our Nier collab is, like, our highest tier collab character we have so far, I think. Well, actually 2B as well, I guess. Looks like she's very high tier for PvP. I would assume it's because she scales off of HP, so she's pretty hard to kill in PvP. But generally speaking, collab characters aren't like super high tier. Looks like some of our Nier characters are pretty high tier though. 2B is at least S tier, looks like. And then A2 is like at least A or B tier. Oh no, not B tier. Double S tier for bosses that have ads on them. And then 2B herself seems to be double S tier for PvP. But I wouldn't expect too much out of Emilia. Then again, it would be nice to know what people think of Emilia so far. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can look up what people are thinking about Emilia so far. Let's go down to the summary. Let's see. Emilia seems like a rather mid rocket launcher character for PvE. Kit doesn't allow her to deal competitive personal damage. At least she doesn't need to burst to deal any sort of damage. However, for PvP, she has potential to be meta due to her burst gen and burst AoE damage. That is slightly higher than Scarlet's. Okay, so she might be a PvP character. It's looking like. Okay. So she's not that good of a PvE character, but for PvP she might be meta. So if you're in the middle of like building PvP teams, for example, in Nikke, then sure, she might be decent there. Is what I am getting out of that. Can you show your Jingli, please? Yeah, sure. Can I show? It's kind of awkward showing him his stats right now. And also, these are not his regular stats because we're in simulated universe right now. So you're gonna have to wait until what is it? I finish this fight first. Let's see. Ew. Oh, we can at least take this one. Propagation. Nice annihilation. Okay. Okay, so this is my genuine. 50% crit rate, 200% crit damage, or almost 210. And his enhanced stats are like this. Not much break effect, if any at all. A little bit of EHR, but again, that doesn't matter on him because Genuine doesn't put any debuffs. And then basically no effect res. Let's see, and then he's working with the lightning planar. So his most important stats are his crit stats, obviously. I do have Before Dawn on him because Genuine, more than the other 5-star characters, definitely wants his own Gacha light cone. Fully traced out, and then he's only running 4-piece Electro so far, or 4-piece Lightning set. Ideally, this should be the follow-up attack set because Lightning set is so goddamn awful in this game. I just haven't had the time to farm a proper follow-up set for him. So, and right now, the stats that he gets from the Lightning pieces that he currently has are pretty good. So I don't feel a need right now to change him over. But eventually, I want to give him a proper follow-up set. So for as of right now, he's working with the 4-piece Lightning. Individually, his pieces are pretty good. You've got his headgear, whatever his sunglasses, whatever the fuck these are. A little bit of attack, a little bit of speed, double crit, obviously very good. His hand pieces, whatever they are, they're also decent. Unfortunately, I think this roll like twice into defense percent. but it rolled the rest into crit. I think it's what, a 2-2-1? Yeah, looks like a 2-2-1. And then here's his crit damage body piece. I actually wonder if I have a better crit damage body piece. I'm not sure if I do, actually. Especially because I feel like I've gotten rid of all my lightning pieces just because, you know, they're typically so fucking useless. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have one. But that's fine. And he's got speed boots, which are, I guess they're okay. At least they have some sort of crit stat on them. And he's got 2-piece inert Salsoda, obviously with attack % rope. A little bit of crit damage there. And then lightning planar, which unfortunately fucking rolled 5 times to the flat HP. Thanks, MiHoYo. Go fucking suck my dick. But yeah, that's what he's working with. He is also only E0. So he's E0 S1. Oh, that's funny. Sparkle almost can't even hit the warp trotter. Do you think Acheron is good with only E0 S1? It's my opinion that all 5-star characters are perfectly serviceable at E0. That's the thing with both Genshin and Star Rail, is that in both games, 5-star characters are meant to function perfectly fine at E0. You do have some exceptions, like in Genshin, Dehi is kind of a hard sell, because her C4 is such a pivotal constellation for her. But I mean, if you really try hard enough and you grind your ass off to give her good gear, then that's a different story. Oh, alright, I forgot. Let's see. Fuck it, we'll just use his ultimate. Rem is looking super busted for a 3rd team on Burst 2. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for her then. Short leg is short, yep. I mean, she's not really that tall either, so I guess it makes sense. Let's see. For each skill point a character consumes. Sure, actually, this isn't bad. There's an Elation Blessing. Thank you. At the beginning of a character's turn, last acting ally's attack. Actually, this kind of makes sense for... Who is it? This kind of makes sense for Sparkle, actually. Yeah. Try... Yep, betting it on an Elation Blessing. Hell yeah. Elation Blessings! Shove that shit down my throat. The graphics in this game look nice. I mean, they should look familiar in Naruto because this game is made by the exact same people who make Genshin. Do you recommend Hanabi for Acheron? What does what is Sparkle's main what did she give mainly? Increases crit damage, plus this, lasting for 1 turn. Advance their action. Okay, so crit damage, the damage boost of this. She's iffy. I believe my understanding of Acheron is that Acheron should give herself a lot of damage buffs. So like lightning damage and, you know, that sort of thing. What Acheron really wants, however, is attack buffs. So the issue with Hanabi is that she does give crit damage, which is obviously very nice, but she doesn't give an attack buff from what I see, right? Because her talent gives a damage buff, and Acheron already gives herself plenty of damage buffs. Then again, though, I think we have what? She does have a pass that increases allies' attack, so that's worth something. So I guess she's okay. I mean, Sparkle Hanabi should be a great support no matter what the character. But if you're trying to min-max Acheron's damage or Acheron's own personal damage, then like somebody else who like really focuses on attack buffs would be better. Like honestly, Hanya, because Hanya is all about attack buffs. I think, right? She gives both attack and speed. Possibly even Bronya, because at least Bronya gives a fat attack buff with her ult, right? Attack and crit damage. Like that's kind of her core buff stack, right, from her kit. So I would say honestly, Bronya would be better. Would be a better support partner, harmony partner for Acheron. But I mean, Hanabi can work too. Because at the very least, you have this traceability here, where she just gives everybody on your team a flat 15% attack buff. So that's nice. And obviously, the crit damage buff she gives to Acheron with her skill is also very nice too. I think the best thing with Hanabi would be that because the meta right now for Hanabi is to give Hanabi a lot of speed, so that way she goes first. And then pairing her with a DPS that is pretty slow, right? You don't, instead of giving a DPS speed boost like normally you would, you give them like attack boots instead, like attack boots. So that way you can pair her with Hanabi, and then it doesn't really matter like how slow your DPS is. Sparkle will always pull them up every single time. So you could do that to give your Acheron attack boots. So that way she's getting a lot of her attack like that. I guess that could work too. I assume that works. Yeah, Hanabi is Sparkle's Japanese name. Or it was... We think it was her original intended name before they changed it to Sparkle for some reason. I don't know. Sparkle is kind of growing on me. I don't mind it as much as I used to back when she was first announced. I think I can change... I think I can use both of her names interchangeably. So, I would say, yeah, at the just to answer your question, Brett, yeah, I guess I would recommend Sparkle for Acheron, but I think to get the most out of that pair, you would need to do a little bit of planning ahead of time. Okay. Have you thought about what team comp you'll be running with Acheron? For sure, if you ever use Acheron, Silverwolf has to go along with her. I think that's just kind of a given, if you have Silverwolf. If not, then Pella for sure. Because Pella and Silverwolf are the two most natural partners to have for partners that Acheron can have. So either one of those. Let's see. Acheron Reddit seems to favor Hanabi over Bronya, but they seem to be comparable. Not sure why, but you haven't done the math yet. I feel like they should be comparable at the end of the day because, let's face it, Bronya and Hanabi, like, functionally, like mechanically, they're very... Actually, yeah. Functionally and mechanically, they're both very similar. Right? They have very similar skills where they pull up a character's action forward by, you know, however much, 50 or 100, depending on which character you're talking about. And then they both give massive amounts of crit damage. It's just that they're kind of nuanced in different ways. Let's see. Let's go with this one actually. We can work with that. Cypher, Genuine. Acheron is prime whale bait with or without her light cone, and Eidolon's is night and day. I mean, welcome to Gacha games where every single 5-star is it's designed to be prime whale bait. Obviously, it depends on the character to varying degrees, but I mean, aren't they all whale bait at the end of the day by that logic? Let's see. Curious about Z3 beta coming up. Yeah, I've signed up for the beta. Hopefully I get in. But, you know, not really expecting much, obviously. Acheron likes attack buffs and defense debuffs? Yeah, so sounds about right. Jesus, that dude's HP bar just fucking melted. Let's go with the action delay, actually. That sounds nice. Ooh, we got the 3-star elation buff. Ew, I like that. Just saw a review on Snowbreak saying how logistics are RNG like Genshin's artifacts, which you don't really think so, to be honest. I know why they say that. It's because when you upgrade, when you level up logistics, your logistics officers in Snowbreak, when you get them to plus 15, they get a 3rd additional like stat line. That is RNG, but you can try to change it with like there's a special item that you can buy. That allows you to like re-roll that last stat line, so it can be something different. However, the first 2 stat lines that they come with, those are RNG and those cannot be changed. So if you want to look for like the perfect stat line for your characters in Snowbreak, yeah, you kind of need to farm until you get like a logistics officer that has the exact stats you're looking for. So I see where he's coming from with that. But yeah, I do agree that they're not really that comparable. Because for one, at the very least in Snowbreak, it's a lot easier getting the logistics officers you're looking for. Like, characters only need 3 for a full set. And like, they're very easy to farm. So like, the experience is night and day. Functionally, I can see why that whoever did that review is trying to compare them, because they do share a lot of similarities, but it's quite different, yeah. And not only that, but like a lot of the new logistics, not even a lot of them, all the new logistics officers we've gotten since the game came out are associated with events. So like, as long as you farm the event, you can just buy your logistics officers directly for like whichever character came out with them. Which has its ups and downs, but like the experience you have with logistics officers is very different, obviously. But that's my take. Anyways. Hey, True Zero, welcome back, man. How's it going? What are your thoughts on Azure Promelia? I think you already asked that question, Taisia. I'm going to be reacting to it later on as well. I will say that my initial thoughts are that, I mean, it looks good, obviously, and I know that the developers, because they're the same devs as Azure Lane, which is the gacha game that is actually my Azure Lane screen is not on the homepage. Yeah, it's the one in the very middle of the bottom of the screen. The girl with the red hair and the huge fucking titties. As you might be able to see now. I don't really want any of these. I might as well go with this one. There we go. But we'll see. Obviously, it looks like it's very high quality. It looks like Manju's been working on that for a while. I guess it makes sense because Azure Lane's 2 devs, Manju and Youngshur, have been working on. I mean, Youngster came out with their own gacha game called Ether Gazer, and that game is the game actually right next to Azure Lane on the right. Whereas, and I suppose Manju's been working on Azure Parmelia for a while now. So I guess these were their kind of their pet projects after Azure Lane. So yeah, I trust Manju because they do a fantastic job with the Azure Lane. Manju's pretty based, so I trust them to do a good job with the with Azure Parmelia, at least for now, at least from what I've seen. But still a lot of things we don't know about it, obviously. But it seems like there's a shit ton of things that you can do in the game, at least. So, there's that. So it's looking pretty good. But again, we'll go over the actual footage later on after I'm done with the Star Rail stuff. After I finish my Simulated Universe weekly stuff. Who do I want to bring here? Do I even need to bring anyone here? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Himeko, I guess? I don't fucking know. Let's see. Sure, we might as well take this. Shit, I probably should have used some of my my techniques for this, but whatever. Actually, I should have used my Elation Path thingy first before using Genuine's ult there. Wonder what happened to Azure Welkin? There was another Azure game? Very good. Nice. We actually finished the entire got everybody's all the elation blessings. Nice. Ooh, nice. Even better. Even better. All right. All the elation blessings. Thoughts on Eidolons for DPS versus Eidolon support? Which one do you prefer? In Star Rail, you don't really need Eidolons for either. Honestly, I feel like for most characters, you would rather have their light cones over their Eidolons. But since you didn't ask about light cones, you just asked about Eidolons between those between DPSs and supports. DPSs for sure. Let's go with that. I'm gonna pitch it for the DPSs. Supports in Star Rail, their kits are pretty functional right out the gate. They don't really need their Eidolons to do a better job. Well, I mean, obviously they support better with Eidolons, but their game plans don't really significantly change. It just lets them support their teams better. Whereas for DPSs, their game plans can fundamentally change with certain Eidolons or constellations or whatever. I feel like. Again, keep in mind that most 5-star characters are completely functional even at E0. It's just that they depend more on the light cones than they do on their Eidolons. But just to answer your question, I would say DPS Eidolons are more impactful. I don't have anybody here. Actually, we'll do this. We'll build up Genuine's ult stacks a little bit. You don't doubt that some lunatic will solo simulate a universe like an E6 Akron and Gacha like. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they always do that, so not very surprising. You see those videos every once in a while. I have those videos every once in a while pop up on my YouTube recommended. Somebody clearing simulated universe with solo. Who is it? Solo Blade. Oh my God, so impressive. Which, to be fair, it is, but, you know. Alright. Selly's the weird one where her Eidolons don't really give her any more damage increases. She just gets more power from superpositions, which is super weird. I can partially explain that. First of all, Selly is a, I mean, just on her own, Selly is a very weird DPS because her power comes from killing enemies and repeating her turn over and over. Yeah, she's more about momentum rather than actual damage increase. I mean, technically her E1 is related to damage because it gives her a free crit rate. Yeah, when she hits enemies that are that have 80% HP or lower. But yeah, everything about her, at least as far as Eidolons are concerned, let's see. I mean, yeah, her E6 also is somewhat damage related, but her E2 and E4, they're definitely more momentum based. Because, and it makes sense on Selly because, again, Selly's gimmick is that she kills an enemy, she gets a free turn. So like that's why her Eidolons aren't really so much damage related as they are momentum based. And not only that, but again, Selly was our first limited character, our first limited 5-star. So you have weird things happen in like the beginning of the game, compared to as the meta develops over, you know, over a certain period of time. Most gacha games are like that, where like they're like one way at the beginning of the game, and then like a year or two later, the game looks very different in terms of like character designs, gameplay wise, and shit like that, and like the metas and stuff like that. I mean, obviously metas will shift when you add more content to a gacha game, so that's only natural. But it's also very natural for content at the beginning of the gacha game to be very different from what it is, you know, a year or two later. I would say most gacha games are like that, and most of the time that's a good thing because it shows that a game is like changing, and it's not like just the same shit over and over from like, you know, year 1 to year 2 to year 3. Okay, let's rock and roll. Shoot her in the face. Oh, should have used Hanabi's ult first. I keep forgetting to use Hanabi's ult first, which is weird because I always remember to use Bronya's ult first. There we go. Usually never pull for extra copies of characters, but you had to E2 your Kafka and Black Swan for the extra nihility buffs, and they just literally nuke everything. I mean, I will say this much myself. I'm glad that I was able to E2 both my Kafka and my Silverwolf. I mean, Kafka more so because Kafka E2 showed up very quickly, compared to my Silverwolf at least, who cost me $1,000 fucking dollars. But at the end of the day, I'm glad that I have both of them at E2, because yeah, they make a huge difference. You've got Genuine too, but you're tempted by Acheron mainly because of her technique. Oh yeah, because she just goes around insta-killing people. Yeah, I'm sure that got a lot of that got a lot of people real hard when we saw that, when we saw it in action. I'm sure it did. Solos are cool to watch, but watch occasionally. But you really need to be dedicated to only one character to do them. Not only that, but obviously, a lot of the time those solo videos really rely on, you know, having them at E6 or some shit like that. And like Star Rail more than a lot of other gacha games out there kind of really like characters as power scalings rely quite heavily on like the extra eidolons in Star Rail compared to a lot of other games out there. So yeah, that's also something to consider. Let's see, what else do we want to run here? We could run mono, what is it? Mono Kafka, or mono DPS Kafka, hypercarry Kafka. Actually, I wonder, what happens if I run Bronya and Sparkle at the same time? What happens? will this be considered a form of overkill? Let's try it. I'm actually morbidly curious. What path do we even want? What path even? Nihility, I guess. What path do we even put on this? Put on this shit anyway. Sure, I guess Nihility. I don't know what else. Let's see, Destruction, because obviously crit damage doesn't really matter. Unlimited turn works. Hey, we get Kafka's turn back. Oh, that's so funny because that how we get Sparkle and then Bronya. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect because now that means that Kafka has both their damage increases. I don't know if that actually matters or not, but probably not. But you know, it's still funny nonetheless. Let's see. Sure, we could take that, I guess. Nihility, yeah, I suppose so. I don't know what else we'd really use here. But damn, I will say this is a great way to just burn all my skill points. Used to watch you play Combat Arms. Hey, what's going on, man? And yeah, thanks for watching our Combat Arms videos back in the day. Bless your account with Jades too? Hell no, man. I gotta save Jades for myself. Hey, Hinamakura, welcome back. Hello. 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 You were just watching Razor's Razor Ninja stream. You think he stopped whaling? You think he ran out of money? I don't think he's run out of money. I just think he's just stopped being interested as much in spending so much money on gacha games. Personally, I'd be very surprised if a dude like Razor Ninja's like quote ran out of money. I mean, just for his sake, I sure hope that's not the case. Let's see. Honestly, just max HP, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really getting a lot of nihility blessings here. You can cast both Sparkles and Bronya's buffs if you cast the ults before the first character begins. Oh yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. I mean, you could always cast ults before your first character even takes their turn at the very start of a battle too, so. Would it make sense for a newish free-to-play player to roll for Acheron or either of the two current banners, or just not roll at all and wait? What banners right now again? Sparkle? I would highly recommend trying to get Sparkle first. Yeah, if you just started your Star Rail account now, then I would argue Acheron isn't a great option to roll for at the moment. You can still try to roll for her if you really like her as a character, and you know, as long as you have her, that means you can just make her work later. It's just that she's going to be she's going to be very hard to try to make work optimally. If you've only been playing Star Rail for like, you know, only a couple months or lower. Then you said free to play, so I can't talk about like, oh, if you're a whale and maybe you could spend money to accelerate your progress, blah blah blah. So that's out of the question. I would say if you really want Acheron because she's a waifu or she looks fucking sick, then absolutely go for it, because remember, these are gacha games. Just roll for whoever you like. Because even if you can't make them work right now, right, as long as you have them, you can always make them work later. It's just that you're going to have to wait a little bit for your account to get better as you play more and invest more into your account, and your account gets steadily better over time. And then if you're once you're in a better position to finally start gearing out Acheron the way she's supposed to, the way she's supposed to be, then yeah, sure, then you can make it work. It's just that don't expect to roll her now as a new free-to-play player and expect to be able to use her like everyone else can right out the gate. But again, priority is waifu first. Waifu or husbanda, or just if you like a character or not. But yeah, if you're looking at this from like a, you know, if you're trying to save Stellar Jades for future characters kind of thing, or if you want to know if there's any other better options to roll for now, then I would say Hanabi right now. Hanabi is, yeah, she's in the pantheon of best harmony characters in the game. Hanabi or Sparkle, that's her official name. Sparkle, Ruin, Mei, Bronya are the three best characters in the game. Or at least the three best support characters in the game. Let's put it that way. So like, ideally you want at least two of them, because ideally you want to have one like top tier harmony character, harmony support for each team going into like MOC or Pure Fiction. Like, as long as you have two of them, two of the three that I mentioned, I think you're good to go. And right now, and Ruin Mei is a limited character, so you can't pull for her right now until she comes back, at least. Braun, you always have a chance to pull because she's a permanent character. So maybe if you get lucky, you might get spooked by Bronya at some point. But Sparkle's banner is going on right now. I would highly recommend you roll for her instead. The best DPS character for free-to-play, however, is Kafka. This character that I have up on my screen right now. Oh, that's lucky. I'm actually using Kafka right now. Kafka is the best free-to-play DPS character in the game. So if you see a Kafka rerun, roll on her immediately. Because she is by far the easiest character to build and invest into, and she gives you the most return for how little investment you need to give to her. So if there's ever a free-to-play character, a free-to-play 5-star character you should roll for, it's her, not Acheron. But again, if you just like Acheron as a character, or if she's waifu free, then don't stop me from don't let me stop you. Smack. Yeah. Oh, no more skip points. Unfortunately, Kafka won't be getting a rerun because she just got one. True, yeah, it hasn't been that long since her last rerun, so yeah, you may be waiting for a while. But the point is that you should keep an eye out. Yes, unfortunately, Kafka is limited. Pulling for SSR supports typically is almost always a must in gacha games. For sure, yeah. There are some gacha games that are a little bit odd. Like, for example, Arknights. Because Arknights doesn't really have, like, support characters in the way that we think of it. But, yeah. A lot of gacha games, like, the supports are absolutely top tier. I mean, hell, I remember when we first got Star Rail, when Star Rail first came out, I predicted that, like, the Harmony characters would be the best characters in the game. And, a year later, here we are. Yeah, exactly, Nin. Yeah, those three are definitely the three best Harmony characters in the game. I mean, they're all the 5 stars, so yeah, what did we expect? Do you want to be top tier? Just become a 5-star Harmony character. Ain't no way you're not top tier. Ain't no fucking way. You got Jingyuan trying to E6 Chingche in the banner under 20 petty. Is it worth investing in him on your free-to-play account? Kind of a hard sell. Then again, Pure Fiction does exist. And I'm sure Jingyuan would still be able to do work in Pure Fiction even without his Gacha light cone. So I would say yes, but only very tentatively, because I don't know how strong Jingyuan is without his Gacha light cone, especially in the context of Pure Fiction. I would say he's still pretty decent. Because in my opinion, Herta, you absolutely should level up Herta for Pure Fiction. Because even my scuffed-ass Herta still kicks a lot of ass in Pure Fiction. Like, she basically trivializes one side of Pure Fiction all by herself. Even with only like 60% crit rate and like 60% crit damage only. So, but because Pure Fiction does need you to bring 2 teams, you'd level up Herta, and then you'd need to level up another AoE character with her, so that way you have another dedicated AoE character for the other side too, that Herta's not on. So since you pulled Jingyuan, then maybe you could invest into Genuine, unless you already have another good AoE character besides him. And I don't know if you do. Who are the servants I'm most anticipating for FGO in 2024? This year for NA? Archetype Earth and the Summer Servants. Bagpipe is one of the best supports you could pull for in Arknights. Though, right? Yeah, because she's a huge exception because of how busted her P5 is. So yeah, kind of weird to think of her as a support, but you are right. Since you already have Ruin May and Brawny, you don't really need Hanabi or Sparkle that much. I would argue you don't need her. It would still be very nice for you to have her, though. Just because she is very, very strong. Because she is, even though mechanically and functionally she's very similar to Bronya, Sparkle does have her own nuances, like, for example, the increased skill point cap of 7 instead of 5. So that allows you to run different, like, you can run different teams, or you could use the same teams you've done before, but you can be a lot more reckless with your skill expenditure, or your skill point expenditure. I would say even if you have Ruin May or Bronya, you should still consider going for Sparkle, but if you're really tight on Stellar Jades and you're more interested, or if you're interested quite a bit in future characters, then yeah, I suppose you could skip Sparkle. Like if you really want Acheron, for example, and you already have Ruin May and Bronya, then sure. I suppose you don't need Sparkle right now. You can just wait for her to come back in the future or something. Now we have meta harmony characters every 2 patches. I mean, I'll argue that that's actually a good thing for us. Or that's actually a good thing because the more meta harmony, the more meta harmony characters you have in Star Rail, or just the more meta characters you have in any gacha game, the more likely you'll end up having at least one of them. And like, you only really need like a certain number of meta characters to do well, because like it's not like you can take more than 4 characters in a single team. Archetype or Arc mentioned. Arc mentioned. Rise up, Arc Bros. You didn't know Herta was MVP for Pure Fiction? Oh man, she's definitely super good for Pure Fiction, man. Yeah. Because before Pure Fiction, like, everyone was like, oh yeah, Herta, AoE, Omega lol. But as soon as Pure Fiction showed up, we were like, oh my god, AoE is viable again. So, and yeah, Herta just kind of destroys Pure Fiction. Then again, I also have an E6 Herta with the S5 4-star light cone that has her on it. I forget what it's called, but it's the 4-star light cone that has Herta like holding herself in the mirror or something like that. I don't know. I'm forgetting the name of that light cone, but like I have that on her at S5 too. So it's like, yeah, of course Herta's gonna fucking shit on Pure Fiction at that rate, at that point. But any tips for Swarm Disaster? Grind out the lower levels. You're not gonna beat unless you have a whale ass account. You're not gonna do much against the higher levels. Like, just don't even think about it. Just grind it out. Level up your shit. I forget if Swarm has like a ladder that you can like level up, but yeah, just take it easy. Take it nice and easy. Like, it's not meant to be done in, like, a single sitting. It's something you gotta work on over time. Let's take that one. Oh, we can take this, actually. Yeah, that's nice. More Bellobog pieces. Go fuck yourself, MiHoYo. Oh, yeah, Birth the Self. Yeah, thank you. That was his name. The Kecking phone sold out 2 minutes after going on sale today. I mean, I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. Hopefully they do more of those phone collabs though. They're pretty good. They're pretty cool actually. Like for example, if they ever came out with like a Mona phone, I'd be so down to try to pick one up myself. But I mean, even if they did, hopefully that doesn't happen for a while because I have no money right now. So maybe later. Maybe later. But yeah, hopefully they end up doing more of those phone collabs though. Let's see here. Let's reset. Suppose we can go with this. We love you too, yes. I've fed them so much of my money. I would expect them to love me. How about they also suck my dick too while they're at it? The Kecking phone devs really went ka-ching. I see what you did there. Shit-ching. The Hutao phone also looked really good. Oh, I'm sure it did. Yeah. Like I assume people were paying a freaking premium for that shit. I might as well take the hunt blessing. Why not? So yeah. If people are paying like premium prices for those collab phones, then they better fucking look good. They fucking better. You used Witsith on after you went back and used Witsith after I reviewed your Mona, and you were able to do big damage with her. Nice. Glad I was able to help. Bap. Bap. What are your thoughts about the CC leaked stuff for Arknights? Or which game are we talking about here? Also, Snooze Button, thanks so much for the 9-month resub, man. Welcome back. Also, I don't know if I heard a sub alert for that. I'm assuming my sub alerts are fucking have fallen asleep again, because I think they were working at the start of the stream, but they may have fallen asleep halfway through the fucking stream. Just pretend that was yours. But thanks so much for the 9-month resub. No, 10-month resub. Sorry. Let's see. Use Hanabi's technique there. Yeah, I'm thinking about just stopping, like just ditching Streamlabs altogether, and then just going back to using whatchamacallits. Just going back to using regular OBS, and then putting in all the plugins myself. I think Mr. Slice recommended me to do that from the start, way back when, anyway. But the longer I go, the more I'm considering just doing that in general, or just doing that. Only after 10 more polls. I mean, to be fair, credit where credit is due. I did get Hanabi and her Lycon very quickly, so you know that is worth something at least. Just remember, you got new employment some time ago. How have things been going? Hopefully, things have been going well for you, my man. No, not really. That new employment that you're talking about, that was only meant to be a temporary, like, seasonal job. So I lost that job like 2 months ago already. So I've been out of a job again for the last 2 months. At this point, 2.5 months? No, 2 months. Yeah. and I'm still looking for another one. And in the meantime, I'm trying to, you know, make content creation work. On the off chance that, you know, I get lucky and I hit it big, or I hit it big. So I'm trying to do both at the same time, and it's not fun at all. But I'm trying, man. Bless my little heart. Bless my small streamer heart. I'm trying. Let's see. We can take this one. Ooh, nice. They're all nihility. Cool. Take that one. Is that a fresh cut? Haircut? No. I plan on getting a haircut soon. Because my hair has gotten so long to the point where it's very annoying now. Plus, the weather's been getting better, and obviously the temperature's been going back up again because, you know, it's starting to be spring slash teetering into summer slowly but surely. So yeah, not a great time to have long hair, that's for sure. Tried pulling, didn't get Hanabi, but you did get Hanya. Oh, that's good at least. Hanya's still a good harmony buffer, or harmony character though. You don't know what his gimmick is for Sam? From what I've been able to tell, Sam, you can't hurt his toughness until you get out of his skill field, or whatever the fuck that's called. You can only damage his toughness after he gets stunned. After you manage to survive his like flame skill, or whatever the fuck that's called. Like, the most dangerous part of the Sam fight is that when you're in the when you're in his like flame field, or again whatever the fuck that's called, using skills will hurt you, but you have to use skills in order to get out of that skill field faster. So and while you're in that skill field, your healing effectiveness gets cut down by like 90% or something, from what I've seen, or from what I've experienced. So the hard part is surviving it, at least in MOC. Maybe in story it's a little bit easier, but in MOC the hard part is surviving it and then using enough skill points to get out of that field faster, I think. And once you're out of it, you're in the clear for like the next 2 turns or something, as Sam charges back up again. But that's the issue you face with him. Yeah, and yeah, I used I used Daniel Alter for that fight. So yeah, because he can use multiple skill points in a row. Yeah, all his individual skill points count in breaking Sam's field faster. So I would assume Chingcha would also be very good for that too. I just don't know if Sam is even weak to Quantum to begin with, and if he isn't, then well, bring Silverwolf for that. Honestly, Mono Quantum feels like a really good team for Sam, I think. At least theoretically, I think it should be. Maybe it's not. Did you give your thoughts on the Star Rail drama? What drama? I mean, there's always drama going on every other day, but what's going on this time? What happened? What happened? You thought I just trimmed the studs? Oh, just because of my headphones, I think. Yeah, the headphones are like pushing my hair in, so that's probably why it's not like as poofy. They're talking about the drama with Techie. I mean, Tectone's involved in some kind of drama every other week, so it's like, oh, more drama again? You know, oh, here we go. Here we go again, I guess. But like, is there anything specific about it that's different this time, or is it just the usual, oh, we hate it, Twitter hates Tectone kind of thing? Chingcha actually doesn't work, but he is weak to quantum. He is weak to quantum though. Oh, okay. Yeah, technically Chingcha and Daniel Alter do use their skill points differently, to be fair. So, Danny, pay to win, guys. Confirmed. Star Rails, pay to win. Oh, you're talking about the CC thing. You're talking about only a few content. Oh, CC as in content creators. Okay, not Arknights. Are allowed to showcase characters 1 or 2 weeks before release. Yeah, that just by the sounds of that sounds pretty fucking dumb. Like, I'm pretty sure the reason I don't know the details that you're gonna have to tell me more details about that situation so that I know like its context in more detail and in more depth. But just from hearing that. What that tells me is that MiHoYo is trying to cut down on the leaks. I mean, shit. Even in the last dev stream, they openly spoke out against the leaks. So I mean, I guess it's not surprising. But yeah, that's still pretty fucking retarded. But again, I would need more context for that for me to understand the situation better. So until then, I'm not going to like dispense like my full judgment other than that sounds fucking retarded, but like I'm not going to say anything beyond that. Ow. Star Rail with the private server for beta and to preview for Akron. I mean, I'm sure MiHoYo should have their own private service to do their own internal testing. Matter of fact, I'm surprised why they even bothered doing like shit like public beta testing when they should honestly do that shit on private servers to begin with. Like, maybe if they did all that shit on, did all their testing on private servers, maybe that way they wouldn't have to deal with all these fucking leaks that happen all the goddamn time. I mean, even then, I wouldn't even stop all of it either, because I'm sure they've got, like, insider moles and shit, leaking shit from the inside. Since dupes are huge, make a huge difference, Hoyo games are quite pay to win in that sense. I mean, argue along that logic, then yeah, all gacha games are pay to win. To be honest, if we're gonna insist on that. But I get where you're coming from. I do agree that Star Rail does definitely feel like if you wail for characters and like 5-star light cones, yeah, like you're at a huge advantage over other people, over other players who decide not to spend. But I mean, every game is like that, so every gacha game, I should say. Let's see, every time an enemy is afflicted with DOT status, blah blah blah. Should go with effect res. I think I'll go with effect res. Personally, you don't have any issues with leaks? I guess the worst thing for Hoyo is people skipping banners and saving up, but they're wailing on Acheron, so it wins. How should I respond to this? I mean, the biggest benefit of leaks in gacha games, especially Hoyo games, Hoyoverse games, is that they allow players to schedule ahead, right? Because one of the biggest advantages you can have as a gacha game player is to know what characters are coming at you ahead of time, right? That's a big reason why NA FGO players play the NA server instead of the JP server. That's why like Arknights players always look ahead on the Chinese server if they're playing on the global server, right? Because the Chinese server is 6 months to a year ahead of us in terms of content. Same thing with Blue Archive, where the JP server is a year ahead of us in terms of content compared to the Korean or the other global servers. Shit like that. Like just knowing what banners are ahead of us and like how good the characters are, like the new characters that are coming our way, helps you plan your roles so much better. And especially in games like Genshin and Star Rail, where you can plan around banners because even better because it has soft pities and hard pities, right? And you can guarantee yourself characters in the future. And yeah, Hoyoverse, MiHoYo shouldn't even worry about what is it? Players like skipping banners, because if you have a situation where players either get in Genshin or in Star Rail end up skipping a banner, it's usually because one, they're either a husbando, right? And let's face it, a lot of gacha players are guys, and so a lot of them like waifus. But there's a very simple fix for putting husbandos into the game. Make them fucking good, right? Daniel Alter, for example. And yeah, you'll make money right then and there. Or if they're gonna skip out on a waifu, that means you didn't make them good enough. So honestly, like even with leaks, MiHoYo has no one to blame but themselves if they find out a lot of people are deciding to skip their banners, because that usually means that they didn't make the character themselves good enough. Right? Because like Genshin, usually we try telling people like, oh, you know, don't care about meta, pull for whoever you want, but at the same time, it's just a reality that a lot of gacha game players like pulling from meta, right? If a character's not very good, then a lot of players out there are being like, well, I don't feel like rolling for them because I want to know that my gems in either Genshin or Star Rail are worth it. It's like it's worth me to spend these gems. Because like, if it wasn't, then why would I? If it's not, then why would I spend my gems on this shitty character? Why don't I just save for like the next super good character that'll come along next time, like a month or 2 months or 3 months later down the line? So honestly, again, MiHoYo has nobody to blame but themselves if it turns out that a ton of people are gonna end up skipping a banner, because you know clearly that means that one, they're either a husbando, or two, or even both, they're just not that good. And like, you know, because leaks are out there ahead of time, right? Technically speaking, what MiHoYo should do is they should take advantage of the leaks themselves by monitoring what people are thinking online. Like, see what people are saying on Twitter, on Reddit, wherever, even on their official Discord, right? Assuming they even let people talk about shit like this freely on their official Discord, which I assume they don't. And like gather information on what people think about these characters based on what they perceive to be the leaks, and like just tune them up so that they when they come out, they're like, oh, people find out, oh wait a minute, these characters are actually a lot better than we thought. And then so you might be able to generate reasons for people to actually roll them anyway, and maybe you'll make a little bit more money out of that too. After all, banners in Star Rail and Genshin last for three weeks, right? That's a fair bit of time for people to be like, for you to be able to change people's minds. Right? These aren't like only like week-long banners or even like 2-week-long banners where it's like, oh, they come and go in like a blink of an eye. No, these banners stick around for a while. Like 3 weeks is enough time for people to change their minds. Like I said just now. So, yeah, that's just MiHoYo's own fault. They have nobody to blame but themselves. But will they ever understand that? Probably not. So, they can go fuck themselves. Hoyoverse is missing out on all that. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, ideally, in gacha games, there doesn't ever need to be a, quote, bad character. Obviously, you'll have characters who are better than others. Sure, I get that. That's just how games go, right? You know, the whole like all characters are equal, but some of them are more equal than others. Fucking Animal Farm type shit. But like, ideally, no character in any gacha game should be considered bad, right? Or bad to the point where nobody ever fucking uses them. Like, there shouldn't be like an Amber type situation in any gacha game ever. Or a better example would be fucking, you know, I don't know, a Phantom of the Opera type situation in FGO kind of shit. Or, you know, insert your own analogy here. Whichever is most appropriate for you. Like, there's no reason why any character should be bad. Because, like, the developers have all the power in the world to make all the characters good. Or at least give you a reason to use all the characters at least once. And throughout a lifetime of a game. Right? Blue Archive does a decent job of that between, like, their raids and their grand raids and their joint firing drills, especially their joint firing drills with like the various kinds of mechanics that they throw into have you deal with. And you know, you see a lot of like very like you see a huge variety of like characters used there because they put you in all sorts of different situations, mechanically speaking. But yeah, there doesn't need to be a bad character in gacha. And so, all these leaks that MiHoYo is, quote, suffering, instead of, like, trying to fucking, you know, like, push down on them, like, push the lid down on them and try to cover them up, or, like, try to guilt-trip people, or, like, try to shame them into not leaking like they tried doing their last fucking Star Rail dev stream, they should just use it to their advantage. But no, they're not going to do that because the leaks make them look bad. So... typical Chinese bureaucracy type shit, you know? Will they ever understand that? Probably not. And I don't expect them to either. But, you know, that's just kind of the reality we live in, I guess. It is what it is. Cha-Cha and FGO. Cha-Cha's still an AoE berserker, so she's still useful in some cases, but yeah, there's obviously a lot better options out there these days. Just do this. We gotta support the JP Gacha Studios, and the Japanese Gacha Studios themselves have their own issues. The main problem with Japanese Gacha Studios is that I've explained this before, but let me take we have to take a step back and kind of I need to talk about briefly like the general like cultural mentality of the Japanese. Culturally, the Japanese are the type of people where they're basically the embodiment of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If they have a way of doing things that they perceive to be good, right? It works for them. They're not gonna fucking change that shit until such time comes where they are convinced. They convince themselves that, oh, wait a minute, what we're doing is not working, we gotta change. And then they change drastically to the point where once they're done changing, whatever it is that they're doing, they don't need to change again for like another 100 years. Culturally, that's how they are. EA says hi. Well, EA is more of a corporation. They're more driven by greed. That's a little bit different. And EA is one company. EA doesn't represent the entire West as a whole. But this is more so. This applies more so to the Japanese as a whole because this is how they are culturally. You see that shit back during the the Meiji Restoration era. You saw that shit in the post-World War II era, stuff like that. EA is one corporation, and I know while they are a big company, they're just a drop in the bucket in comparison. That sort of cultural mentality applies to like their corporate world too, the Japanese corporate world, and what that translates to for us in the gacha market, or for us in the gacha industry, that means that a lot of Japanese gacha games don't hit as hard as the Chinese do. Because think about it, right? Gacha games, just as a concept, came out of Japan, right? With their whole gachapon shit, right? Their gachapon machines and whatnot. And then gacha games were first, if you want to call it this, invented by and then popularized by the Japanese, right? So they were the first ones swinging right out the gate with these new gacha game types, right? Most of the like super old school granddaddy gacha games, like, you know, Puzzles and Dragons and what was the oldest gacha game that we talked about last stream? Like Dragon Dungeon or whatever. The one that's like basically 13 years old at this point because it came out in like 2010 or something like that. Kantai Collection, if you want to consider that a gacha at least, which I do to an extent. Grand Blue Fantasy, FGO as well. I consider FGO to be an old school gacha game at this point because it's like fucking 9 years old by now. Over in Japan. So like the Japanese were the first in the game with these gacha games, and so they were the ones. They're like the old school kings, the primordial gods. So if you will, if we're gonna use like power scaling terms for this, but once China caught on, right? Once developers in China caught on with these gacha games and they decided to throw their hands into this market and try coming up with gacha games of their own, that's when things started going downhill, because the Chinese are absolutely willing to try anything at all to come up with a gacha game that works. Right? You'll find a lot of copycats. You're gonna find a lot of like just shitty clones basically coming out of China, but that's just kind of how they are, right? But because there are so many Chinese devs, obviously, and you know, you're gonna have that with, you know, 1.4 billion fucking people, and because they're so willing to try out anything to come up with to make like a success, right? Make a successful game. You're going to find a couple of games that do stick, a couple of games that are good, that are legitimately good. There will be Chinese devs out there, even if they're only like 1 out of like 100 or even 1,000, who will come out with a good game, and they will make an impression, and they will stick around, and not just be considered just another fucking copycat or something, or just another fucking clone. And so that's why you see a rise of that's why over the past, you know, 3-4 years we've seen a rise in Chinese gacha games with, you know, I mean, hell, most of the gacha games I play are Chinese, right? Girls Frontline, made by Chinese company, Mika Team. Azure Lane, made by Manju, they're a Chinese team. Arc Knights, Hypergrip, they're a Chinese team. Genshin, obviously Chinese, MiHoYo. Who is the one after that again? Blue Archive is Korean, and Koreans to a certain extent are very similar to the Chinese, but they're pretty small. Obviously, you don't have as many Korean devs as you do Chinese, duh. But after Blue Archive was it Nikkei? Nikkei is also Korean too, but Chinese publisher, if you want to count that. After Nikkei, I did Star Rail, MiHoYo, so Chinese. Ether Gazer, Youngshire, Chinese. And then finally Snowbreak, which is by Amazing Season Games, who I'd never heard of before last year. Also Chinese. So, like, 7 out of the 10 gacha games I play are all made by Chinese people. Right? So, going back to like the Japanese studios, they are not willing to change if they feel like what they're doing is good enough for them. right? Back when FGO first came out in 2015, and then when the NA server came out in 2017, like in hindsight, it was super surprising that FGO even like the Lightworks and Aniplex even bothered putting out an NA server at all, right? I think the meme goes that when we asked the JP devs why they decided to bother with an NA server, they were literally like, oh yeah, we saw like foreigners cosplaying FGO characters, so we're like, oh, there might be a market out here, so we decided to do it. Whether or not they were serious about that answer, like personally, I wouldn't be surprised if that was serious, because like it's very surprising seeing Japanese gacha games like expand overseas, and like a lot of the time, like I've seen over the years a lot of Japanese gacha games try to expand overseas too, but a lot of them fail. Right? You've got Magia Record EN that went under about like 2 or 3 years after it first started back in like 2018 or 2019 or something like that. I know that the global server or the English server for like Senno and Aegis, for example, that went under too. And I'm sure there's plenty of other examples out there of like Japanese gacha games that tried establishing English or global servers just going under too, or like failing, or shutting down due to EOSing themselves and stuff like that. And like Japanese studios and companies have a very hard time expanding outside of their own home audience, because again, they make enough money just from their home audiences to like not really have to worry about expanding overseas. Like expanding overseas is not exactly like their top priority. I mean, that's the reason why I think that FGO missed a huge opportunity back when it first came out, to like really entrench itself as like the dominant gacha game for like years to come. Because back when it first came out in NA back in 2017, gacha games weren't really a thing out here in the West. Like really, FGO was like one of the first ones, like one of the first major players in the Western market. There may have been others that I'm not aware of, or like that I'm forgetting about, but in my experience, FGO was like definitely one of the first ones. And that was a time when they should have like seriously capitalized on their grip on the market, because they were the big boy in town, because they were one of the only ones. Not only that, but UBW, Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, wasn't that long ago, wasn't that far back at that time, back in what, 2017, because I think Unlimited Blade Works is like the anime started airing in 2015, I think. So like it wasn't that long ago. Like it was still relatively fresh on people's minds, right? And a lot of people were familiar with like the Fate series back then. So like if Aniplex and the Lightworks for that matter understood that, they should have gone a lot harder on like promotion and like advertising and like basically shilling FGO to their Western market and making it a lot better than it could have been. But they didn't, because they were fine with whatever the fuck was going on in JP. And so that set the stage for another gacha game, Genshin, to come along and then eventually take that top gacha slot, like that throne away from them. And then now FGO has been, well, I don't even want to say playing catch up, because they're still relatively doing their own thing. Like sure, yeah, they eventually started putting in things like pity, if you can even call that a fucking pity, as a direct result of Genshin's influence, sure, but they're still more or less doing their own thing. Because again, JP still gives them it still shoves cash down their throats hand over fist anytime they come out with a really hyped character or whatever, right? Like they don't, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If what they've been doing for all this time has been working for them, they feel no need to try to push themselves to like go above and beyond, right? As in like establishing an overseas server, putting up like a big overseas presence, shit like that. Like everything that MiHoYo has done for their games like Genshin and Star Rail far eclipse whatever the fuck any Japanese corporation or studio has done for their own gacha game. I mean, shit, man, I'm still waiting for Games to come out with a fucking global Uma Musume server, and they said that, what, 2 years ago? How many years ago again? And it still doesn't exist? They probably won't even, it probably doesn't, it probably won't even happen at this rate at all, to be honest with you. You don't know, man. Japan used to own the gacha market, but they've fallen behind because they refused to. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying, Violet. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. Just a very long. I was just being very long-winded about it because I love being fucking verbose and redundant. But essentially, yes, what you're saying there is basically the core argument of what I was saying. The Japanese refuse to change, and that's why they've fallen behind now. They said they weren't going to do Uma Musume because of some copyright or something with like names and shit. That tells me they just don't want to have to deal with all that bullshit. Cause you know for a fact that if they were a Chinese studio, they would have done everything they could to try to get those copyrights through. So, nah, I don't really buy that. And besides, Games is a huge fucking studio. I mean, they're a fucking publisher, right? So, nah, I don't buy that shit for a second. Nah, bro. Yeah, I'm sure it will be hard, but like fucking Nintendo was able to convince Disney to let them put Sora into Smash. And that's way fucking. I don't know if I can compare those two. But like, if Nintendo can pull that off, then I'm sure Games could like do something about if they really wanted to and they pushed for it really hard enough. I'm sure they could. I'm sure it would be possible for them to set up an Uma Musume server for like NA or for like a global server. But in my opinion, they just don't want to because it's just not worth the hassle. So, in other words, Games can go fuck themselves too. You kind of hope Azure Familia is cultured in the cake department. All these 3D gacha games coming out, and none of them have like super huge cake. Unfortunately, I do think that Manji will play it safe with Azure Familia. They can get away with being super cultured in a game like Azure Lane because at the end of the day, Azure Lane is like it's still like a pretty niche game. But I feel like with Azure Familiar, they're definitely going to take it a lot more. You know, they're going to play a lot more safe. But we'll see how far they want to go with Azure Familia. I feel like time will tell with that one. Ooh, nice. We got the weakness break efficiency for this one. Uma Musume can make so much globally. There's the potential, yeah, because horse racing is quite popular. I mean, shit, man, I've given this anecdote before, but two of my IRL friends who are from, like, the East Coast, their family is super big into horse races, so, like, they kind of grew up on horse races. And so one of them was definitely looking forward to the global server for, like, a possible global server for, what is it? For Uma Musume, but you know, It hasn't come out yet, so who knows, man. Nintendo by far is the boldest publisher in Japan. It's not even close. I mean, hell, I'd believe it, man. Because I'm kind of hard pressed to think about like what other publisher or like video game related studio or company rather has done the kind of shit, has pulled off the kind of shit that Nintendo has. Like, say what you will about, you know, Nintendo. Obviously, you know, we all have some very strong opinions about Nintendo, but in the narrow perspective of them, like, trying different shit for the sake of, like, delivering content, yeah. Like, them managing to negotiate with Disney, of all companies, to put, you know, Kingdom Hearts into Smash. Yeah, that's a pretty remarkable achievement, at the very least. Aren't JP Gacha games also slowly leaving the global market? It feels that way because I feel like there's not as many Japanese gacha games coming out as they used to. Well, even if we still are getting a lot of Japanese gacha games coming out these days, the problem is that the spotlight is all on China, because China just fucking ejaculates gacha games on like a fucking monthly basis, right? It feels like every 2 or 3 months we hear about a hype new gacha game coming out of China, right? How many times can we say that about Japan? Like, when's the last time you heard about Japan coming out with like a really big or like a really ambitious gacha game, right? I mean, the last thing I heard about was fucking Blue Protocol, and that's not even a gacha game. It's an MMO. And, you know, we all know what ended up, I'm sure a lot of us know what ended up happening with fucking Blue Protocol. How Coomer is Azure Lane more than Brown Dust? It's pretty Coomer. I haven't seen how Coomer Brown Dust 2 is, but from what I've been told, BD2 is pretty fucking Coomer. Like, I think I saw one of the skins, and yeah, that was pretty out there. So I'm not sure if even Azure Lane compares to BD2. If that's the kind of if the one skin I saw from BD2, like just in passing, on the internet, is like the staple of like what you can expect out of Brown Dust 2. And even then, there are other way more Coomer gacha games out there too. I mean, barring like the straight up eroge gacha games too, like the legit like porn gacha games out there. When's how to use every server in FGO 2024? Honestly, I just haven't had the time, man. IRL has been fucking kicking my ass lately. I'll try to, and I need to figure out an easier way, like a more efficient way for me to do those how to use every server in FGO videos too. Like, because the way that I've been doing them, that's just not sustainable. It just takes way too fucking long. Like, as I've made them, it takes me like a whole fucking month of me working on it non-stop, just for me to make one fucking video. And I need to come up with a different way, an easier way to make those videos. I'll probably work on it at some point. Matter of fact, I might not even work on it until we get Archetype Earth, to be honest with you. Even though I remember last year saying that I was gonna make those FGO, how to use every server in FGO videos at the start of the year. I don't know, man. This year, at the start of this year was pretty brutal on me. So, can't say I can make any promises right now. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, there was that one Atelier game. Yeah, you are right. That seems pretty interesting. Especially because obviously it's relying on the Atelier IP. So I assume that game's got some potential at least. Dual Knight Abyss is also on the horizon. Does Dual Knight Abyss have a official release date? Because if so, I may consider trying it. However, I'm not sure if I actually will. Excuse me. Japan needs to catch up. Yeah, for sure, man. I certainly agree with that. BD2 is borderline erotic. Then yeah, I would assume BD2 is going to be way more Coomer than even Azure Lane. Because like, yeah, Azure Lane's got some Coomer skins, but like, yeah, just from what I've seen out of other gacha games, it's not that bad. Which is kind of funny to say, but yeah. No official release, just a technical test. Okay. I probably won't get into the beta. If there's like a beta sign up, then I'll try signing up for it at least. As for like whether or not I'll actually stick with it or not, I don't know. But I you know, just getting into its technical test just to try it out, I'm not against. So that'd be cool. Do I do Weiss or Vice shorts? Isn't that like a TCG? The name sounds familiar. Like a collectible, like a trading card game. Yeah, TCG. Hey, all barbecue, welcome back. Games. I should really make a command for all the games that I see. Actually, I always say that I'm gonna make them. I'm gonna do it right now. After I'll make that command after I'm done beating the shit out of Cocolia here. But I can tell you what the games are, because obviously in the middle we've got Star Rail. That's the main game I'm playing right now. Going from bottom left counterclockwise, we have FGO. What is that? Arknights, Blue Archive, Azure Lane, Ether Gazer, Girls Frontline 1, Nikke, Goddess Victory, Genshin, and then finally Snowbreak. And then you have me at the top. Vice Shorts is an anime slash VTuber TCG. I don't think it was I don't think it was designed to be a VTuber TCG from the start. I know it's like an anime related TCG, but I am aware that, for example, like Hololive had a Vice Shorts collab where you could get like Hololive themed cards where they had Hololive VTubers on them. That's how I know about them. Did you play Dragalia Lust? No. I heard of it though. Unfortunately, I also know that they did unfortunately go under. They got EOS'd unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. But I am familiar with them at least. Or I was familiar with it. Anyways, now that I've done that, let me go ahead and go ahead and make that command. Pull up Nightbot real quick. Add commands, gachas. I'll make an exclamation mark gachas. Oh, actually, like this. Let's see. Bottom left, counterclockwise from bottom left. FGO, Arknights, Blue Archive, Azure Lane, Ether Gazer, Girls, Frontline, 1, Nikkei, Genshin or Star Rail, and then Snowbreak. There we go. That should be a new command. Type exclamation mark Gacha in a couple minutes to make sure it works. And yeah, you can ask me questions about any of them. It doesn't have to be about Star Rail or anything. I'm down to talk about whatever. Only issue with most H gachas is that they require you to jump through hoops. Not only that, but the irony of eroge gacha games, or like just the straight up porn gacha games, is that even though they're like, you know, you would think that they would be super popular, but in reality, they're not. Like the best gacha games, at least in terms of like, you know, marketability and like popularity, are the games like Azure Lane, for example, where like they're Coomer, but they're not full. They don't truly cross the line into becoming eroge or porn gacha games. Because at the very least, with something like Azure Lane, yeah, sure, you can have a Coomer skin, but at the very least, you can still pull it out in public, right? You can still whip out your phone and pull up Azure Lane, right? And if people see you playing Azure Lane, if they know about it, right? Even if they don't know about it, they're like, oh, you know, dude has, you know, half-naked anime girls on his phone. Okay, whatever. Like, yeah, if they're not into anime, they'll be like, oh, that's creepy. But that's about it, right? It's a little bit different when you pull out your phone and you pull up an eroge gacha game, and the first thing that pops up is two, like, bare, exposed, naked fucking titties, like, fucking dangling right in front of your face. It's a little bit different. So, yeah, it's kind of the irony with eroge gacha games. But, thoughts on Marie Alter? Oh, the Flying Master. I actually put up a YouTube video earlier on my channel earlier this morning, like detailing my thoughts on Marie Alter. Just to answer your question here, like, she's obviously an arts looper. Oh, she's the most obvious arts looper in the fucking game. Well, not in the game, but like in recent times, in recent months. Like, oh my god, she screams arts looper. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Not only that, but she has an insane anti-curse power mod that's built into her NP, with thanks to her second skill. It's fucking insane. Like, all she needs are attack buffs, but you can get those very easily because guess what? Castoria has a fucking charisma. Oh yeah, no, Marie Alter fucking should absolutely fuck as an arts looper. And like, oh, in case you know that wasn't good enough, we're also gonna give her 12,700 attack rating on top of that. Oh yeah, thanks, Los Angle. Appreciate it. I mean, hey, it's Marie Alter, so hey, glad for her. But yeah, she's the most obvious arts looper that I've seen in a while. Honestly, I'm actually more intrigued by the 4-star Shining Hassan's kit than I am with Marie Alter, because Marie Alter is a fucking, you know, we've been waiting for her to escape NPC jail for like basically the past 3 years, and finally she's here. I'm more interested in Shining Star Hassan actually, because even though he has a triple quick deck as an assassin, from what I'm able to tell, he should also be an arts looper too, which is also fucking insane in a different way, because like he should be a permanent 4-star assassin who can arts loop, which is insane. Like, honestly, more so than Marie Alter, because like she's a limited 5-star, so you kind of expect that kind of power out of her. But like, I don't know, man. Shining Star, I want to see how Shining Star Hassan plays more so than I do Marie Alter, to be honest. To be fair, Edo games also have a safe version, but here's the thing, right? That's also kind of like a catch-22 with Edo games. Yeah, sure, they can have a safe version, right? A censored version, but like the problem with that is that unless there's like an option in game for you to be able to censor your characters on the same game, right? If they establish like a separate like censored version of their base game, and they're two separate games technically, then why on earth would anybody play the censored version if they know that there's an uncensored version out there? So hopefully most porn gacha games understand that, and they make it so that you can choose to censor the uncensored version of their game like anytime you want, in case you have to go outside or something, God forbid, in case you need to touch some grass. The gacha player's most terrible nightmare: touching grass. God forbid. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the command. But yeah, that's kind of a catch-22 in and of itself too. Like, why bother playing the censored version of an of an eroge gacha game? But oh well. It's just not marketable outside of Japan because, well, we never got a developed eroge industry like Japan did. But yeah, because in America we have we still haven't our whole views on like sexuality and the more adult content is still it is what it is. Let's just put it that way. Because outside of Twitter, nobody, the general American public doesn't really like talking about like stuff like that. But Murray Alter can Black Girl Loop. Yeah, I totally expected her to do that. Yeah, I even mentioned it in my my Murray Alter analysis video I put up earlier this morning. Yeah, I was like, yeah, there's no way she's not. There's no way she can't Black Grail Loop, and sure enough, yeah, she can. Oh, Barbecue, thanks so much for the brand new sub at tier 1. Appreciate it, man. I know you've been around the stream for a while, so great to have you on board, man. Thanks for the support. We can have OnlyFans, but you can't have fat anime titties. Truly the fallen timeline. Truly. All right, let's start doing some of our reacts, chat. Let me mute Star Rail real quick. Also, Raid Up Senpai, thank you so much for the brand new Twitch sub, man. Greatly appreciated. Good to have you on board. Thank you so much for the support. Means a lot to me, especially nowadays, considering my IRL situation is not very good right now. So, yeah, I'll take anything I can get. So, thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Alright, let me switch to full cam real quick. Let's see here. Actually, let me switch to desktop recording. Okay, yeah, this should just show my my Star Rail, my first monitor. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Put up the alert box, chat box, color source. Okay. Where's the browser? Okay. Alrighty, chat. So, I've got a couple videos that I want to react to. Don't let this distract you from the fact that 2 has left you on a cliffhanger for years on some of my fanfics. Like, come on, at least tell us what you had planned for on stream. You're begging? For which one? I mean, I don't mind talking about it. Because, like, at this rate, at this current moment in time in my life, I am not getting back into fanfic writing anytime soon. Like, that's just kind of the unfortunate reality of the situation. So if there's a particular fanfic, I mean, the 2 that I would be able to talk about are either Ambience or my Gotobu no Hanayome fanfic, which I honestly do want to continue, but Ugh. Real life sucks. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Actually, I shouldn't have put up a display capture now that I think about it. But whatever. Live chat. Where's the window for this? It's not that one. Ah, this one right here. There we go. Oh, excuse me. This man's been edged for years. 5 equal angels. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with talking about that. I'll be honest with you, I forgot where I left off because it's been, like you said, it's been such a long time. Are there any particular questions you had about it that you want me to talk about, or what? Or do you not have anything in particular you just want me to go off on my own? Because I would have to bring up the fanfic myself and see where I left off, because I certainly don't fucking remember. Let's see. Because when did I update this last? Huh, it's only been a year? Wow, I actually updated this last in 2023. Huh, it actually hasn't been that long, surprisingly. Let's see. Let me check the reviews for this. Looks like the last reviews they got were last year, so that's kind of to be expected. Where did I leave off on my last chapter? Where was this? I might have to go back and read my own fucking fanfiction again to kind of recalibrate what direction I was trying to take this. Cause the last chapter was oh, I'm starting to remember. I think I know what the last scenes were that I wrote for this. Starting to remember. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to remember. Is it optimal to try to obtain your gacha husband's physique by gymming? Optimal to try to obtain your gacha husband's physique by gymming. I mean, if you're asking to work out, then sure, yeah, go ahead. I mean, how else do you plan on getting fit or getting ripped? Like, ain't nobody got ripped just by sitting in front of their PC on their chair or whatever. So yeah, get out there and work out. Like, I know there are like exercise bikes and like exercise machines where primarily like exercise bikes where like while you're on your exercise bike and biking, like there's like a screen right in front of you so you can watch stuff while you're like a built-in screen that you can watch stuff while you're exercising or whatever. So I'm sure there's like gym equipment like that out there if you have the money to pay for them. First time here, first discovered you with my video on Gacha addiction. It was pretty funny. Hey, thanks for watching, man. And, hey, welcome to the stream. Glad you, stopped by. Chapter 7 had some weird scenes. What was Chapter 7 again? What specifically about Chapter 7? Oh, I remember this one. This is the scene where at least the second half of it is where Futaro goes to the bookstore, I think. And they run into Nino along the way. And they pick up a crepe from like a crepe stand or whatever. The whole dad thing? I assume that's like in the first half? Is this a quintuplets fic? Yeah. It's the one I was working on before I stopped last year. Hey, Sir Misk, welcome back, man. Pull for all Hytham. Time to pull off his look IRL, right? I see. I see. Yeah. Get that bod, man. The whole dad thing and Nino. You're gonna have to be more specific. Like what do you want to ask about specifically for those two? Like I think I don't know if I directly mentioned their dad, Isanari, I think his name was. Cause like the first half, Futaro and Raiha, yeah, I think Raiha was his sister's name. Talk about their dad, sure, but like beyond that, I don't think he actually makes an appearance in the chapter itself. They just mention him, and obviously they run into Nino at the crepe stand. You vaguely remember this being mentioned on stream? Yeah, I talk about my fanfics every once in a while. It's kind of rare that it gets brought up, but I guess we have somebody in chat who's kind of interested in it, so I'm kind of I'm obliging them for right now. Whatever happened to the Quince magic? Oh, the overall one of the recurring themes for, or one of the ongoing topics or the issues with the story in universe is that Futaro doesn't want the Quints to use their magic because he doesn't want them going down the path of mages. Like I think I made sure to make that a point, like make that a strong point multiple times over the course of the story, like the second half of the story so far. So he's trying to have them not use their magic, but the issue he has is that he can't control them like 24/7, right? Because he doesn't want to feel like he's overbearing. So that means that there are opportunities and like chances for them to like sort of develop their magic on their own, when he really doesn't want them to. Like some of them are trying to, right? Others are like more neutral about it. And in Ichika's case, well, she's kind of already got a head start on that. Interested is an understatement? Yeah, bro. Literally got edged for like a whole year. Now he's found my stream and now he's fucking begging. Besides fanfic, do you write original stories? No, not really. I do have OCs. And like, I've sort of formulated like an original story around them, but I never really took it anywhere. But I definitely have my own OCs, if that counts, but I don't think it does. I feel like some of the problems could be resolved with magic. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, though. Futaro doesn't want the Quints to use their magic at all. And so like they're trying to keep it low key. And like they're trying not to, you know, use it around him. Because obviously he'll know. He'll know when they do. If he's in the area. Is one of these OCs a horse VTuber? No, unfortunately not. One day the Hollow ID update FGO video will drop. Surely, I still have the notes for that, but yeah, I never really got around to making that video either. Maybe I should just for shits and giggles, but those videos also take a shit long of a time to make too. Like the first one did really well, but then the second one just kind of crashed and tanked. So that really killed my motivation to try to make this to make the third one basically. Couldn't have magic. Thought it was a slice of life manga. You're right, but I'm talking about my own fanfic. It's an AU fanfic where I basically try to combine some fate shit into Gotabun. It's a fanfic that gets updated once every 8 months. I'm just gonna let you know right now, the Flying Master, you're not gonna be able to guilt trip me or convince me into updating the fanfic on your own. If I'm gonna update, I've already said that I do want to get back into it on my own. It's just that I can't right now because I just don't have the time. And IRL fucking sucks right now. I have a lot of other things that demand my attention than fanfic writing. So, yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy the story to the point where you're fucking tracking me down in my own stream and asking me about it. But I will warn you now, please don't be overbearing about it. Otherwise, I will ban you from chat. And honestly, you should have, instead of finding me in my own stream, what you should have done was just send me a PM through fanfic, because I answer all my messages that I get, all my private messages I get on fanfic. But it seems like you didn't think about that, so maybe you should try that next time. $60 chapter? I mean, if we're talking about you paying me to write shit, then sure. Well, the conversation will change. If you want to sponsor me so I continue the story, sure, I'm down. But again, we can talk about that somewhere else. Maybe on my own stream, in my own stream chat. That's maybe not the most appropriate place to do it. But if you want to pay me to do it, then sure. I mean, I need the fucking money, so sure. But again, PM me either. You have avenues to direct message me either to Twitter. I see all the DMs I get through Twitter, cause I have it open for everybody. I don't lock it like everybody else does. Maybe I will once I become a big content creator, but not right now at least. And again, you can just message me through fanfic itself. Again, I answer all my private messages that I get through a fanfic, but not here, man. Pay them, man. You do it. You are. I know you are subscribed to my my Patreon, so yeah. Thanks for that. Yes, you've asked me about this almost every year. I mean, considering I stopped updating 5 Equal Angels like only a year ago, that means you haven't really asked me about it much then, huh? I mean, that makes sense because usually this is the first time in a while I've had somebody come into my chat and talk to me about my fanfics. But yeah, contact me through private messages either through Twitter or through a fanfic, whatever you're comfortable with. But not on stream because I'm kind of busy doing something else. Anyways, that was a interesting little diversion. Let's go back and react to this. So this is one of the videos that I wanted to react to. Do you plan on adding Girls Frontline 2 to my game gacha list? If it ever comes out for global, the issue right now is that like if it does, then yes, I will absolutely try it because obviously I played Girls Frontline 1. So just because of that, I'll play Girls Frontline 2. However, the issue right now is that Girls Frontline 2 is not doing very well at all over on the Chinese server. Like the whole cuck NTR drama that went down with Girls Frontline 2. At first, I passed it off as just like another, oh, Chinese people being fucking pricks about it incident, because you always have that sort of thing bubble up in other Chinese gacha games too. And like, oh, it's just a Chinese player thing. They like to get pissed off about that sort of thing every once in a while. But the recently somebody linked me a Reddit post where it explains the NTR drama in more detail, and it turns out that was just like a one part or like one piece of the overall drama with Girls Frontline 2 and their developer Mika team. Like this is not it is like that was just one part of like a string of drama incidents with them that together is like, oh, okay, there's something wrong with Mika team right now. So it's to the point where like honestly I don't know if they're gonna come out with a global server for Girls Frontline 2 at this rate. And for sure, if the rumors about Girls Frontline 2 just getting the plug pulled because Tencent's like, yeah, no, fuck you guys, you've made way too much money, get the fuck out, and they kick out Mika team from their sponsors or from their sponsor list, then yeah, no, and if Mika team ends up being forced to close down Girls Frontline 2 altogether, then yeah, hell no, there's not going to be a global server. So it's if GFL2 even gets a global server at all, if it manages to survive in over on China for any extended period of time. We'll see. Time will tell on that one. There was cuck drama, WTF. Oh yeah. There was a whole Reddit post about it that explains it in more detail. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. You just hope you'll be able to bring your stuff from GFL 1 over to 2? Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way they're gonna let you do that. Like, especially if you're talking about like bringing over skins from GFL 1 over to 2, hell no. You imagine how many fucking skins they gotta import over from GFL 1 over to 2? Hell no. That's a little bit. That'd be way too much for even them to handle. Thoughts on open world Arknights? What Enfield? I'm gonna play it. I heard some not so great things about it, but that's not gonna stop me from playing it because obviously I already played the original Arknights. So yeah, I'm excited, but at the same time, I also have some very serious questions about how the gameplay is gonna be. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. I mean, Overwatch 2, yeah, but Overwatch 2 is basically the same game. Same engine, same everything. They just made a different version of Overwatch and marketed it as Overwatch 2. Dude, comparing Overwatch to Girls Frontline, even with GFL 2's whole fucking cuck drama, comparing Overwatch to Girls Frontline is a fucking offense to Girls Frontline. implying that Blizzard had to actually put in any substantial amount of effort into developing Overwatch 2. Yeah, right. Maybe like Fire Emblem Three Houses? Isn't Three Houses not a gacha game? So how does that relate? Anyways, let's react to this. I've been meaning to react to this video how artifact farming should actually be fixed in Genshin Impact for a while now, especially since I've made my how to improve Genshin video. So let's take a look at this. Let me just put down the timestamps for this. 256.1 artifact farming React. Okay. Feels like it's Jover for Wuwa since we have Azure Promelia. I don't think so. I don't think so. For one, Wuwa is almost done, whereas Azure Promelia is going to take some extra time to come out. But we'll talk about that once we start talking about Azure Promelia gameplay. Let's take a listen to this.
Artifact farming in Genshin Impact sucks. We all know it, this is nothing new. The system isn't unfixable, but these suggestions which you've probably heard up until now won't actually work, or at least not as well as you'd think. But let's take a step back first. So obviously the decision to make artifact farming so tedious and unending was intentional to get players to continue playing the game, but the implementation is so terrible that it has the opposite effect on players like me who are completely unmotivated to even try. Storytime. In 1.2, when the Blizzard Strayer artifact set dropped, I farmed every day that patch to get a 5-star cryo damage cup or crit damage hat, and never got either. That experience scarred me so much that now I don't even bother farming artifacts for new characters, and when needed, I will
all go through the same thing.
And I'm sure there are others who feel the same way I do. So far, the only direct adjustment we've gotten to the artifact farming process is the introduction of 3-to-1 rerolls through strong boxes. But even if they were to add them to the rest of the artifact sets, that wouldn't do anything about solving the root of the problem. So it turns out that after I finished recording this, they announced during the 3.0 reveal that they are adding artifact strong boxes for the artifact sets that were released up to version 1.
By the way, chat, I should add that this video was from, last year. When did it exactly come out? August 14th. Actually, it's almost been like, what, a year and a half ago. So yeah, this video is rather old, so just keep that in mind. Some of the information here might be a little bit outdated. I just wanted to react to this video because it popped up on my video recommended feed. After I made my how to improve Genshin video, so I just want to see what kind of ideas this dude has when it comes to like improving artifact farming.
2, which is admittedly nice because you can convert sets you don't want into sets you do want, but still doesn't change the rest of this video. So today we're going to fully understand what about artifact farming is the root of the problem, and then discuss the pros and cons of some other ways in which it can be fixed to give the system a much healthier gameplay loop. But before we get into it, this video is
fucking sponsor.
There are so many cascading levels of RNG that make it very unlikely to get what you want, and essentially impossible to get exactly what you want. To give further context to what I'll be discussing, here's a breakdown of the 7 ways random number generation is a factor in artifact farming. I'm not confident enough to be able to calculate the exact probabilities for every outcome, but this visualization should be enough for you to grasp just how crazy stupid the system is. So for every 20 resin you spend, you are guaranteed at least one 5-star artifact if you are above adventure rank 45, and this will be the starting point. From there, you can get a piece from either of the 2 artifact sets available in each domain. After that, there are 5 different artifact pieces in each set. Flowers and feathers always have flat health and attack as their main stats respectively, but sands, cups, and hats each have a multitude of options, and those options are not evenly weighted. Besides the sands, which are pretty easy to get attack on, specifically getting the generally most desirable main stats are rare. 5% for a specific elemental damage bonus and 10% for a specific crit stat. And for some reason, elemental mastery is even lower than those. So to get that cryo piece I mentioned earlier, assuming even distribution of sets and artifact types, that's a 1 in 200 probability. In other words, you took probability in back in school, chat. 100 domain runs to get just one of these, and we're not even at substats yet. This is where it goes from a rough grind to
I should add the
ridiculous.
dice cringe.
A 5-star artifact is generated with either 3 or 4 subsets on it, each coming from a list of 10 potential stats. A substat cannot be the same as the main stat, so in most cases it's 9, but it's not like it matters because again, the distribution is always weighted towards flat HP, attack and defense, and against crit rate and crit damage. Then each substat has an internal tier value from 1 to 4, which determines its base value and growth per level. And finally, which of the 4 existing substats gets upgraded every 4 levels on your artifact comes down to
defense.
Even though I'm a huge proponent of the idea that your artifacts aren't automatically trash just because they have a few undesirable substats, the whole system is clearly way too harsh. Now, obviously the most straightforward solution would be to remove layers of RNG by letting players have some form of choice in the outcome before the RNG roll begins. In a very ideal world, most of them would be removed, but we need to stay realistic. So which would be the best to remove if I had to choose one? Choosing the artifact set would seem good from a logistical standpoint, but that only eliminates the first 50-50 and wouldn't really change much.
I also
Picking the
suggest
type
that in
of
my own
piece
video
would be
too.
much better, and is actually what's going to be implemented in Hoyo vs. Next game, Zenless Zone 0. Any level
Which is gonna have its third
really
bonus
work
or
since
third
the possible
closed
outcomes
beta
are then
soon.
dependent on whatever kind of piece you receive. But even if Genshin did decide to implement choosing the type, I still think it would only be a surface level solution and not fix the core of the issue. At the end of the day, what I find to be the biggest problem about artifact farming isn't just the insanely rare chance of getting a perfect artifact, but rather the fact that I can spend an infinite amount of time farming just to end up not getting anything close to what I want. I strongly believe that players would be much more willing to go through the incredibly repetitive process of farming if it was guaranteed that they'd eventually get the artifacts they desire. This concept is absolutely nothing new. In fact, it's already implemented in Genshin in other areas. For example, the pity system on wishing. We kind of take it for granted nowadays, but not all gacha games even have it, making it possible to spend thousands of dollars without ever receiving the
Is
featured
this
character,
Diablo
and others
Immortal?
make it less accommodating by having it not carry over from banner to banner. Having a generous pity system not only makes the user experience
I've
much
never
better
actually
across
seen
the board, but it
Diablo
can push
Immortal
players that
gameplay.
wouldn't normally spend money to buy Primo Gems if they know they are guaranteed to get that character they really want, justifying the system's existence even from a business perspective. With weekly bosses, you might get unlucky and not receive the one talent upgrade material you need out of 3, but you know that as long as you keep farming weekly bosses, before long you will have enough dream solvent to make it happen yourself. Unlike with artifact farming, these systems give you a clear end goal to work towards. You won't even have to use them if you just happen to get lucky, but if you aren't lucky, it doesn't completely invalidate the time and resources you had just put in. If a system like the one I'm about to describe is added to Genshin Impact, I genuinely believe that it would greatly improve the player
Hey,
experience,
Dalnix, thanks for
while
redeeming
also
Uwu.
better accomplishing the original goal of
Is
getting
Diablo
players
Immortal
to
still up? I don't know.
continuously
I
sink
assume
time
it is.
into the game by simply being more intuitive. I have two separate concepts for implementations since there are many possibilities, each with some pros and cons. The first one focuses on artifact main stats. Let's say that at some kind of station, you can break down sands, goblets, or circlets into that artifact type's essence, which represents the broken artifact
This is
main
what
stat.
Star Rail
When you have
eventually
enough of a
ends up
single
doing.
stat, you can consume them to change any artifact's main stat to that one. This works because as you farm, you are going to end up getting main stats that are good, but not the specific one you were looking for. In this scenario, and in ones where you have a good main stat but absolutely terrible substats, that artifact won't be completely useless since it can contribute to a better artifact later down the line. And yeah, if the new main stat was one of the substats, it would have to be replaced, probably randomly. Essence like this would also incentivize you to upgrade artifacts you normally wouldn't care about due to their main stat, since you could just replace it. I feel like this system is a little bit less useful now than it would have been previously due to the addition of more characters that scale off of stats that used to be considered useless, but it would still make things much easier in terms of being able to get solid 4-piece sets and retains the initial design of certain main stats being more rare without making them impossible to farm. Substats would still for the most part be outside of player control, so this style would appeal more to players that lean on the casual side, since it would greatly increase your
for
chances
sure.
of getting good artifacts and only slightly help your odds of getting a great artifact. My second
Because for the most part, if casual players in Genshin, they don't have to have like completely built like amazing substat artifacts, right? Because all you need, I've always told people this: if you're a casual player in Genshin, you don't need to grind artifacts like us hardcore players do. All you need to do is just have the appropriate main stats on your characters, and like that's good enough for the most part from a casual perspective. So yeah, being able to change or like control what main stat you get is yeah, more so catering to casual players.
implementation instead focuses on substats. First off, make 5-star artifacts always begin with 4 substats because there's no reason why it shouldn't. Alright, so now for the idea. Let's say
Amen,
a new
brother.
resource
Speak your
is added
facts.
to domain drops. Using these would allow you to reroll any particular aspect of an artifact's substats. You could reroll a substats tier, reroll what substat is in a slot, and for fully upgraded artifacts, you can reroll the distribution of upgrades. However, by spending either a higher rarity version of this resource or simply spending a greater amount at once, you can guarantee the option you want instead of rerolling. No matter what, you are still at the mercy of RNG, but this at least gives you some form of concrete progress towards your goal on every domain run. Being luckier and getting a good artifact at the gate is still rewarded since you don't have to invest as much, and you wouldn't be able to get your ideal artifact without spending a lot of time, but with this your end goal would at least be feasible. This style obviously appeals much more to hardcore players since you need to spend way more investment to get any kind of payout, but it would also make for much more rewarding final outcomes. So yeah, while of course Hoyoverse giving players some initial choice in farming artifacts wouldn't hurt, I can't say it would be enough to motivate me to get back to hitting domains. I really do think artifact farming continues to be the worst aspect of the entire game, and seeing that we're almost 2 years in, it kind of hurts to see it's gone essentially unchanged, but that doesn't mean it can't be changed now. I'm gonna stay hopeful because Hoyoverse has made system adjustments in the past because of player feedback, and yeah, I just really don't want to try my luck for a Dendro Damage Cup when those are released. But yeah, anyways, I
feel
hope
that
you guys
one,
found this video to be interesting or
I feel that one, bro. I remember when Dendro first came out, like I didn't get a semi-decent Dendro Cup until like, I don't know, a month or two later. I forget who I was able to give my first like pretty good Dendro Cup to. Probably Alhytham, honestly. This was made 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. This video came out back in August 2022. So almost 2 years, year and a half ago. Artifacts can go up to 60 CV. I'm sure they can if you get like absolutely like max rolls, and you start with a 4-line artifact. It starts with double crit, and every single roll goes into like either crit rate, crit damage, and it max rolls the entire time. Something like that, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you can beat the game and Spiral Abyss with just 3 or 4-star artifacts, yes, but 36 starring is a different story. I would imagine it'd be pretty tough to like 36 star with just 3 or 4-star rarity artifacts. Artifact farming is life and life is pain. Sure sounds like MiHoYo's motto for this game. So, okay, let's see. Let's review what he suggested here. Basically, for main stat, he's suggesting the what's this channel's name? Red Flame, okay. Basically what Red Flame is suggesting for the main stat part is to basically allow you to break down 5-star artifacts into like this resource, or like I think he calls it an essence, where you can use that resource to directly change the main stat of an artifact, right? And yeah, that's a really good idea. Just being able to change the main stat of your artifact wholesale is obviously very good, because that means that you can go back to your old artifacts. It incentivizes people. It rewards people who have kept who have basically hoarded a lot of their like good artifacts, right? Because like I'm sure we all have some like, you know, artifacts where, oh yeah, they roll double crit, but their main stat was something like kind of shit, right? Oh, you got a defense % double crit cup or something, and how awesome would it be if it had rolled, I don't know, pyro bonus damage instead, right? Instead of fucking defense % all day. So that is a good idea. And I think eventually Star Rail, you know, that came out last year, ended up going with like a similar-ish idea where you can break down your 5-star relics into your relic scrap fragments or whatever they're called, and you can use those to like basically re-roll another whole new 5-star relic or whatever. It's still RNG unless you use one of those self-modeling resins for. So yeah, I like this idea. I believe that's the focus. That's the main part of what he was talking about here for the main stat essence thing. The more interesting thing, I think the more interested part, or the part that I'm more interested in, is the substat rolling. And I believe he's suggesting that I don't know exactly what he suggested. Maybe some sort of item. Let me listen to the beginning parts
Instead,
again.
focuses on substats. First off, make 5-star artifacts always begin with 4 substats
Yeah, I agree
because
with
there's
that.
no reason why it shouldn't. Alright, so now for the idea. Let's say a new resource is added
Okay.
to domain.
So he's advocating for a new resource where you can directly manipulate your substats, I believe, right? I think he suggests that you should be able to change your substats, I believe, something like that, or like at the very least, like be able to re-roll your substats or whatever, right? Or re-roll the values, the individual values of your subsets, something like that. So that's also a decent idea too. Say main stat this one and then substat this one. So yeah, having a resource that you can acquire either through breaking down relics, artifacts, or like obtaining them as part of like playing the like rewards for playing the game, like I don't know, daily rewards or event rewards, something like that. Yeah, these are solid ideas for sure. I watched this video mainly because I came up with my own video, I think the other week, 2 weeks ago at this point, 3 weeks ago, where it's basically a general how to improve Genshin video that's like an hour long. And part of that section, I talk about a big part of that a big section that I put into that video was me giving my own take on how to improve not just artifact farming, just but farming in general. Right, and so I wanted to watch this video to compare what Red Flame's ideas are like compared to mine. I would say that in general, his ideas are way more direct. Way more direct, because I don't go so far as to suggest being able to change main stats of already existing artifacts. I believe that's what he was talking about in this video. I believe I kind of throw around ideas for the subsection part where maybe there can be items where you can sort of manipulate your substats and like kind of change them or like re-roll their values or something like that, or maybe even swap out their values and swap out what substats they are entirely for new ones, like the ones that you actually want, be it crit rate or EM or ER or whatever, what have you. So they are I think technically his ideas would be better. However, for my ideas that I pitched in my my Genshin video, I start with the assumption, or I start with the baseline that MiHoYo just gets rid of resin entirely. So Red Flame's ideas make more sense in the context of Genshin still having a stamina system. In other words, resin, right? If we still have to deal with resin, then yeah, having this sort of system where you can directly change your main stats and directly manipulate your substats makes sense because you can't farm infinitely. Because my ideas for artifact farming are based on what if MiHoYo gets rid of resin completely, right? And before I go further, in case people are like, oh, well, MiHoYo's never going to get rid of resin, like, how can you say they're going to get rid of that? Well, at the same time, it feels like they're never going to change how you farm for artifact farming, so, might as well hope that MiHoYo also gets rid of resin farming too, because them getting rid of resin as a stamina system is as likely as them improving their artifact farming system. So like, what's the difference, right? Actually, let me take that back. Actually, my ideas for my how to improve Genshin video, I actually don't advocate for the removal of resin. I actually suggested that last year, now that I think about it. For this year's video, I was like, okay, so maybe you don't need to get rid of resin, but instead of having like all your domains, your talent book domains, your weapon essential material domains, your artifact domains for that matter, elite bosses, weeklies, whatever, right? Instead of them having requiring resin, right, for you to have resin to redeem for rewards, instead just make everything just free. Right, don't get rid of the resin system or the stamina system in Genshin. Just make everything that you would normally spend resin for just free, so that way you can just farm however much you want, infinite farming as much as you want. And then you still have the resin system, so that way if you want to accelerate your farming progress, right? If you want to farm faster, then you can choose to pay 40 resin or something to get double your rewards. Like just like how Red Flame in the substat part right here, where it
My
talks about
second
how
implementation
right here.
instead focuses on substats. First off, make 5-star artifacts always begin with 4 substats because there's no reason why it shouldn't.
Yeah. So just like how Red Flame suggests that 5-star artifacts should always start with 4 line instead of having a chance to only start with 3. I want the resin cost, the mandatory resin cost for everything that happens with something that's related to account progression, right? Again, elite bosses, weekly bosses, domains. Just get rid of that resin cost entirely, and then instead use the resin that you currently have to to accelerate your farming progress instead of being required for you to progress. Like instead of it being an obstacle or a roadblock that you have to have enough of to get past, just make it free and just let your resin make your farming progress faster. And so I work off my improvements, my suggestions for improvements for artifact farming are based on that. So to go into more detail about my ideas for farming artifacts, rather than give you the ability to directly manipulate the main stat for these artifacts, my suggestion is to allow players to set what main stat artifact they want to go for at the start of the domain, right? Before you even, as you go into a domain, right? Say for example you choose, I don't know, gilded domain, right, to farm some gilded pieces for your Miko or somebody. When you first enter it, right, and when you click on your difficulty and select your team to farm with, right, sometime during those windows, during those UIs, I think that there should be another menu or another UI that asks you, hey, by the way, what main stat do you want your desired artifact to have, right? In matter of fact, I think Red Flame suggests it in his own video, but I think that the domain should ask you, should allow you to set, okay, what set do you want to farm? Like what's your preferred set, so that way the domain weights your artifact drops towards that one set, right? Not guaranteed still, but it's because, again, it doesn't need to be guaranteed because now all your domains are free. You can farm them infinitely. But it will give you more pieces of your desired set more than usual. And not only that, but you can also choose your main stat. So that way, if you go a certain number of runs without getting an artifact of that particular type and main stat, you will just get one for free if you do enough runs. So you're always working, like Red Flame says, you're always working towards something, right? The substats themselves will still be random, but at the very least, you can guarantee yourself a main stat of a particular relic artifact type from a particular set. So, yeah, a lot of my ideas are very similar to Red Flame's. They just work in a different way because we're working off different bases here. Because obviously Red Flame is still assuming that there's still going to be a resin system in place that necessitates, a system where you should be able to directly manipulate main stats and substats, whereas my improvements or my suggestions work off of the assumption that there is no more resin, or rather, domains no longer cost resin, so therefore you can farm these as much as you want. And then for the substats, actually his ideas and mine should be very similar. Yeah, as in like we both have ideas about how to directly manipulate substats. Yeah, I think his and ours, if I remember correctly, which I should. It hasn't been that long since I last made my How to Improve Genshin video, 2024. But yeah, I believe our substat ideas are relatively similar. I forget if I also mentioned if 5-star artifacts should just get rid of 3-line starts entirely. So if I didn't mention that, then Red Flame's suggestion of getting rid of 3-line start 5-star artifacts is obviously very good, because who wants to deal with those? But yeah, Everything that he talked about for the substat rolling stuff, I also agree with. I think where we deviate though is that he again, just like his main stat suggestion, where you can break down 5-star artifacts into like a resource that you can then use to change a main stat on another 5-star artifact. He also goes with like some sort of resource that you can acquire somehow that allows you to manipulate substats to how you see fit. I think I don't suggest anything like that, any sort of like resource base for that. As a matter of fact, yeah, I think the most I suggest is like some sort of item, not necessarily like an accruable resource, but an item that allows you to like mess with substats directly in some way, and like that can be like an item or reward that you get for doing like endgame stuff as part of my endgame change suggestions that I made earlier in my own How to Improve Genshin video. But that's another topic entirely, the endgame stuff. Instead, I think the big thing with my substat suggestions is that I actually suggest that 5-star artifacts should get an additional enhancement level from +20 to +24. I think that's actually what I wanted to go for, which would add even more RNG. But that's the context for that would be that I also suggest a lot of endgame additions to Genshin as well. A lot more endgame modes other than just what we have for Abyss 9 through 12. Like one of my suggestions is to expand Abyss so that now we have floors 13 to 16, which are even harder than 9 through 12. Right? So my suggestion for expanding artifact enhancements to +24 makes more sense there, because if you're fighting against even tougher enemies than what you see in 9 to 12, then there should also be some sort of improvement to your character's gear to go along with that, so that your characters can scale properly with the enemies you see in 13 to 16. So that was the crux of my suggestions for substats. Like, make artifacts more powerful as well, along with endgame expansions. So instead of +20 5-star artifacts, they should go up to all the way up to like +24 or something. I don't know. And then like you should have like actually I do suggest some resources as well, but like endgame reward resources that you can use to quote limit break your 5-star artifacts, so that way they can become +24 instead of staying at +20. I think the last major suggestion I added to the substat part is that when you get a 5-star artifact to +24, they should get a fifth substat line. That's pretty different, sort of similar, but pretty different, like its own thing compared to your first 4. So obviously we all know that 5-star artifacts can have up to 5 different substats, right? So basically my idea is that when you have a 5-star artifact hit +20, this theoretical +24, not only do they get their 6th substat roll, but also you get a 5th line that's added to their original 4. That's like that pulls from like a variety of substats that are slightly different. They can be pretty similar to the first 4, but they should also include unique substat lines for such as like extra elemental skill damage, or like extra elemental burst damage, or stuff like that. And you should be able to choose between like 2 different pools. So basically it's two different versions of the same buff, right? The extra elemental skill damage I mentioned earlier, the 2 pools are basically solo buffs and then team buffs, where if you're working on an artifact for a DPS servant, obviously they care more about the solo buffs, right? Because they'll have better values for their own damage. So for them, you want to give them the solo version of those sorts of buffs. But for support characters, because they're supports, you want to give them the team version. And the trade-off is that their subsets will be for the entire team, but their individual values will be lower compared to like their solo versions. So, but by doing that, that means that there's incentives for you to +24 artifacts for any character, not just your DPS, but also for your supports as well. Because if you don't have that sort of system, I feel like there's not really much of a reason to level up, like to limit break your 5-star artifacts for your support characters. You would just limit break your artifacts for your DPS characters instead, and your support characters are just gonna hang around just sucking their own dicks or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's about it for my artifact, like my own artifact improvement suggestions. So it was interesting to see what Red Flame came up with, especially because, again, remember that this was from a year and a half ago. Again, this video aired back in August 14th, back on August 14th, 2022. So again, yeah, a year and a half ago. So it's very nice that other people like Red Flame have come up with these sorts of ideas, because I think at its core our ideas are fairly similar, but they do deviate from each other quite a bit, because again, Red Flame still is still working off the assumption that we will still have resin, which, to his credit, we most likely will. Whereas I suggest for there to be no resin cost for any domain, and so that changes how I've pitched my own suggestions. If when I was making my how to improve Genshin video that I put out 2-3 weeks ago, had I forced myself to assume that we will still have resin, so we're gonna have a limited amount of stamina to work with, I think I would have gone with Red Flame's ideas as well, where like if we still have to deal with resin as a stamina system in Genshin Impact, then yeah, the best way to handle artifact improvements to artifact farming would be to do what he's suggesting here, where you get a resource that allows you to directly manipulate stats, because again, that is the most efficient way and probably the fairest way for you to be able to improve your artifact farming experience. I would still say that I think the ideal situation would be to sort of combine my ideas with my ideas for like main stat farming, at least, where before you enter a domain, the game asks you, oh, what kind of relic type do you want to farm for? And then what sort of main stat do you want that relic type, or artifact type rather, to give you, right? And then there should be like a bar at the bottom where after you do so many runs, it should fill up gradually over time with every run you do or something. And then once it's once it's completely filled out, the game should give you that extra artifact that's exactly the main stat and the artifact type that you set for it. So a combination of my idea for the whole preset main stat artifact type sort of thing with his idea of, oh, there should be a resource where you can acquire from breaking down previous artifacts or artifacts that you don't want, or maybe you can acquire from, like, I don't know, Abyss 12 rewards or something like that, or event rewards or something somewhere. Like a combination of these ideas would be like fantastic for Genshin artifact farming in the future. But who knows? Obviously, MiHoYo, it's up to MiHoYo at the end of the day if they ever want to implement something like that. Doubtful if they ever will, but never say never. So yeah, I'm glad I watched this video. It's again, it's very how should I say? It's nice to know that people had similar ideas even far back as 2022. I mean, 2022 wasn't that long ago, but now that it's 2024, it certainly feels like it, doesn't it? But yeah, good video by Red Flame. Some solid ideas here. I would say that my own ideas were a little bit more fleshed out, but again, they were working off of a completely different base of like the assumption that no domains ever costs resin, because let's face it, stamina systems are freaking bullshit anyway in gacha games as a whole, but we have to deal with them because fuck us, I guess. But in any case, yeah, glad I watched this video. It was a good watch, and yeah, had some pretty good ideas that I certainly agree with. So anyways, that'll be it for this video. Peace. Okay, so that was the, let's see, let me put down the timestamp for this. Okay. So yeah, that was a good video. That's unicorn level shit, I know, right? Also, Fallout Alchemist, thanks for redeeming comfy vibes. Sorry, I couldn't get to you on that because I was busy talking about the video. Artifacts are free. Adding more levels doesn't push gacha, so MiHoYo would never do that. I mean, yes, sure. But if MiHoYo is worried about like the amount of money they're losing out from artifact farming, like that's very short-minded because they could make up that money so easily by doing different things. Because if you watch my how to improve Genshin video that I put out 2 weeks ago, which was an hour long or something, I put out other suggestions on how MiHoYo can make up that money, right? From the money they would lose from the people like who normally would like max refresh resin with using primo gems or some shit, right? It's not that hard. So like the argument of like, oh, MiHoYo wouldn't ever do this because it's gonna lose them money. Well, yes, true, but like MiHoYo needs to understand that they have other ways of making money other than forcing people to refresh resin with primo gems. But again, yeah, who knows if they'll ever do that? Probably never, but you know. Knowing Hoyo, if they were to do that, they would make the rates worse to compensate for infinite farming. Yeah, for sure, but we're talking about ideals here, and that's what we're more focused on. Realistically, they would never even consider putting in any of these changes at all, obviously, so. Dexter's cool. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. Star Rail skins when? Hopefully soon. I mean, we know that March has her own dedicated skin. It's just a matter of when we're gonna get it. But endgame Genshin. Yep. I put forward a lot of ideas. For like endgame Genshin, endgame modes for Genshin, in my how to improve Genshin video. But yeah, hopefully Star Rail also starts getting some skins too. Okay. Alright, I think I got 2 more videos that I wanted to react to. Not including the Azure Promelia gameplay. Let's see here. I think those 2 videos were techie videos, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to react to this one right here. Oh, the pop-up? Yeah.
Okay, we need to talk.
So, apologies ahead of time if some of you guys don't like Tectone.
Promised you guys a video on.
Yeah, I wanted to react to these 2 videos right here. So, I've done this for now. But yeah, welcome in everybody from Daxter's stream. Alright. So, let's see. This video is about 28 minutes long. This one's only 10 minutes long. Why is this video so long compared to this one? Anyways. But yeah, I saw Tectone upload these videos earlier today, I think. Oh, did they come out today? Yeah, they came out today. This one about, I think this is Mr. Pokey. I think we were on one of Tectone's Gacha cast episodes together. So that's how I recognize him. And this is a how to improve. It's not even a how to improve Genshin or Star Rail video. What was that? Oh yeah, Hoyo versus massive issues and how to fix them. Oh no, that was his original title. I guess Tectone must have changed the title to Hoyoverse doesn't get it or whatever. Anyways, let's see. This one's a longer video, so honestly, I feel like reacting to this one first because this is a much shorter video. So let's go ahead and react to this one first. Oh, I should probably put down the timestamp for this. Let's see, 3:35, 10. Let's see, Tectone. Hoyoverse doesn't get it. Okay. React. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's react to this. This is Hoyoverse doesn't get it, or the original title was like Hoyoverse's massive problems and how to fix them or whatever. The original title anyway, and then Tectone since renamed it to Hoyoverse doesn't get it. So let's see what the bald man, what the Eggman has to say about this.
promised you guys a video on how to fix the issues in the Hoyoverse community right now for the long term. I don't like saying that things are a problem when I don't present a solution. It's a reason why I really despise when creators say things like, oh, you know, I like Tectone, but the way he communicates is wrong. And then don't tell me the proper way to communicate. If you're not going to present a solution to the issue that you're bringing up, what's the point of talking about it? If there's no solution, then you're just...
Actually, I'm half and half on that. I understand where Tectone's coming from when he says, like, if you can't come up with a solution, like, don't talk at all. I go both ways on that, because I obviously am of the same opinion normally, right? Where if you don't have any meaningful solution to pitch forward to a problem you think that for something that you think that there's a problem, right? Then yeah, I'm not going to try to, like, you know, waste everyone's time about like bitching about how, oh, there's a problem about this, or there's a problem with that, and, you know, yada yada yada. Because that's exactly why I made my how to improve Genshin video, right? Not only the one for this year, but also from last year, because this is the second year that I've made the how to improve Genshin Impact video. For this year, or for 2 years in a row. So I do agree with Mr. Tectone on that, with the bald man on that. However, just saying that, oh, if you don't have a solution, or if you can't come up with a solution or like a suggestion for how to fix a problem, don't talk about it at all. And just saying that and just leaving it at that is also kind of ignorant too, because the reality is that a lot of people don't know how to fix a problem, right? Like, we might make fun of people for being incapable of coming up with a solution to a problem that they perceive, but the reality is that, you know, a lot of people, whether they recognize it or not, some people may realize that, oh yeah, I don't know how to fix this. Other people obviously just kind of yap their mouths off without thinking. But yeah, a lot of people just don't know how to solve a problem. But just because they don't know doesn't mean that they shouldn't talk about it, right? They're still, in my honest opinion, in a vacuum, right? With taking out all, like, the ulterior motives, or like any like human emotion, right? Attributed to, like, talking about a problem. It's still a net positive for you to speak out about there being a problem if you think there is one, right? Because at least that way that increases the awareness that people or a community have about this problem that you think that there is. And obviously in MiHoYo's case, obviously they got a few problems going on that we would like them to address. And so getting more people to be more aware of it and trying to convince them that, yeah, this problem is a serious thing that we should probably consider. Even if people don't have a solution that they can pitch forward themselves, that doesn't mean they shouldn't talk about it. Because as long as they understand that they don't know how to fix it themselves, right? Ideally, that's what they should say, instead of just, like, complaining about something and not like suggesting anything at all, right? Obviously, the most constructive form of, you know, complaining, if you want to call it that, the more proper, the more polite term would be, like, constructive feedback or whatever, right? Ideally, people should voice their concerns in a way where obviously it's, you know, trying to be polite, it's trying to be, you know, respectful about that, right? Because obviously a lot of people on the internet don't know how to do that. But as long as you understand that, hey, I don't know how to fix this problem myself, but I still want to talk about it anyway because I feel very strongly about it, and you can voice your opinion in a way that's respectful, and it's not like putting down anybody, well, except for MiHoYo can go fuck themselves. But yeah, as long as you can at least try to convey your opinions on a matter, on a problem, you know, properly, right? I don't think there's an issue about there should be an issue about people bringing up a problem even if you don't know how to fix it yourself, because by doing that, hopefully somebody will take notice, and somebody who is capable of bringing up a solution or does have a solution in mind for this problem you brought up can join the conversation and be like, oh yeah, I agree, and here's how I would fix it. So I'm half and half on Eggy's statement on that, where it's like, yeah, I get where he's coming from, especially with the people when he's talking about people who complain about him in particular. Yeah, I get that. But at the same time, you know, you shouldn't like just shut down all conversation wholesale, right? Even if people don't really have that great of an opinion to pitch forward, like I'm like at its core, right? Because I am a true American. I do earnestly think that everybody's opinion does at least contribute something, no matter how uninformed you are. Because at the very least, most of the time when people are talking about a problem, or most of the time, I would hope so, whenever people are talking about or discussing like issues, at least they're earnest about it. Even if their opinions on the matter are maybe misinformed or whatever, at least they feel strongly about it. So even though I said, you know, try to remove the human emotion component from like these sorts of arguments, at least from an emotional standpoint, a lot of the time, at least they can be, you know, at least we know they're earnest. But, you know, even then that's a little bit iffy. Because, you know, people might be trying to push different sorts of agendas whenever they talk about problems and whatnot. So, but that's starting to become political, so we're just talking about gacha games. Anyways, that's just what I wanted to say there, just to start.
Saying words and it doesn't matter. So I would like to put my money where my mouth is, and I want to break everything down very easily for you guys to understand. And I'm going to channel my inner Matt Jestik, and I'm going to become the Notepad Archon. And I don't want to end the video until everybody
Notepad
thinks
Archon,
amicably that this is a proper solution. Let's get down to business. So here's the problem.
To defeat the Huns?
How do we stop them, Tectone? How do we stop them? How do we stop the leaks? What do we do? What do we do, Tectone? I'm freaking out. Let's talk. How do we stop leaks? Now, before we get into leaks, we are going to talk about leaks that benefit the community, and we're going to talk about leaks that hurt the community, and leaks that hurt the company, and leaks that hurt the story. So first of all, leaks. Across the board, company-wise, all leaks are bad. Surely we agree on that? Unless it's giga hype, but no, even still that doesn't work because the company themselves could present it better to generate more hype. So for company-wise, all leaks are bad. Player-wise, leaks, character leaks, kits, good. Character leak kits, good. Will allow players to prepare and save resources. Company does not want you to do that. Company does not want you to do that. It's gonna make you play less. It's gonna let you be more prepared. It's gonna let you evaluate your resources. It's gonna allow you to save money, and the company does not want you to do that. They're a gacha company, okay? They're a gacha company. They are meant to take your money. If you disagree with that, look up what a gacha company is. It is selling gambling to children. It just is. You can never change my mind. That's how it is. And here's the thing. I love it. I love it. Now let's continue. This will allow players to prepare and save resources. Story leaks. Bad. Bad. Reading on a website, Acheron dies. Well, that ruins the whole story. Reading your favorite character dies in a game and not experiencing it will ruin player experience.
Yeah.
I would say that these zones are fine. New zone, okay? New zone, neutral. People will only see the zone and not be able to walk around fully. So the experience is still there to get, but it might water down the excitement. Now, here's the thing. With zone leaks, the company themselves have shown it beforehand on their developer live stream. I don't know if I can speak for everyone here, but when the company themselves shows me the zone, it kind of kills the excitement for me. It kind of does. It's still cool to go, but I do think it would just be cool to be able to walk around and have that be my first impression. But I am the one who is consenting to watch it, so I still get the initial hit of dopamine, and I'm like, I can't wait to wiggle around myself, but it does kill the excitement a little bit. But these are neutral. I don't think zone leaks you need to worry about at all.
One thing I'll add for the part about zone leaks is that, like, I get where Tectone is coming from with that, but, like, they need something to show for their dev live streams. So it's like, okay, so if they plan to put out a new zone, then, and they don't show it on stream, then, like, what else do they show, you know? Like, obviously, you know, that would be up to MiHoYo to, like, try to fill in the gaps there as to, like, you know, what they feel like they should show, instead, right? Instead of the new zones. But I can see where Tectone is coming from. Yeah. I think that the best way to kind of alleviate that, at least from Tectone's perspective, is to when MiHoYo develops like a new zone for like a map or something for one of the worlds or something in Star Rail, maybe they can put in like secret zones where, like, when you're walking around and just doing some exploration stuff, or maybe when you do like some like side quests or something, you are able to access like a completely different zone than what was shown on the live stream. So that way, that can preserve some of the like the hype and excitement of like, oh my god, like what is this? Like what did I just get myself into, right? Like what is this completely new area that I totally didn't expect, sort of thing. So I suppose that would be the best way to sort of alleviate Tectone's like concerns there. But obviously that would mean more, you know, development time. That would be more effort on the devs' part to like give you like a sort of surprise for that sort of thing. But yeah, it's kind of tough to address. But yeah, I would say I'm more neutral on that, because I'm of the opinion that, like, I'm the sort of dude who doesn't even mind spoilers, right? I mean, Tectone brought the example, like, oh my god, like, if the story is leaked and people find that Acheron dies in the story, then yeah, obviously, yeah, I understand how bad that would be on the players, right? How demoralizing that would be for the players. Me personally, I'm the type of person where even if I get hard spoiled on like a major plot point of a story or a major plot twist, if I'm interested in a story, which to be fair for Star Rail, I'm not really that interested, but I'll probably read Panakini's story anyway, just because Firefly died or died in quotes, because we all know she didn't really die, right? No way. Yeah, even if I do get spoiled, I'm still going to read it anyway, because just being told, oh yeah, this character dies, like, sure, okay, that's a spoiler, sure, but I want to see, like, the context. Because just saying that a character dies and giving you no context whatsoever, like, for me, it's not that big of a deal. Like, sure, okay, this character dies. I want to see how. I want to see how they died. I want to see how they die in the story. I want to see the context, how that affects other characters, what kind of effect it has on the story, and how it's presented, right? Because this isn't Star Rail isn't just a book, right? It's not a book or like a printed medium, right, where all you have are words to go by. It's a visual experience as well. Dare we call it a visual novel, or it has visual novel elements. So you don't get the full experience just from being told, oh yeah, so-and-so character dies, right? Though I do understand, obviously, that would ruin the experience for a lot of people who are a lot more sensitive to leaks like that. So that's just me speaking from personal experience, but yeah, obviously, you know, I get everything that Tectone's saying. It just doesn't quite apply to me personally, but I'm just one guy, so just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there.
So we'll put them right here because there's pros and cons, right? Now let's talk about this. We've moved to a new zone, and that new zone is, what's this? Events, boss leaks. Events don't really matter. Bosses, ooh, this one's rough. This is a rough one to tackle. Bosses, I would argue, can be very bad. I think boss leaks can be very bad because it can potentially spoil the story. I do think that that is very bad.
Yeah, it depends on
This is
how
the
story
hardest
relevant the
one to
bosses
tackle,
are.
Okay, so we're gonna address this at the end. Boss spoil the ending? Exactly, right? I'd rather not know boss leaks? Absolutely. I think this can be very bad. However, I do think it's fine. Like, for example, if they were to say, you know, we just did the 1.0 quest and Bronya was revealed to be a supervillain, and then in 1.1 it says now we fight Bronya, it's like, okay, well, that can be expected. However, if we're doing a quest where it's like, Firefly's our buddy, she's so nice, and then at the end of it we know, well, then why are we gonna fight Firefly as a boss? I wonder why, right? So these can be very bad. Now, I wanna go down the list, and I wanna talk about character leaks and how do we tackle these.
Why does Sam have the same color scheme as Firefly?
Outcome for both the company and the player. So here's what you do. We already know this. Hoyoverse is okay with allowing some creators to showcase characters early, right? This is a truth. They're okay with
Oh, Techno's gonna
Win
explain
to Lose
this.
Gaming, they're okay with Fob, they're okay with Braxophone, allowing them to showcase early with the caveat, this is beta footage. So what do you do? What do
Let me preface this by saying this is, I think my chat brought this up a little bit earlier because I think somebody in my Twitch chat mentioned to me at the beginning of my stream today that what my thoughts were on like the content creator drama. I assume this is the drama that involved, this is the drama that Tecton was talking about in his previous video from today regarding, I think Brax, because he mentioned Brax by name here. So I assume this is about the content creator drama. Before today, I actually had not heard of this. Maybe I should be a little bit more aware of what's going on in the Star Rail community from a Genshin, from like a content creator perspective. But yeah, first time today I'm hearing of this, but now I have a little bit more context thanks to Tectone actually explaining at least the base stuff going on here.
you do? Here is what you do. You allow the public beta to be open to everyone, okay? This is an option. Open beta. In the open beta client, you watermark it heavily to where no footage can be posted from that server without that heavily watermarked content of this is not complete. Other games do this, by the way. Open beta with heavily watermarked footage that cannot be photoshopped out. Whether that's lines, the EC marks, the public beta, and a gray lightened overlay behind the screen, in the top, in the bottom. That way, any footage that is leaked, that could potentially be leaked, would also be leaked by saying, this footage is not a certain. This is a way to deal with it. To be honest, I do think this is a great way to deal with it, okay? Because I understand that, well, we don't want this person to do this, well, we don't want that person to do that. Here's a better idea. Stop letting dumbasses into your closed beta then. This will fix everything. If you stop letting...
I mean, I'll explain this more in detail when I go over all of Tectone's ideas one by one, or you know, break them down one by one and give my own takes on this. But just for this one, why even have fucking closed beta, like public closed beta tests at all? It's like MiHoYo wonders, oh, why do we have so many leaks? And they've been having like public closed beta clients since the beginning of frickin' time, ever since Genshin 3 years ago or so. So, I wonder why. Anyways.
Dumbasses into your closed beta, then shit will stop being leaked. But the problem is this
Hey,
closed
Sebastian,
beta, you're giving it to the bad guys. You're giving it to the bad guys. Upgrade your security system. That way the leaks stop happening. Rather than it be a open beta, closed beta with more trusted players and still heavily watermark the clients. This can be the same thing, closed beta, still free labor, but now it's watermarked and footage literally cannot be leaked without it being said, this is not complete. This is not complete. Here's the final one. Here's the final one. And I think this is a great one. Hire people to cover your game and stop being cheap. Because if you were to hire a developer testing team and a team to test your game, well, then the game never makes it to the public, and then bada bing, bada boom, your leaks are safe. So we can either let it be open for everybody while it's watermarked, we can do closed beta while still heavily marked, or you can just hire people and say the closed beta. These are the options that you can choose. This solves everything. Now, you saying, oh, well, only this person's allowed to cover this because I like them and they've done the legwork for me. It's just currently not working because everything's being leaked regardless. Everything's being leaked regardless. These issues will fix literally every issue that you have. Any of these options fix every issue. If someone sees an issue with what I'm saying, let me know. But as far as I'm concerned, this fixes everything. I also believe the open and closed beta do not have story content in it. That should not be tested. And if it is tested, it should only be tested by paid people. Because there has not been a single scenario where you all have changed the story due to beta feedback. So just get the story off the beta testing. You can test characters, you can test the zones. There's no reason to have your story on there. Hopefully that makes sense. Is there any issue here that people think I haven't covered? But for me, this solves absolutely everything. Having story in the beta is so stupid. True. Let Techie cook because he's going off and giving us a new style of food. True. No, you actually made sense. Cool.
Okay, it's about the end of the video. I'm going to assume that that's what we watched so far is the core video, or the core part of the video. I'm assuming the last minute is just him talking to chat. What I want to address right now is when right around maybe a minute ago, when Tectone was talking about how he thinks that all these suggestions he's got will solve everything. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case, because Star Rail is not just Star Rail, but Genshin too, right? Because the New Age Hoyoverse games are so wildly popular, in my honest opinion, there will always be a chance, no matter what MiHoYo does, of there being leaks anyway, right? I'll go again. I said I will break down all of Tectone's ideas one by one. But so far, especially the latter half of his suggestions, Tectone's ideas are solid. They're mostly ideas that I would also agree with too, for the most part. But I feel like no matter what Hoyoverse does, there's always gonna be a risk of a leak, right? Because people leak shit for other companies all the time. For example, I remember back when Street Fighter 6 was coming out, right? Months leading up to its release, people there was somebody who leaked the entire Street Fighter 6 starting roster and their DLC, their first DLC characters too, their season 1 characters, their season 1 DLC characters. And yeah, sure, Street Fighter is a very popular title, but Street Fighter is also a very popular title, so yeah, people would want to leak that shit too. So if that can happen for a game Street Fighter, for a different company like Capcom, then and it's not like Capcom is known for putting out open betas for people to try, other than their closed multiplayer beta that they had twice I think leading up to their release right back in 2022. 2022? Yeah, 2022, because Street Fighter came out last year in 2023. Yeah, the point is that there's always going to be a risk of a leak. Specifically, the ideas that I agree with Tectone the most are on, I would advocate for MiHoYo, in order to try clamping down on leaks as much as they can. I would advocate specifically for MiHoYo to get rid of open beta testing altogether, right? Don't even make like closed beta testing or open beta testing or whatever kind of beta they do. Don't even let that shit even be accessible by your average Joe, right, on the fucking internet altogether, right? Because like just doing that alone would probably solve half the leak issues, to be honest with you. And yeah, they should work more closely, more intimately with a dedicated, maybe, call them professional if you want, but like an actual like game testing team of some kind, right? Or if they don't want to, like, they should go out, MiHoYo should go out there and like hire or find people, or like make like a conduct like a more secret, like more undercover, more low-key recruitment program where they get players, like experienced players, not just like your average casual, like experienced players to come try their game or something like that, and then like agree to work with them as their testing team or whatever, right? Make them sign something where it's like, yeah, we want you to test our game, but in exchange, like, we'll compensate you, but in exchange, like, don't talk about it, don't release any footage about it. Matter of fact, they shouldn't even let them take any footage at all, right? Ideally, they should have people in mainland China attend like certain like centers or whatever. Maybe they could set up like certain testing sites low key where they bring in local players to come test their footage or to come test their beta gameplay, for a couple hours a day or something like that. I don't know. There's a variety of, obviously there's a lot of ways they could handle that. But something like that where it's way more controlled, in a way more controlled environment. And I would agree, that would eliminate like the vast majority of their leak issues or their issues with leaks right then and there. But at the same time, you can never truly be safe, I would argue. There's always a chance that some dumbass is gonna leak shit for clout. No matter how tightly you think you've put a damper on, or how tightly you think you've clamped down on like potential leaks happening. So let's just get that out of the way. None of these ideas, even though they are all, they're all relatively good, none of these ideas will totally 100% guarantee the eradication of all the leaks that MiHoYo has had to deal with. So let's just start with that one for now. Anyways, let me go down the list here that Tectone's got for like his ideas on how to solve leaks. So I agree when he starts with from the company's perspective, from MiHoYo's perspective. Obviously, leaks are fucking terrible. Yeah. Because leaks eliminate the hype factor. Sometimes they can be good. Like I brought up Street Fighter's leaks just earlier in this video, right? That roster it was like a double-edged sword. Obviously, the entire starting base roster for SF6 and the DLC characters, the Season 1 DLC characters, like that sucked from like a hype perspective, right? Because we already know who's going to be in the game, like a year before the game even comes out. But at the same time, when people looked at that roster, they realized, oh, wait a minute. All of the original 8 World Warriors from Street Fighter 2, they're all in it, right? Ryu, Ken, Cammy, Edmund Honda, E Honda, Guile, Dalsim, I think I'm forgetting somebody. Oh, Blanca, I think. Hopefully that was all 8 of them. They realized, oh, wait a minute, they're all gonna be, all the World Warriors are gonna be in it. That's pretty cool. So people realize, oh, so Capcom wants to give Street Fighter 6 a solid base where they put in characters that people will recognize, and then we've got some newcomers in there like Marissa, Manon, Lily, right? Jamie, whoever the fuck Jamie was at the time, because we didn't really know much about him before we got the initial first trailers. Gameplay trailers for Street Fighter 6. So it's a double-edged sword, but in general, if companies can help it, right, obviously they don't want any leaks out there, right? Because again, it kills the hype. And not only that, but in the Star Rail dev stream that we had last week or so, I think who was talking about it, Xiaoji, the writer dude, he put it pretty well where leaks kind of ruin all the effort that the staff the Hoyoverse people, the devs, the employees put into creating like a ton of hype for their content, right? It sucks when you pour your heart and soul into your in Hoyoverse's case, all the exciting Star Rail content, or Genshin content for that matter, just to have it ruined by some dipshit who got into your closed beta testing, right, and decided to just leak everything on Twitter for clout. Yeah, that shit sucks. I get it. So yeah, understandably, from the company's perspective, in this case MiHoYo, yeah, like no matter what, leaks are bad. Again, the caveat here is what I mentioned with the Street Fighter leaks, where sometimes, depending on what gets leaked, it can also be sort of a good thing too, because it may still maintain or preserve some amount of hype anyway, right? But obviously that's RNG. You don't know how ultimately you don't know how like leaks will influence or affect your players at the end of the day. And so you might as well not even if you're the company or the developers, you don't want to take that risk. So just a flat no on all leaks if you can help it. So I agree with Tectone on that. So going into the player from the player's perspective, character leaks good? Yes, absolutely. And yeah, Tectone gets it. How character leaks allow players to prepare and save resources. Like everything he talked about, everything he mentioned when he was talking about the character leaks part, they're all on point. They're all accurate. He knows the stuff there. Because yeah, it allows players to prepare, and obviously, gacha companies don't want you to do that. At least not normally, unless you're like unless you manage like a gacha game where like FGO or Arknights or Blue Archive, for example, where like you have different servers that have staggered content, right? Maybe the home servers for the primary service for those games are like Chinese or Japanese or whatever, and so they're like a year, like 6 months, a year, 2 years ahead of content. Then there's not really much you can do about that. But in Genshin's and Star Rail's case, because obviously all those servers are concurrent, yeah, obviously MiHoYo, if they can help it, don't want you to know about characters beforehand. But for the players, it's absolutely vital, because this is in tandem with Star Rail's and Genshin's whole like gacha system, where you can guarantee a character for yourself, right? If you get like, for example, if you get spooked by an off rate up, going for one character, that means that my next 5-star is guaranteed to be somebody the next 5-star character I roll on. So that means that I now have the option to save for another character in the future that might be really good. And if one does come up, then guess what? The next time I roll a 5-star, it's gonna be them guaranteed. So yeah, character leaks obviously good. I think that, in my personal opinion, is that the character leaks should stay. They should stay, because that gives players the ability to plan, and that's the strongest ability that players can have for any gacha game, especially the free-to-plays. Because yeah, like Tectone said, it'll save them lots of money. And honestly, I don't see why MiHoYo should. I think I even talked about this earlier on stream before we even got to reacting to videos today, right? How how character leaks, like MiHoYo should take advantage of character leaks instead of trying to suppress them, because we all know that for both Star Rail and Genshin, right, when one patch client starts, right, for example, for Star Rail, we're currently on 2.0, like that means that the 2.1 beta is going on right now, or at least it should be. I don't know exactly how those betas work, but I assume those the betas for the next client lasts until they are launched, or maybe they close the betas like a week beforehand or something. I don't know. Either way, the thing I talked about earlier on stream was that MiHoYo should, instead of trying to get rid of the leaks, they should, at this point, they should let them rock, because what they can do is they can take the time during the time that those leaks are like starting to circulate around the internet, right, around Twitter or Discord or whatever. They should see how people perceive their characters, right? Because especially for Genshin, we all know about how, oh yeah, we knew that Dehya wasn't really going to be that great a 5-star character, and when she came out, sure enough, she wasn't that great. Me personally, I have a different opinion on that, but for the sake of for this argument's sake, yeah, we kind of knew, Genshin players kind of already knew Dehya wasn't all that. So what MiHoYo should have done was they should have tweaked Dehya during the time that her leaks were going around. So that way, when Dehya does come out, people roll for her and they try her out on the live servers, they're pleasantly surprised. And they're like, oh shit, Dehya's not how she was in the closed beta. As a matter of fact, she's even better. And so that generates a sort of like second-hand wave of hype. I don't know what you would call that, but it's a pleasant. People like to be pleasantly surprised, rather than disappointed. Obviously, if we could have a choice, and so you can still end up convincing people to roll for characters that they perceive to be bad if you take advantage of those leaks and use it to your advantage, and use a time that you have before like a future character actually comes out on the live server, if they're considered to be bad by the player base, to make them good, to tweak them before they came out. I mean, they did this with Ganyu back in the day, didn't they? Because I was told that back when Ganyu first came out back in 2020, and for Genshin that is obviously, initially people were memeing Ganyu as 5-star cryo amber or some shit like that. And then when she came out, lo and behold, she's not just 5-star cryo amber, she's a frickin' cryo nuke with her charge attack. And I was told that MiHoYo apparently cranked up her numbers hilariously high, much higher than players were expecting for them to be by the time she hit live servers. So that's what they should do on like a regular basis. Use leaks as like a barometer to see how well people are taking their characters. Because like players aren't stupid. At least the people who do the testing on characters in both Genshin and both Genshin and Star Rail, they're not stupid, right? Sometimes they can get some stuff wrong, and I'll forever hold those against the player bases whenever that happens. Kokomi. But yeah, the point is that MiHoYo should use those leaks to their advantage and tweak characters appropriately or accordingly if the players think they're bad. And so that way, what do they have to lose, right? The more good characters we have, or at least, as long as they don't make any character like very obviously bad, then there's nothing really to lose there. I think the only exception to this is maybe if, for example, like everybody was like, Jing Yuan's bad. This was before Sparkle came out, by the way. Jing Yuan's bad. Mid Yuan, like why would you roll for him? He sucks dick. Oh my god, he's so bad. And then Sparkle comes out, and all of a sudden he's top tier. Right, that would be like the one exception, but obviously we don't have that sort of clairvoyance, right? This is an FGO where we have 2 years worth of clairvoyance, so we know what the meta looks like 2 years ahead of time. But like barring situations like that, yeah, like what's stopping MiHoYo from taking advantage of those leaks on their own, especially if especially if they're dead set on not like changing the way they host closed betas, right? If they continue to do what they're doing now, where they just let anybody into their open betas, that their closed beta testing or whatever for the next client patch, and any idiot with a Twitter account can just go in and record some footage and throw it up on their Twitter account and be like, hey, look guys, leaks, right? If they continue to insist on doing that, then they might as well take advantage of their own leaks. So I would go that far. Matter of fact, I would take what Tectone suggested here, where character leaks are good, and I would take that a step further, or 2-3 steps further, and just straight up suggest, MiHoYo should just take advantage of their own leaks too. Their players always do it. Why not they? Right? What's the problem here? They might as well do it too if their entire player base is doing it. Fuck it. So yeah, I would go that far. It'll be hilarious to see MiHoYo doing that too. Just Just my take on that. In any case, I think there was there anything else I wanted to mention about the character leaks part? Oh, I didn't want to start the video. I think I wanted to mention something, but I forgot about it. I think what I talked about so far about how MiHoYo should take advantage of their own leaks should have probably already covered that too anyway, so. But, yeah, minus the whole MiHoYo, like, using their own leaks part. Yeah, like, character leaks are obviously very good because they give free-to-play players, especially, even whale players too, for that matter, like, they allow them to schedule ahead, plan ahead, right? Future planning is everything with gacha games. And so, and in the long run, it'll definitely help you save money and like make sure you roll for characters that you know are worth the investment, right? Because a lot of players obviously have like gacha player remorse by them because they roll for characters that they ended up not really liking or ended up not really using anyway. That happens a lot in other gacha games, and with something like Star Rail where every character counts, right? This isn't like, I don't know, Azure Lane where the game literally throws you new characters like every other day. In Star Rail, it's not like that because you don't have as many characters. So like, which characters you roll for is much more important, both in Star Rail and in Genshin at this point. Genshin too, even though Genshin is obviously much older. So. Let's see. Next up, story leaks. Yeah, I agree. Story leaks are bad. I mentioned earlier that me personally, I don't mind being leaked on, being spoiled on story, but obviously I'm only one guy. I understand that most people don't want to get spoiled when it comes to story, especially if they're actually invested in it, which unfortunately I'm not. So that kind of contributes to my whole reason why I don't really care for story leaks, especially not with Star Rail. But yeah, ideally you don't want story leaks. Like, nobody wants this shit. It sucks, right? People always bitch about how, oh, if there's like a popular anime or TV show going around. Like, I remember back in the day during the 2010s when the Game of Thrones was running, right? People would be like, oh my god, don't spoil Game of Thrones shit. And like, I would tell people back then, like, hey, if you don't want to get spoiled on something on like a popular show or whatever, like, stay the fuck off the internet until like you've seen the episode yourself. Right? Don't even get on Twitter. Don't even go online, right? If you don't want to risk if you don't want to risk anything at all, right, on getting spoiled on shit, just put the phone down, right? Put your phone away. Just go watch the show first and then come back. So, but yeah, obviously that's easier said than done. So yeah, story leaks, I agree. They're just bad altogether. I can't really see like a caveat to that, or like I can't really see like an exception to that. Yeah. It's just a bad time all around. Yeah. Anyways, new zones. I think I mentioned my take on Tectone's opinion on like new zone leaks. Again, just to reiterate, I understand where he's coming from. Me personally, I'm not really worried about this too much because again, I think even Tectone mentions it himself, where like you still want to be there, right? You still want to run around in the area yourself and experience it for yourself firsthand. And that's what I prefer doing. Like, you can show me a new area and be like, cool, but ideally, I like to actually play that myself, right? Be there and run around with one of my characters in there myself on my own PC, or whatever, or my own device or whatever. So, I don't really care for this either. The new zone part, yeah. So I would say I'm pretty neutral, but more towards the like I don't give a fuck category, if that even exists. And again, just for Tectone, I'll bring up my suggestion from earlier. I think one thing that they could do to still keep that hype factor is to include like secret bonus zones where like you can like they don't show it on stream during their dev streams, but you'll discover it either by doing quests or like just running around in there yourself and be like, oh, what's this? And you stumble upon like a completely new zone that you didn't expect. So. Again, I don't know how MiHoYo would be able to pull that off, but again, that's up to them. Let's see. Bosses can be very bad. This one, I get where he's coming from. I kind of lump like boss leaks together with like new zone stuff because again, I'm of the opinion that I don't really care about story leaks because it's one thing to be spoiled on story and then be able to experience it yourself, right? But I get where he's coming from with like boss leaks being bad because again, with the example he made was pretty good, right? Why, oh, you start with Firefly as your favorite companion, so why the fuck are you playing her, or why the fuck are you fighting her as like a weekly boss or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, it doesn't take, a genius to understand that, oh, wait a minute, Firefly betrays you, or even worse, you betray Firefly or some shit like that, assuming that's how the story unfolds. So I understand. So I would advocate for no boss leaks either, because again, that ties in with the whole no story leaks part. But personally, I don't really care. Now we get into the juicy part, the quote unquote drama part. I think he mentioned Brax for this. I assume this is the drama that Braxphone is involved in, if you can even call it that. So Hoyoverse is okay with allowing some creators to showcase characters early, as in like beta footage. My take on this is this, without like trying to like shame or like trying to like talk shit on any of the content creators who are allowed to showcase characters early, because I'm pinning the blame for this more on MiHoYo themselves. Like, I don't know why MiHoYo thought this was a good idea, right? Like, I guess they're trying to interact more with the community, but this is not how you do it. Like, I remember watching Visual Ventures' like the Toxic World of Genshin Impact video. Some of you guys in chat may remember me watching that video live on stream like a month or two ago at this point. But in that video, they talked about how, oh yeah, there was this drama about the Twitch guild something event where you had to give subs to Twitch streamers on Genshin streamers on Twitch. In order to obtain like the KFC wings, basically the KFC glider. Obviously, it was named different for the NA server, but basically the KFC wing glider. And like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, did they learn nothing from that? Clearly they didn't, because I explained in my react video to that video, the Toxic World of Genshin video, that MiHoYo most likely didn't organize that sort of thing themselves, or at least not the core like Dawe and other higher ups. They probably outsourced that sort of thing to like a third party agency or whatever, and they organized it because they're more familiar with like the Western side of like content creation and shit like that. So I assume this is the same shit that's going down with this. So like, I'm not surprised at all that MiHoYo is making the exact same mistake, just in a different flavor, with whatever the fuck this is, right? Allowing some creators to some CCs to showcase early beta footage or whatever. Like, ideally this shouldn't even happen at all, right? This is such a terrible idea, because again, this drama was always going to happen. People are always going to look at this and be like, oh, so only some creators get to do this? Why is that, right? Obviously this sort of situation implies like a degree of favoritism, obviously, right? Like favoritism or whatever, wherever you want to go with this. So like, I'm just like, why? Why would you do this again? I mean, I know why. I think I know why. But it's just very disappointing to see that MiHoYo is, again, making the exact same mistake again. Like a second or a third time even. So again, ideally this shouldn't even happen at all, right? I would, if they're gonna do this, I agree with Tecton where at that point you should just let everyone do it, right? And just let everyone to your open beta. Right, if you're gonna have leaks anyway, you might as well just invite everybody to come play your closed beta, right? What the fuck do you have to lose out on at that point, right? I mean, at that point, that's even better for MiHoYo, because then the more people you have playing your closed beta, the more information, the more possible bugs, glitches, or whatever that people might be able to uncover, and they might be able to and they might be able to learn that from all these people playing. So yeah. I think if you're gonna do this, the allowing some creators part, then you might as well just have everybody go in. Fuck it. At least that way you'll come out with hopefully you'll come out with a better like client version by the time it's ready to come out on live servers. But yeah, preferably, I agree with Tecton here as well. Preferably, just don't make these sorts of betas public to begin with, Yeah, I believe I've already gone in depth about this earlier before I went back up top, but just to hopefully briefly go over, yeah, just don't make these things public at all, right? MiHoYo should not skimp out on this sort of thing and like hire a proper team to do their testing if they're not willing to do it in-house on their own. Right, contract another like some sort of like game testing studio or company or whatever. I'm sure they exist out there somewhere. I'm sure, yeah, especially in China. Like, fucking set up a pipeline to make sure that you can test shit without risking people leaking your shit all the time. And yeah, even though I did say that no matter what they do, there's always gonna be like a small chance of a leak happening anyway. Like, at the very least, that'll be much better than whatever the fuck we have going on right now. So, there you go. Ugh. So yeah, most of I mean, I broadly agree with all of Tectone's ideas here. Like, there's not really one that I disagree with, I don't think, no. The most my opinions like deviate from his are like some of the ones where like I like take a step further and pitch my own suggestions on how far MiHoYo could go. Like, for example, like on the character leaks part, I go a step further and suggest MiHoYo should actually take advantage of their own leaks to make sure that their characters that they're putting out are as good as they can be. But none of Tectone's ideas here are like bad per se. So yeah. I'll close with this because obviously this video is talking about like leaks and stuff. I'll close with this because this was something that I also discussed on my own stream some time ago when my own stream chatters brought this up to me. I will say that I found it very strange that MiHoYo was trying to like shame the leakers on their own live stream. Right? At least I think they were trying to do that. Because, yeah, like Xiaoji and the other employees, the Hoyoverse employees on that dev stream last time for Star Rail, like, they were going on and on about, like, how, oh, leaking is bad and you shouldn't leak and shit like that, right? Like, they were obviously doing that for, they were doing that as a publicity ploy, right? To garner sympathy, basically, for them, and try to at the same time try to prevent people from like they were trying to guilt trip people into not leaking, right? Because you're ruining our effort and shit like that. That shit didn't really work on me, man. Because at the end of the day, only MiHoYo can stop their own leaks, or at least the effort should start with them, right? Them trying to blame their own players for leaking shit, that ain't gonna work, man. Like, yeah, sure, people shouldn't be leaking shit in the first place, but this is the internet. Like, what the fuck did you expect? People are gonna leak shit all the time if they can help it, right? Even the Chinese players. So, it has to start with MiHoYo first. They have to be the ones to make a concerted effort. Even if the players themselves don't follow in their footsteps, they have to be the ones to cover up their own shit. Right? So that's why I didn't really like them like trying to guilt trip and sympathy farm on their own dev stream. It kind of personally I thought that was in pretty poor taste. Like, why even bring that up in the first place, right? Like, this is supposed to be an anniversary. Like, why are you talking about like leaks and how like that ruins everyone's like effort and shit like that? Like that, like, bro, like that was kind of weird. Like, if they wanted to bring that, they should have brought it up in a different time, or like make a separate statement about it. That would have been more acceptable. But it was really, I found it very weird that they even brought it up during an anniversary stream. I think that, again, I thought that was in pretty poor taste. So, I hope they don't do that again. But something tells me that things might be a little bit different. So, based on the closed beta you've been in so far, story content is not tested. You don't know why Techie says there is. Okay, so you've actually done some story or some closed beta testing yourself. Well, I assume Tectone hasn't ever been into, hasn't ever done any like actual Star Rail or Genshin closed beta testing or open beta testing either. I mean, to be fair, I haven't either, so I just kind of take his word for. I just kind of, I've kind of taken his word for it. Either way, story leaks are bad. I think he's also working with the assumption that, like, yeah, there is some story content, in the beta, and I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, if some of the leaks that MiHoYo's had to deal with have been like story leaks, then yeah, obviously it had to get out there somewhere, or some people know about it somehow. So I would assume the easiest way for a story to be leaked is through beta testing. But if what you say is true, assuming what you say is true, then I guess we don't have to worry about like story getting leaked through open like beta testing. I would certainly hope they don't do that. Yeah. Certainly hope they don't. Main quest missions and voice lines are disabled. Actually, that I can vouch for, because every time we get, for example, like every time you look up like leaked footage for like new characters in Genshin, yeah, like you never hear any of the voice lines. So you're probably telling the truth on that. Yeah, I'll trust you on that one. The logic checks out there. Whatever is going on right now had no effect on the company. What do you mean? Can you elaborate more on that? Do you mean that all the leaks going on right now don't really have an effect on the company? I mean, yeah, to be fair, it doesn't, it's kind of hard for us to like gauge the amount of effect that repercussions that that leaks have on MiHoYo, because they're always gonna make money. But like, I don't doubt that these leaks would prevent MiHoYo from making even more money. And I assume that's what they're concerned about, right? Their bottom line. So they could have just said, please don't leak, that's not cool, and stopped there. But the fact that they kept talking about it only made it worse to them. I'm of the opinion they shouldn't have even brought it up at all. Or yeah, I suppose I can settle for that. Yeah, them just saying, yeah, like, please don't leak our shit. You know, end of story. Drop the mic. Yeah. That would have been okay. I think I would have been okay with that. But yeah, the problem was that they just kept going on and on about it. I was like, ugh. Like, I remember watching that part on stream, like live, and I was just like mentally tuning out by half a minute in. I was like, why are they talking about this? So story leak, as if their story was good. I mean, people care about Panakini, so... And to be fair, Panakini is the strongest I felt about any Hoyoverse, either Genshin or Star Rail story, in quite a while. I mean, Fontaine's story was decent. I at least enjoyed that. Parts of it, anyway. But I would say watching Firefly die was the most I felt about any Hoyoverse story, between at least Genshin and Star Rail. Because at the very least, I enjoyed watching Firefly die. That was cool. I know that sounds extremely psychotic, but that scene actually made me care for a split second. And that's more than what I can say about any other Genshin story or Star Rail story leading up to that point. They leaked Aventurine boss in their own stream. I mean, to be fair, that wasn't that bad, because we knew that Aventurine wasn't, exactly a good guy, So it's like, yeah. Like, that wasn't really that big of a surprise. So. But yeah, like, if they leak, like, a serious, like, for example, if they resurrect Firefly somehow and she's like a boss you have to fight, that would be a different story entirely. But like, I think the Aventurine boss was fine. That's not that bad. What's that weird form of this? I don't know. We'll find out in the story. Yeah. Which is why, like, oh yeah, like, technically boss leaks are quote bad depending on what angle you're coming at it from. But like again, like I said earlier, a lot of the spoilers don't really affect me personally because it's not enough just to see or just to hear so and so dies, or oh, here's a boss you have to fight. I want to know how you get there, right? What is the context? And reading the story will reveal that to you. So yeah, me personally, I don't really find like boss leaks to be that big of a deal. Like I remember, like I was openly talking about, for example, a Fontaine, elite boss. I think this was for Farina, I think, right? Either Farina or another Fontaine, elite boss that you had to fight to and farm for like essential materials for a certain character. And I remember this one guy in Twitch chat being like, "Oh, why did you talk about that? That's spoilers." I'm like, "Huh? Like, how is that spoilers?" Like, why do you? Well, obviously they are spoilers, but like, why do you care? It's just an elite boss. But then apparently he felt pretty strongly about me talking about that elite boss, even though it turned out he didn't really that elite boss didn't really have much of a story presence at all anyway. But like there are people out like him like that out there who care about that sort of stuff. Me personally, I don't really, because it's not enough just to know what a boss is. I gotta know how you get there in the first place. You miss when roadmaps for a game was a thing? I mean, are the dev streams not roadmaps, to be fair? Because, like, what do you call those dev streams then, if they're not roadmaps? Oh, what you meant was the drama, not the leaks. Oh, in Final Fantasy, or no, maybe it was something else you mentioned. Oh yeah, the first thing you said. But whatever's going on right now had no effect on the company. The drama. Oh, if you're talking about the content creator drama, then yeah, obviously MiHoYo doesn't fucking care. Yeah, they don't. Again, like I said earlier, MiHoYo most likely contracts like a third-party agency to like organize like community run stuff. Like MiHoYo themselves don't give a shit about like community engagement or like community interaction. They're too big for that. So yeah, if you're talking about the content creator drama, then yeah, obviously I don't give a shit. Yeah, whatever. Firefly and Robin will do a fusion dance and be the new 7-star character and then reshape Panakini. Real and true. Careful now, MiHoYo is gonna put a DMCA on your comment in Twitch chat. Fun fact, Toriyama said you can fusion dance 2 fused characters. I would expect so, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like what Toriyama would do. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Tectone's video. Overall, big dub. Yeah. Say what you will about Mr. Tectone, but in my opinion, just from like a gacha game industry or gacha game knowledge perspective, like Tectone's got it. He's got a pretty solid handle on stuff, I would say. Because like there's not a single like truly bad take here. Like they're all various shades of like, you know, pretty good or like neutral takes, at least from my perspective. Like there's nothing really wrong with this. Yeah. And again, as a matter of fact, there's only a couple things I would actually go even further with myself. So yeah, overall this video was a dub. So I'm glad I watched this. And yeah, I'm actually kind of curious actually if Tectone would be willing to watch my How to Improve Genshin 2024 video. Maybe I can send it to him over via Discord and see if he does. But that video is like a fucking hour long, so I don't know if he will. Yeah, may as well shoot my shot, see if he's down to watch it or whatever. But in any case, thanks everybody for watching, both on stream and over on YouTube. And yeah, go watch Tectone's video here. Hopefully I'll remember to put the link for this in the description of this video, of my own React video, in case you guys want to watch Tectone's video yourself. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching, guys. Peace. Alright. Let's put the end timestamp for this. Oops. 39, about 40, I would say. Okay, there we go. Hopefully Toriyama chilling in heaven. I'm sure he is, yeah. I never really watched Dragon Ball myself, but I understand that he is a legend. So. Anyways, back to my multi-gacha screen here. Okay. Alright, let's turn on the audio for Star Rail. And I think the last thing I'll do on stream today is go beat MOC. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I need to reset my headset because it probably turned itself off automatically. There we go. Holy shit, that's loud. Okay, let's start from MOC 7 and take it from there. Lightning damage. I know who I'm taking for this. Where is Mr. Jingyuan? There he is. And of course, let's see. Where's Sparkle? There she is. And then we'll bring Tingyan for that. And then, let's see, for Deer Boss, I know exactly who we're bringing. Jingliu. Where is Ruin Mei? Why can I never see her? There she is. Ruin Mei, Lynx, and Pella. There we go. Anyways, chat, welcome back. Is getting into Azure Lane right now good? I know that a couple comments on YouTube chat are very old, so I don't know if you guys are still here, but I'll try answering them as I go. But is getting to Azure Lane good, or right now good? I mean, for any gacha game, getting to them as soon as possible is always what you want to do. The best time to start a gacha game is at the beginning of the server when it first releases. The next best time is right the fuck now. Certain gacha games may have like better times for you to start a game. Like if there's like a specific like new player, what is it? A new player like bonus event or whatever. But usually the best time to start a gacha game is right now. So yeah, if you're interested in Azure Lane, obviously be sure to try it out. You know when the next Scotty banner is Scotty Caster? I think later this year? Because I think this year they rerun almost every single limited 5-star character in MGO in some capacity. At least I'm pretty sure. So I assume that means that includes Scotty Caster. Honestly, I think you should be more you should be more concerned about who is it? Scotty Ruler or Summer Scotty. So Any combat arms reviews? Are you the same dude who was spamming me with where my combat arms reviews was? If so, no, I'm not doing any more combat arms reviews. Get the fuck out of my channel. Hey Mad Lad, how's it going, man? Have a good day. Have a great day, man. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words. And hopefully the same to you too. We just had a banner with Scotty last month and Hong Kong, Taiwan, so maybe next month for NA. Hopefully so then. Road to Lost Belt 7 for Lost Belt 2. So in a few days. Oh, you mean we should be getting a Scotty caster banner during then? Okay, that's cool. MOC isn't that bad, but man, your Dr. Ratio team is struggling with this follow-up crits. Ooh. Yeah, try to fix that if you can. Try to get Mr. Ratio, some Dr. Ratio, some good pieces. The Convars was Dej. It's still alive and kicking in some parts of the world, like in certain regions, but like for the most part, for example, NA doesn't really play combat arms anymore. Like I ditched that game years ago. Let's see. Gonna head out. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Full Out Alchemist. Good to have you. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. There goes Lightning Lord's turn there, which is unfortunate. Ironically, you've been dealing with one scenario where you actually prefer Scotty Caster over Ruler Scotty. I think Ruler Scotty should still work because Ruler Scotty should still have the 50% quick buff, doesn't she? Or is it the other way around, actually? Scotty, Ruler... Am I remembering it wrong? No, her first skill her first skill also has a 50% quick buff for 3 turns. Yeah. So, I mean, technically speaking, Ruler Caster is still better because her second skill gives a charisma and a quick performance buff for 3 turns. So unlike Scotty Caster, who has a 50% quick split with a 30% attack buff in the form of 30% debuff, defense debuff, Scotty Ruler has a 65% quick split with 20% charisma. And Ruler Caster's split is better because she doesn't have a debuff, which means that she doesn't have to worry about enemies resisting, for example, Scotty Caster's defense debuff. So I think objectively Ruler Caster is still better anyway. Oops, I didn't use everybody's techniques first. Oops. Awkward.
敵ターゲットを確認。おや？捕獲マーク起動。愉快な反撃の時間です。研究の価値あり。根は巡る。
Caster has a charisma but in the MP, which is not optimal. Yeah, if you're not like giving her like a if you're not starting with like super scope or something. So yeah, that can be a little bit a little bit awkward. Ah, shit, he's already escaping? Fuck. Did you hear about the Elizabeth Brave bug? No. What's going on with her? Nice. I wonder if he was going to create a new planet. Yeah, he was. Probably should have saved Qinglu's ult there until the second one could pop up. Skill here. No bonus from damage CE from the EQ. Oh, are you talking about this current event? Wow, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that it's very specifically Liz, Saber Liz. Huh, that's very weird actually. I think my Lynx is built for effect res anyway, so yeah. That's pretty cool. Hey, everyone's dead. If only there was a quick moon cancer. I mean, yeah, just use a berserker. Quick AoE berserker. Actually, how many quick AoE berserkers do we even have? I know Shangyu is one of them. I'm forgetting if we have any others. We might. Let's see here. Okay, cryo and ice and lightning, basically. Okay. Let's see here. We can throw. Who is it? We can throw Sparkle Genuine back into this again. Because why not? Let's see here. Oh, we can also throw Tingyun back in there too. Excuse me. Let's see what we got going on here. Wind and Quantum. Okay. Wind and Quantum. Let's see. That makes me want to run Black Swan, actually. Maybe I should run full DOT team here, maybe? Fuck it. Shits and giggles. We're only on MOC 8 anyway, so. Sen no Rikyu? Okay, oh yeah, that's right, her. That oh yeah, Lancelot has an AoE quick. Yeah, of course. How could I forget him? The AoE Berserker Classic. It's genuine time. Brr. Made you in my ass. Is Akron's light cone a must pull? I think it is, if you want to seriously invest into her. Because if you don't get her Gacha light cone, then like I hope you have a couple copies of the Good Night and Sleep Well light cone, which is a 4-star from Gacha. Akron will not have any good or even decent free-to-play light cones unless there's like a 3-star. That might help her, but like even then, like at that point you're using a freaking 3-star light cone, which is kind of, you know, bruh. Shonagon is an official rank, if not her actual name. Yeah, it's probably a pen name. Just like Murasaki Shikibu, I think, right? Wasn't that her pen name? Or something like that. Sen no Riku can loop from 0. Damn, that's pretty strong. And she's supposed to be a quick serve too. So yeah, Mr. Magic Fingers over on YouTube chat. I think that if you want to seriously invest into Acheron, yes, it's in your best interest to also roll for a light cone too. If you still like Acheron as a waifu, then obviously pull for her. Like getting her light cone and everything should be secondary if you just really like her as a character. But if you plan on actually using her seriously for like endgame MOC, or maybe even pure fiction even, yeah, ideally you want to give her everything she needs. So let's see here. Who do we want to target? Maybe you. Damn, Genuine even does some decent damage with his skill on there. Yeah, you forgot Sen no Riku is coming later this year too. Oh yeah, that's right, she is. Well, actually, I didn't know either. It's been a while since I last saw anything about her, to be fair. They use T to fight now? Where? In Star Rail or what? Hanabi sounds nice, as in her voice or like her gameplay? Because that applies to both. Perfect. Voice actress. Sparkle, Japanese Sparkle is voiced by Reina Ueda, I think is her name. Same voice actress as Ganyu in Genshin, and Gray in FGO. believe it or not. Might be a waste of an ult here. We'll use it anyway. She went above and beyond with her voice. Yeah, MiHoYo paid her fucking well for this role. Holy shit. Because I have never heard Reina Ueda use this sort of voice before. Maybe she's used it for different roles, but me personally, I've never seen her use this voice before. Well, I've never heard, I should say, her use this voice before. Like when I first heard how Hanabi sounds, how she sounded like, I did not recognize her as Reina Ueda in the first place. So. It was a very big surprise, obviously. I'm gonna use Lynx's ultimate here. This should cleanse all of the Guardian buffs. There's one. Alright, there we go. Gray, you said? Yeah, Gray and FGO. Or specifically from case files. Only time you'll ever pull for a weapon or Lycan is, or for like a weapon is in Wuba because they're guaranteed. Yeah, fair enough. Having that guarantee is nice. Ooh, interesting. All imaginary, huh? Mono imaginary, you say, huh? We'll try running the doc for this. Doctor. The doctor is in. And rare footage of me pulling out my Yukong for this, because why not? You didn't recognize her either. Yeah, her sparkle voice is so different. Like, I've never heard her voice go this high before. So it's quite the feat. Oh right, I don't have my finger here. Actually, now that I think about it, I can't hit anybody. I can't really hit the warp trotter. I think I'll ideally I rely on lightning lord to kill the warp trotter instead. So I think I'll do that. Yeah, Hanabi is definitely one of our is one of the highest production 5-star characters so far that Star Rail has put out. Yeah, everything about it just screams quality production. Meanwhile, in her own trailer, Acheron doesn't even talk that much. I mean, it's Acheron. Doesn't seem like she's the type of character to really talk much, to be fair. OST gives you Persona vibes. I mean, the themes are pretty similar because Panekini is all about oh, you're basically in a dream world state, so it's sort of similar to Persona, I would imagine. At least some of the themes should be similar. I think, right? So let's kill this one trotter at least.
火を陛下に慈悲なし。
Big one.
私に続く。泣いてよ、ここへ。
Still a really nice trail, yeah. It's right in May after all. How could they not give her a really good trailer?
片付け。
かくれんぼ答え見つけてごらん。重症じゃの。
Kind of wonder who I should hit first. Probably this guy.
行ってハブ市場長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。
Yeah.
プロスに注意。いい子にしてね、頑張った。
Very good.
火を逃して。陛下に慈悲なし。
So let's kill the Wolf Trotter. That was the first one. Ow.
私に続く。
For your guaranteed regular banner, should you go for E1 Branya or E1 Argenti? Guaranteed regular? Argenti isn't... Argenti is not on regular banner. At least I don't think so. Argenti is a limited character. So I don't know... Yeah, I don't know how... Yeah, I don't think Argenti's an option for you there. Sorry. So E1 Branya is... Okay. Well, hopefully that made it easy on you then. But yeah. Between those two, I suppose you're gonna have to go with E1 Branya by default. Oops, did I meant to? Did I mean to? He might have mistaken Himeko for Argenti. Oh, that'd be funny. If he actually did.
片付け。
いい子にしてね、頑張った。かくれんぼ答え見つけてごらん。
陛下に慈悲なし。
行って
Trying to get the one that's escaping.
長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。
Unfortunately, that one escaped.
遊んでよ、動じないで。
泣いてよ、ここへ。 手強そうだが、試してみる価値はある。
Today you learned that FGO Start Dash event isn't limited to new players. Everyone can roll that GSSR banner too. Oh yeah. I remember rolling that GSSR banner when it came out. I forget who I got. Was it Jalter? I forget. Yeah, I forget who. Maybe I got another Jalter. Yeah, I think it was Jalter. So yeah, I can go for a level 120 Jalter if I feel like it. Which I've always thought about getting. I've always thought about 120 Jalters, so maybe. I think Yukong was an offensive technique, so I'll do this, this, and then instead of Yukong, do this. You got your first kill from that banner? Hey, congrats. That's pretty cool. Wow, that did a lot of damage.
答えてみろ。マイナスだ。
Let's see. We're gonna have to break the clock.
天使を授けん。
悪くない。プラス5点。
亡者再臨。 いい度胸だね。
We don't have a shielder, so not really much we can do here.
君らはこの生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。テスト0点。存在知識は尺と真理を探り語尾を
So recently, Rainbow rolled MP3 Nightingale on off of Odysseus's banner. Oof.
疾風のごとし
マイナスだ。
That sucks.
厄介を避けん。
ありがとう相棒。
見たな。
0点。僕が質問する。答えてみろ。マイナスだ。
他いないわね。
Damn, these guys do a lot of damage, huh? See, I don't think she'll get enough energy from her basic attack.
天をつく。風が吹き、この
Target
一で
this dude to try to kill him right away. At least we killed him. Let's see.
亡者再臨。
回答を楽しむ。
Alright, we're not using that team then. We're gonna have to back out entirely.
人は文をわきまえることを学ぶべき
And
だ。
this team is just way too squishy for me to run. It's their only problem. Well, that and Yukong, but whatever. We gotta have a little bit more beef in this team. I noticed the monkey bosses are weak to physical, so I'm kind of wondering if I should bring Hanya for this. Is Hanya even max level? No, she's not. But I could try using her anyway. I'm kind of interested in trying her out and seeing how she works. Actually, who is it? Dr. Ratio might not be a great idea for this, considering we have a lot of enemies to deal with, especially on turn 1 or on wave 1. Maybe on wave 2 it won't be that big of a deal. Maybe we can run Dr. Ratio on wave 2, but ideally you want to run AoE for this. So we're running, who is it? Daniel then. We'll run Hyper Carry. Capard is good here. Oh, I'm sure he is.
退陣するときは慎重に気を待て。
一子同時にな。
But I love brute forcing my way through shit, so here we go.
行って、カブ。動じないで。市場が。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘
You
訣。
got an email saying that Bakery Girls finally come out. I got that email like a month ago, I think. Kind of funny they just gave us that
かくれ
now.
んぼ答え見つけてごらん。注意。
Hey bro, welcome back. You don't have Daniel Alter? Oof. Then yeah. Hopefully you do get him in the future.
泣いてよ、ここへ。タッチ、キル。
生産しましょう。弱っておるの。よいしょ。
Lost Belt 2 Spotlight stream announced. Oh, for NAFGA. Okay.
私に陛下に慈悲なし。
行ってカブ重傷ドリア
Very good.
評価を始めるね生産しましょうあ長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣遊んでよ頑張って
泣いてよここへ。
Strange question. Can you check your Sparkle to see if she needs fixing? Feel like she does nothing. Yeah, sure. Just send me your post your UID in chat, and I'll put it into Enka and see what's up. Really need to work on your Topaz. Topaz is way better than what most people give her credit for, man. People, the Star Rail community did Topaz dirty. It's almost like it reminds me of how Genshin players absolutely shit on Kokomi back in the day, but not quite as hard, not quite as bad.
タッチキル。
Juicy tendon. Hell yeah.
いい子にしてね動じないで
陛下に慈悲なし。
No cleanse against these two. Don't they slow a lot? Yes, but I am using the tried and true method of brute force this shit.
生産しましょう
かたじけなし。
Let's see here. It's gonna be kind of awkward because I only have one skill point. Oops. Let's see. I think it's just better for me to do a
かくれんぼ
basic with the sparkle.
見つけてごらん
There we go.
行ってカ
Okay, yeah. I'll take a look at your Hanabi
泣いてよ
after
ここへ。
after I'm done with the MOC.
キル。
いい子にして頑張って
清の陛下に慈悲なし。
Light motion finished off. There we go. Alright.
慎重にな。
発目して
けど怯えることはない。
涼しいですね
I forget if Hanya's technique was a whatchamacallits. I forget if Hanya's technique was an offensive one. Kind of weird that how you can't check a character's technique. I guess I'll cheat and take a look at her what her technique did on the wiki here real quick. Combat. What does her technique do? Okay, she attacks an enemy.
今日もお姉ちゃんとさ
I'd rather use Daniel Alfred's technique.
償いたまえ
千の珍奇を持って一心同期財宝の気配常に向き合って超解散
戦輪は権限した総理世を注が
Pretty sure it's the symbol underneath the technique. Oh, okay. I'll try to pay attention to that next time.
いい度胸だね
使うつもりはなかった現行の腹
Actually, I should have hit the monkey boss with dual check. Actually, now that that would be better. Because yeah, now his toughness is locked out.
What's up, this?
亡者再臨。
この力が騒いでいる。健康の荒波。さあ飲め。
真を認める遊夫が定めし書獣王の直ここに書となる。
戦輪は権限した。総理世を注が。
戦士を授けん。
あなたの善行を
That
除いて
hurts.
罪に向き合って客をもてなさないと。
お別れの時だ。
Let's see. I'll just heal
急がば回れ。
Ting
狙
Yun
いたまえ。
just to play it safe.
健康の荒波。
千の珍奇をも一心同期。
戦利総理世を注が。
まだ否定するも罰を下す。
Okay, phase 2.
健康の荒波。
I'll try going for. I'll try breaking the monkey boss as quickly as possible.
罪に向き合って。
Maybe I shouldn't have used the skill with Hanya first. Hey, too. Don't know if somebody's asked you, but what did you decide to farm for Akron? The Pioneer set for a 4-piece artifact set. And I think I've decided on trying to farm. What is it? I'll try to give Akron a proper 2-piece inert Salsodo set for her for the extra crit damage, not crit damage, for the extra crit rate and the extra ult damage. Because I believe that's what Akron would like. But I can start farming for different stuff if people are saying that she wants to take other things than that.
罰を下す。遊夫が定めし書獣王の直ここに書となる。
健康の荒波。
Let's see if I use Daniel's full charge basic, then I'll be right. Actually, no. We should get more skill points back from attacking the monkey boss.
和
Yeah,
を
there
も
we
って
go.
尊しを解散。
Perfect.
いい度胸だね。
戦輪は権限した。総理世を注が。戦力にし
厄介を避けん。
緊張は不要だ。
気づいてないんだ。
That's close.
非か落葉の世なり。健康の荒波。
There will be a new set for Akron. People were talking about whether or not that the new ornament sets are the best in slot for Akron. Before I decided on 2-piece inert Salsodo, I had my eye on
あっという間に過ぎ去りますよ。
I think it was called the Izumo Gensei, whichever ornament set that gives you 12% crit rate and 12% attack. Because I think that one would be the better one between that and whatever the other set was. Though the other ornament set we'll be getting is really good for Akron in Pure Fiction. Really good for her there. Let's see. We really need to heal
戦士を授けん。
Hanya before she fucking dies.
償いたまえ。 亡者再臨。
まだ否定するの。罪に向き合って客をもてなさ千の地域をも一心同期。
戦輪は権限した。
I kind of want to target this dude in the middle, so that way Daniel hits both in that one too.
健康の花。
So maybe like this.
飲め。
And then Luocha just hits the dude on the left here, breaks him.
抵抗は無駄。
Skill point back.
逆界を避けん。
罪を認める。和をもって尊しとなす。
お別れの時だ。亡者再臨。
With good crit rate stats in E1, she doesn't really need the extra crit rate from Izumo. Honestly, Acheron would probably benefit more from the attack buff she gets from Izumo Gensei, because Acheron apparently really wants extra attack buffs over anything else. Because Acheron gives herself plenty of whatchamacallit, damage buffs already. So she really wants attack buffs most of all.
戦輪は権限総理世を注が。
So honestly, maybe Space Sealing Station wouldn't be that bad on her either. I would imagine.
罰を下す。遊夫が定めし獣王の直。ここに書となる。
Considering Space SSS should be giving her 24% extra attack percent.
諸悪退散。
この力が騒いでいる。
客をもてなさないと。千の地域をも一心同期。
We'll see. You'll see where you get some good substats. Yeah, for sure.
健康の花。健康の花。さあ飲め。
All right, there we go. Okay, before I continue on, let me pull up on Enka real quick. Well done. Thank you. Let's see. For Mabino. Okay, yeah. Username checks out. 2. Is there a time for when you usually stream because you're a returning viewer getting back to watching streams on Twitch after not using this site for ages? I see. I believe you on that one because it's I'm getting a first-time chat notice on my chat from your comment. Typically, no. A rough time where you can usually expect me on. And on top of which, I don't stream every day either, because unlike most content creators, I edit my own videos, and sometimes that takes me a long time, or sometimes it can take me a while to get those videos out, depending on what those videos are like, or depending on what those videos are. But typically, you can expect me live in the afternoon or evening, Pacific Standard Time, because I'm PST. West Coast, Best Coast. So yeah. You can expect me on during that time. Sometimes I'll do morning streams, but those are rarer. Usually I do either early afternoon. I try aiming for early afternoon. Ideally I would go for like late morning / noontime, like lunchtime stream starts, but yeah. But as of right now, you can expect me to go live if I do stream. To be live at around like Yeah, early afternoon. Early afternoon, early evening. Alright. Alright, let's take a look. People will probably want Izuma just because it would be easier to run crit damage body. Yeah, probably. Okay. So, level 80 Sparkle, E0, just like mine. Triple, or not triple, fully traced out. Love to see it. Let's see. I noticed that you haven't unlocked that this last HP trace yet. You probably should. Even though your Sparkle is already pretty heavy on the, is pretty thick already. You never know. So, get that last HP trace unlocked if you can. Anyways, let's take a look. 4,400 attack. That's good. 2,000 attack. Well, her attack doesn't really matter. Defense, whatever. 152 speed. That's very good. I mean, it's a lot better than mine anyway. My Sparkle only has like what 136 speed, so it's a lot better than mine at least. Also, your crit damage is a lot better than mine too, at almost 250. Mine barely has like 200. 208, I think she has. Was it 208? I don't even know. Probably it's like a little bit over 200, so it's okay, but not 250. That's way different. Break effect, energy regen rope. That's good. EHR doesn't matter, and 30% effect. That's perfect. 4-piece speed and then 2-piece broken keel. Yeah. This is an excellent build. I don't see why you I don't see why you're saying that you feel like your Sparkle isn't doing anything. So it can't be because of your build. E0, S1. Perfect crit damage build with ER rope, 30% effect res, so 2-piece broken keel comes into play with the extra 10% crit damage. So honestly, assuming the crit damage doesn't take 2-piece broken keel into account, her crit damage stat should actually be 255 instead of 258 instead of 248. So it's even better, almost 260% even. So that's really good. So yeah, I don't see, like, stat-wise, your Sparkle is amazing. So what's the issue you're having here? Because at this point, this tells me that it's not an issue with how your Sparkle's guilt, or I tried combining words geared and built together, so it came out as guilt. It can't be because of it can't be an issue with how your Sparkle is geared, but rather how you play her. So yeah, is there like a more specific issue perhaps that you're having with the Sparkle? What is website? It's called Enka, enka.network. You can see both, I believe, Genshin and Star Rail characters as long as you just input the UID. And it's across, and it works on any server, I believe, because I believe UIDs are unique to which region you're in. So you don't need to worry about a region. You just punch in a UID and you'll be able to pull up anybody's account. Your problem is that you don't know why your Clara only does like 30 with counter, 30k with buffs. Counter? I mean, shit, man, 30k sounds like a lot to me. But yeah, let's take a look at your Clara then. Okay. Let's see. Fall of an Aeon. I assume this means that it's S3. Okay. E0 Clara, that's fine. 4899, okay. You're missing a couple traces, so make sure to get those unlocked. Because what is this? Extra attack. I believe that's extra HP, which is always nice. Oh, is this physical boost? Yeah, okay. So yeah, try to get these traces unlocked, because I noticed you're missing these. S3 Fall of an Aeon, okay, that's decent. 2800 attack, that's decent too. No speed. You're obviously you're going for the pure attack build. 58 crit rate, 90%, 95% crit damage. Effect res, physical boost. Okay. I mean, what I will say is that I guess your crit stats could be better, but I'm not going to be too harsh on your. I don't want to be too harsh on your crit stats because I believe Clara doesn't like give you any free crit stats. I don't think. Plus, you don't have you're only working with Fall of an Aeon. I don't think this gives you any extra crit stats itself. I guess what I can say is that I don't know if this is exactly the issue you have per se, but Clara really benefits from having a very high crit rate because I believe Clara doesn't have very high hit counts. I think her skill should have a pretty high hit count. Maybe it hits like what, twice or 3 times per enemy. So generally speaking, in Star Rail, if your character has a higher hit count, that's better because in Star Rail, your characters can crit per individual hit, so that favors characters, DPS characters specifically, with higher hit counts than normal. Because that means that you can afford having a lower crit rate because chances are, if a character has a multi-hit attack, one of those hits are gonna crit, right? As opposed to, for example, Clara, whose counterattacks are only a single hit. If your Clara only has a 50%, 54% crit rate, that means that her single hit counterattacks are basically flipping a coin as to like, oh, will it crit? Will it not crit? Oh, if they don't crit, then okay, well, you didn't do shit for damage. And it doesn't matter how much crit damage you give to a character at that point. If they don't crit in the first place, you can't put their crit damage to use. So I would suggest, if you want to, because clearly you're pairing Clara with Sparkle, I would suggest instead of crit damage, focus on crit rate. Get your Clara's crit rate up to like at least 70 or 80%, even better 80%. Even if your crit damage on her ends up looking kind of bad, it shouldn't matter, or try not to worry about it too much because your Sparkle should be making up the difference. Because remember, Sparkle's skill gives a boatload of crit damage off her skill, right? And, you know, her ultimate also helps too, I'm sure. So that's what I would recommend. If I had to say. I don't know if that's the exact problem or that kind of describes what your problem is. But that's what I would guess or venture to say. Oh, you do play her Fushuan? Okay, yeah, Fushuan helps. So that way your Clara's crit rate goes up to like, what, 65%? I would say that I would still insist on you getting your Clara up to 70% crit rate. But since you say you pair her also with Fushuan, then it shouldn't be that hard. Maybe you can just like change one of her artifacts somewhere, and yeah, and you'll be, as long as you give her like what, barely like 2%. Actually, you're almost there, like 5% extra crit rate, I think, and you should be fine. But yeah, I would if I were you, I would prioritize Clara's crit rate over her crit damage, over everything else, basically. So yeah, it's definitely not an issue with your Sparkle. I can't see why that would be the case, because your Sparkle is very well geared. Like, I would kill for this build, to be honest with you. But yeah, it can't be an issue with their Sparkle. I don't see how it is. It's probably an issue with Clara herself. Thanks for the tips. You're the only one who answered. Yeah, I try answering everybody's questions. I mean, since I'm a small streamer, my chat doesn't go a million miles an hour like most other people's streams do. Yeah, I can afford to take the time to, you know, focus on individual players, people's accounts. So that's what I'm here for. That dungeon sucks. Sorry, yeah, I don't blame you, man. My experience with farming physical pieces was absolute garbage. Absolute fucking dog water, too. So, yeah. I wish you best of luck in the physical domain, man. Hopefully you don't have to fucking grind your ass there too much. But, yeah, hopefully I was able to help, man. If not, then, you know, at least I tried. But, yeah, I would say it's not your Sparkle's fault. I would say it's more a problem with your Clara's build, if I were to say. So yeah, again, hopefully that helps. Can I check your Kafka? Try to remind me after I'm done with the MOC. I'll go over more characters. I'll go over more profile accounts or profiles at the end. I want to get through MOC 12 first. Generally, should you grind for relics or traces first? I am of the opinion that as soon as you hit TL 40, which is I believe when you can start farming for gold relics, I think that you should start farming gold relics. And try to get appropriate main stats from those gold relics. After you do that, or alternatively, I suppose you could try to go for like purple relics instead. Either good purple relics with good substats and the main stats you want, obviously, or gold relics, 5-star relics with the appropriate main stats. But you don't really need to, you don't need to care about substats just yet. Once you have like I think one or at least like one full team with fully geared out with like gold relics, again, you don't need to care about their substats for the time being. Then you can go back and focus on leveling up their traces. Yeah. And then once you have at least 2 teams worth of characters that all have good trace levels, right? Acceptable trace levels, then you can start working on min-maxing the relics if you want to. I think that's how you should go about it. It's exclamation mark gachas, plural. Today you learned that Castoria's MP before stun command cards actually unstuns them. Yeah, because Castoria's MP has a debuff clear. It clears everything. So yeah, you use them before stun cards and you can actually use those stun cards again. Now subscribe to his Patreon. That would be helpful, but you don't have to. Only do it if you want to support me. Let's see. Wind. I feel like using blade here. Haven't used the blade in a while. Actually, no. This is DOT, so we could try using. What is it? We could try using Black Swan here, maybe. Sure. Why not? Oh, not that team. Wrong one. Black Swan, Kafka, what healer should I bring here? I guess Luocha? We could risk Luocha. Sure, let's go with that. Hopefully we don't die a miserable death by the, at the hands of the monkey boss. Surely that won't happen, right? Let's see here. More lightning. Wow, we're always taking genuine here. I wonder why. Let's see. Sparkle. Who is it? Bailu and where is she? Runmei. All right. You knowing you won't beat pure fiction level 2 to unlock a second healer level 2. Pure fiction level 2 shouldn't be that bad. At least I don't think so. You should be able to beat it, man. You just need to have a second really good AoE. I would say if you don't have a second healer yet, I would suggest you run a hyper carry team, and then stack HP on everybody but your DPS. So that way, even if you don't have a healer, you can at least try to outlast the damage that enemies do to you. I said Topaz Farta? Really? I don't remember that. With that ass, I bet she does. I mean, I guess if you have a farting fetish, then sure, maybe. Oops, didn't mean to throw 2 smoke bombs. Oh, got an achievement. Well, hopefully Black Swan doesn't get her ass kicked too hard. You need help from better players, so if you guys do account reviews, that would help. You're a day 26 player. Yeah, at the end, I'll be taking account reviews, I guess. Now that we're in the mood. But let me just clear MOC 12 first. And that might take a while, just letting you know.
いい度胸。
立ちなさい。協調よ。
亡者再臨。
呼吸
If you
す
pay
るその
attention to the
感覚
technique stuff, you'll see. Yeah, I think I saw you mention that already, Sire Corgi. But thanks for the advice.
お別れの時だ。
落ち着いて。
期待しちゃお客様を裏切れと追加料金ですよ。
最悪の力。素晴らしい。さようなら。
Feel you're also stuck on MOC 5. Yeah, MOC can be tough, man.
償いたまえ。
全員死刑。
Let's see here. What do we want to do here? Oh, you get Kafka skill here. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Holy shit. Also, hey, Sire Corgi, thanks so much for the 37-month resub. Welcome back. I forgot you need to do this too. Greatly appreciate it, man.
協調よ。記憶皆そこで深淵を迎える。
Man, they cleared through this MOC stage real quick.
律令が
一子同時にな。鳴り響け。
Is this your average Nihility run? Yeah, that's basically more or less what it looks like. DOT teams, just as a general piece of advice, Sniper Shot, DOT teams are very effective in this
ゆっ
game.
くり行きましょう。
If you either have Black Swan, which was one of the characters I was using, or Kafka. Without those two, DOT teams are kind of meh. Like, those two characters are kind of your linchpins for to make DOT teams work. But if you have them, at least one of them anyway, then DOT teams are some of the best teams you can run as a free, even as a free to play. But more specifically as an early game player, because DOTs and Stario do not crit, which means you don't need to care about building your DOT characters with crit stats at all, and that's like one of the biggest filters for people trying to gear out like their DPS characters, because standard DPS characters obviously want like crit stats and whatnot, right? But obviously it's very hard to get crit stats in Star Rail and Genshin for that matter too. But with DOT characters, if you have Kafka or Black Swan to kind of pilot those teams, DOT characters are some of the best characters, some of the best teams, or one of the best teams you can use as an early game player, because you don't care about crit stats at all. Because again, DOTs don't crit, so why do you care about crit stats at that point? You just give them attack percent body pieces and like attack percent ropes. I mean, usually you give your DPSs attack percent ropes anyway. But like attack percent body, just go for EHR substats, HP substats even, just to make your characters a little bit tankier, because it's not like you're looking for crit stats, so why not go for HP? Obviously attack percent substats if you can help it, EHR, maybe a little bit of utility stats like again HP or effect res. Like once you don't need to care about rolling crit stats at all, building characters becomes infinitely easier. So DOT characters are pretty cool in this game. The only problem that they have is that they rely on Kafka or Black Swan to make them work. Because without them, if you don't use them, you try running DOT teams anyway, it's kind of eh. They're pretty mid. But Kafka and Black Swan take their DOT teams to another level. So ideally, you have one of them first before you try to make it work. Smack.
かくれんぼし答え見つけてごらん。
泣いてよここへタッチキル
Gnaifen and Sampo are both very squishy. Yeah. Like honestly, I wouldn't like hold it against you if you like gave them like an HP planar or something. Let's see. Fuck this enemy in particular. I hate you. Please die. Fuck you. You hate the one with the fans? Yeah, yeah. There's that enemy's stuns are fucking annoying. I believe this should kill. Yep. And now we have to deal with Gepard's ass. What'd you miss? Hey, Iron Animals. Not much. You just missed me reacting to a couple videos for a couple hours. And then now I'm doing MOC 12, or going through MOC on Star Rail. So. Lord hits pretty hard. They did say that Sparkle does put Genuine in top tier now, and I believe it, seeing everything going down here. Would have liked the last HP heal bounce to go to Ruined Man instead. I'll heal Mr. Genuine up just in case. Is it better for you to run an EHR body if your light cone is the Sampo one with only S2, or go for an attack body instead? On who? Nice, good break. Hell yeah. Fuck you. On Sampo, let me check what my own Sampo has, because I believe he's got a similar setup. Where's his dumbass? Oh wait, he's in my starting team, so he's up in the front. Let's see. I have Goodnight and Sleepwell on him. And let's see. What are his relics? Okay, yeah, I have given him an EHR body. And that means that his EHR is 74%. Okay. If you give Sampo his own light cone, and you said you have his light cone at S2, so Eyes of the Prey S2. At S2, since the scaling goes from 20 to 40%, how much does it jump up by? 25%? Something like that? I actually forget what Sampo's ideal, like, EHR threshold is. just for the record, my Sampo's body piece is in fact an EHR as well. And so far, I'm pretty satisfied with his stuff. I think some enemies could still resist his wind shears, even with him having 74% EHR. But it's not that often, I don't think. So I think it would come down to his substats. Just going off of guesswork here, I would say maybe 70% EHR is good enough for a Sampo. So if you can, with an EHR body, I would still have him run EHR body anyway. If he can hit like 70% EHR, that means you can run him with something else, light cone wise. But if you need to give him S2 Eyes of the Prey for the extra EHR, then that should be fine too. I mean, Sampo should always work with Eyes of the Prey anyway, because it has his ass on it. So I don't think it's a bad idea. 67%? Okay, then there you go. So yeah, if you can have at least 67% on Sampo, then yeah, run attack percent on him instead. Speaking of which, if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to see if I can run Eyes of the Prey on him on... I do have an extra one here. Yeah, it's only 20% though. Maybe I can try to find him like a, what is it? An attack percent body with like a lot of EHR on it. I'd have to think about that. He needs 67% ER. I think that all DOT, or not just DOTs, but a lot of if not all of them, all the nihility characters, the debuff based nihility characters, which also includes DOTs, every character has like this ideal like EHR range that they should have to make sure that most of their debuffs go through. So on Sampo, it's like as chat said, 67%. On, I believe, Silverwolf, it changes depending on like what Eidolon level she is. Like at E0, it's pretty high. The amount of EHR that Silverwolf wants is like pretty high. She wants like at least like 70 or something. But if she has E1, E2, E2, yeah. Then it can go as low as like what 30 or maybe 50%. I forget exactly what her numbers were. But yeah, every nihility based, every debuff based nihility character has like a threshold of EHR that ideally they want to be at, or have at least that amount of. So, all right, we could try running Mono Quantum this actually. That would be pretty funny. Who is this? Who are we up against? Cocolia. We could try bringing Arceli in here for a change. Let's see. Bring Lynx, Fishwan, and wrong team, or wrong side rather. Let's see, Selly, Lynx, Fishwan, and Hanabi. And for team 2, oh, this is perfect. We can just bring all DOTs for this shit. Yeah. I just hope that my team can actually survive it, though. So it's not using Bailu on first half. I mean, we don't have to. I think we can afford running Bailu on second half, actually. So, and that would be very helpful in keeping my DOT team here alive, thanks to her, thanks to Bailu's invigoration stacks. I really need to work on getting Bailu her Gacha icon now that I got it, now that I have it from my Sparkle rolls. Let's see, and then Sampo here. Actually, we could try running, instead of Sampo, we could try running Gneifen here. Let's try running Gneifen. Might be a bad idea because this is MOC 11, but... spreadsheet has exact numbers. Oh, thanks, Hannah, for dropping the link. Yeah, make sure to check out that link, chat. In case you want some exact numbers. Silverwolf needs 97%. Yeesh. Sheesh. And then 48% at E2. Okay, there you go.
低血糖に注意して天木不破見て前方に
Slap. Haven't used Selly in a while. Let's see how she is.
冷静に
Let's see here. Start smacking.
うっとうしいわ
Start
ね
smacking this dude a little bit.
砲丸を持ってみるべし虫に刺されちゃったかくれんぼ答え見つけてごらん次あの世に送ってやる最終目標出現動じないでうっとうしいわね
Let's see here. We'll just keep using basics on this dude for the time being.
消化勝利
And once it's his turn, we'll start blowing our all of our ults on these assholes.
シェルカウント世の万人
Let's fucking do this.
な
Can you get a relink, please? Yeah, Hannah. If you can, can you give can you just repost the link in chat, please?
蝶と共に散れスターレイファントム
Or it doesn't have to be Hannah. It can just be anybody else.
いやあの世に送ってやる記録開始
All right, thanks, Hannah. Ooh, nice. Hanabi actually resisted that. That means I didn't have to use Link's ult. I was expecting Hanabi to resist that. Actually, how much? Oh yeah, that's right. Fushuan's passive triggered there, so I didn't have to worry about Hanabi getting stunned there at all. Oops. Whoops. Forgot about that. Did you roll Re-Zero Banner Nika? Yeah, I got Emilia on my second multi, thankfully. Thank God, because my Nikke luck has been trash ever since the Maid Pravati ban. Holy shit, man. Can you relog FGO? Yeah, sure, no problem. Let's see here. Let's guarantee the kills on these mofos. See if this actually kills the witch on the left. Hey, yeah, it did. Double skill? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Alright, this will be interesting. Cocolia and these two? Oh shit. This will be interesting. Actually, I'm gonna heal Bushwa. Maybe I can bait the enemies into attacking her instead. Let's see. Don't need to use her skill now. Nice, I was able to use her skill, or her ult before her follow-up. Follow-up her extra turn. 250k single target damage. Hey, that's pretty good. Selly love. Let's see. Smack her in the face with an ice pick. Axel's getting you off it. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Glad that he's getting you off it. Hopefully, I don't know if Regis and the other bros, the other Hollow Star EN bros are getting their own outfits, but hopefully they do. Hopefully they get their own outfits too. Let's see here. I'll use a basic here. Reuse Fushlans right there, or the skill and then ult. And then we can do skill here. Hopefully this kills. Ooh, not quite. That's big. Okay, Kokoli is starting to use her big ass attack. That's fine. We should be able to break it pretty quickly. We should. Anyway. Let's see. Bonk you. Okay. Pull, who is it? Your turn up, so now you have the crit damage. We break Kokoli's ass. Hell yeah. Kill you. She got an extra turn here. And then, let's see. If we use our skill here. I think I'll go ahead and use a basic. Okay. And then smack. Keep smacking Kokoli. Fuck it. And then we'll do this. Try min-max our damage. Let's see. Smack you on this. Ooh, that almost killed me. Should be okay though. Because this should kill Kokoli. There we go. Ult up. This should kill the Warp Trotter too, right? So we should get double follow or double extra turn. Boom. It's fine. Don't care. Smack. Oh yeah. Flayon, Hakka, and Axel, the only ones so far. Okay, hopefully the other boys get their own outfits too. Wish your Selly was E2? Yeah, man, E2 Selly is amazing. I mean, Eidolons in general are amazing for a lot of Star Rail characters to begin with. I actually don't want to hit the clock guy, so I'll avoid him for now. There we go. Shit, he gave his charge to Bailu instead of the others. I was kind of hoping he would give charge to like one of my DPS, like at least get knife them. Oh well, so let's grab this one. Is MOC 11? Yes, it is. I think at least I think it should be. Yeah. Actually, I probably should have saved Black Swan's ult for phase 2. Actually, that was a mistake. Oh well. At least I'll save Kafka's ult, I guess. We'll just build up skill points for phase 2 at least. And ult energy for Black Swan. Yeah, she should die here. She gotta turn back. There we go. Ow. We're using Bailu's ult here for doing in big stacks. Let's see, who do you want to kill first? Let's go after Savara. Because the Guardian shouldn't be a big issue for now, until she starts charging up her big ass attack. But if she does, we can start pelting her with attacks done. Oh, here comes the big boy. Ooh, and of course they would yoink. Who is it? Of course they would yoink Black Swan. That motherfucker.
素晴らしいさようなら
She's free.
みんなそこで深淵を迎える
Now die.
ズルはしないでよね
Do I want to use a skill point here? Actually, no. Let's use a base.
落ち着いてやってら一発ド派手にいくよ
The hand should die from DOTs for sure. So I don't think I need to be worried about it reviving and like overloading. I mean, Spark's dead anyway, so whatever. Get fucked, Savarog. Alright. Alright. Lastly, MOC 12. Ooh, we're fighting against both Sam and this motherfucker, huh? Cool. Okay. Alright, so this will be interesting because I want to use, who was it? I want to use Daniel Alter on both sides, but obviously I can't do that. Daniel Alter, I think, is better for Sam, though, because, again, him using multiple skill points in a row is ideal for the Sam fight. So I'm going to have to reserve Sam for, or reserve Daniel Alter for Sam. So let's do that instead. Let's see. Let's go with Luocha and then Tingyun, my tried and true team for the Sam fight. Then here, what we can do is instead of Jingyuan, I'll bring Blade instead, I think. And hopefully that works out. Who else did I want to bring here? Let's see. Double. Maybe bringing Dr. Ratio might be okay here. I'm actually not sure. I mean, Ho-Ho would be amazing here. I regret not having her, but I mean, not much I could have done back then. Actually, maybe I could just bring my usual DOT team here. DOT team here. What the fuck am I stressing out about this for? This motherfucker, this bastard's weak to wind, and electric too, or electric too. So yeah, fuck this asshole. DOT, DOT, DOT.
願いましょう一子同時にないたのいいところに来たわね
新しい商売ですか
最悪の力直してやろうかよいしょ落ち着いて素晴らしいさようなら
It's just Space Ilya. I mean, we always joke in the stream that Honkai Star Rail is the true FGO 2.0, right? The more you think about it, the more it makes sense. Yeah, Clara is Space Ilya. March 7th is Space Mash. Dr. Romani, Welt is Dr. Romani. Himeko is Da Vinci. It just makes too much sense, man. Los Angeles should sue for copyright infringement.
僕は友情を重んじるタイプなんで。やっ
立ちなさい
期待しちゃお客様を裏切れと。
Daniel Alter is actually just Munier. So that's actually hilarious to think about. Sampo's about to die. Oh, that's not good.
記憶皆そこで深淵を迎える重傷弱血を開けよ
借りができましたね。
And the ad should die for the DOTs. Cool, that guy also died.
呼吸するその感覚
Damn, that did a ton of damage. Alright. Time to dance. Time to party.
落ち着いて協調よ素晴らしいさような
But
ら
put as many DOTs as we can, then we use them.
さあ行け
Alright, now comes the fun part. Ow. Ow. Ow.
運命の導きに感謝 全員死刑
That one's Lecter.
立ちなさい最悪の力
One of them was
皆そこで
was
深
when
淵を迎える直してやろうかよいしょ無事などもこれはどう 呼吸するその感覚覚えておいて
We're in a bit of a pickle.
素晴らしいさようなら落ち着いて
期待しちゃお客様を裏切れと追加料金ですよ。
期待に応えられなかった
Ooh, DOTs, motherfucker. Get fucked.
慎重にな。けど
Acheron second trailer is oh, we can watch that after I'm done with MSC and after we're done with account reviews. And that watching the second Acheron trailer will probably be the last thing I do for tonight.
涼しいですね
発目して
気迫を示せ
All right, here we come, Sam.
償いたまえ
Are you ready?
一心同期
We're coming for your ass.
困りました諸悪退散
戦輪は権限した。
Let's see. I kind of don't want to hit the clock guy yet, so yeah, I'll try to avoid. I'll try to avoid hitting. Get that extra free charge on somebody.
健康にさあ飲め。
我に力を
We'll just use one. Nice, perfect.
戦輪は
Thank
権
you,
限した
clock guy.
そう
Now, please
世を
die.
注げ。
Die, motherfucker.
いい度胸だね もうじゃ
Got the trailer here. Oh, thanks, Sam.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために
Sparkle not with Daniel Alter. That is a good point, actually. I've actually never tried Daniel Alter with Sparkle yet. I'm just so used to using him with Bronya that this was just like the impulse thing to do. To be honest.
我に力を
Ooh, that's close.
天使を授けん
緊張は不要だ。
償いたまえ
戦輪は権限。総理世を注が。
But if this team doesn't work out, if it's taking too long for this team to beat Sam, then I can retry with who is it? With Sparkle next time.
諸悪退散
使うつもりはなかった。
Let's see here. Do this basic.
我に力を
This.
この力が差は健康の荒波。さあ飲め。
Ow. Wrapping up.
千の地域を一心同期
戦輪は剣総理世を注が
お別れの時だ
Ooh, perfect. We can break that guy first.
亡者再臨
Use Luocha's ultimate again. There we go. Build up a stack.
厄介を避けん
緊張は不要だ
償いたまえ
Let's see here. Basic. Go back with Bronya.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った
Daniel without Sparkle just feels so weird now. I want to be able to use Daniel with either Bronya or Sparkle. As of right now, my Bronya feels very good with my Daniel alter because, assuming no weird speed changes, my Daniel is barely faster than my Bronya, so that means that I can loop my Daniel. I can do reps with Daniel, where my Daniel goes first and then my Bronya pulls him back up, and he can basically do 2 full charge basics in a row, which is amazing. Assuming I have enough skill points, which I know I can't. I'm not going to be able to do with Sparkle, even if my Daniel's faster than her. So I still like using Bronya with Daniel because they're perfectly speed tuned for each other at the moment. Hey Cheesky, welcome back, man. How's it going? Alright, here we go. The true test.
Action は実行
Oh yeah, looks like our speed got desynced because now my Bronya is acting faster than my Daniel. But that's okay. I think if we just use our basic here, it should be fine. Let's put some damage on you.
この力が騒いでいる
Let's see. This, okay.
避けられない我に
Back.
戦輪は剣総理世を注が健康の腹な
Let's see. Do I want to break him first? Is that enough for Tingyun to break with her basic? We're about to find out.
輪を持って
Yeah, it is.
4か
Alright, skill time.
消滅開始
大丈夫問題はない厄介を避けん
Shouldn't get. Oh, actually, he gets a lot of healing back. I thought in Sam's skill field here, his flame field here, everybody's healing got decreased. Maybe that was just specific to the last MOC he was in. Huh. Okay. Well, then this is a lot easier then. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, we can now start hitting Sam now. Oh, here we go.
衝動作戦実行
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った
What Eidolon's my Bronya? E0. The only time I've gotten Bronya was from the guaranteed 300 perma character from Stellar War. My Bronya is still E0. I've never gotten a Bronya spook since.
千の珍奇を持って一心同期
戦輪は権限した総理世を注が健康
There we go.
我に力を
この力健康の
Let's see. Ooh. Looks like my Daniel alter is slowly starting to kill himself here. Looks like Luocha's skill field is not working now. At least I don't think it was. Who is the robot locked onto now? It's not locked onto anybody, so I don't know who's gonna attack now. Do you have any cons for Bronya? Eidolons? No, my Bronya is E0. I just answered that. Let's see. Let me try doing
亡
this
者
first.
再臨
Yeah, our healing got gutted somewhere. That's weird. How did my Luocha heal himself back up for so much? right when Sam's skill field started. So yeah, this is more what I was expecting. But now my Daniel doesn't have the health because he just sapped it all away using his own skill. At the very least, you can break this guy. Well, at least we got an achievement for it.
食材の時だ
Oh, nice, perfect.
天使を
Broke
授
the
けん
field.
緊張は不要だ
Fuck you.
和をもっちょく大佐
Alright, back to normal. Let's see here. Try to get some damage on him.
我に力を
Now that we don't have to deal with now that we don't have to worry about the
総理よう
chainsaw
注が
type now.
健康の
Nice Amelia skin, thank you. I made sure roll that. I made sure to roll for it immediately when it dropped.
4か被爆総滅開始
お別れの時だ
Let's see. I'll just do an attack here first. And then use, we'll just ult to put some toughness. Honestly, breaking Sam seems like a fucking impossible thing to do. Like, why even bother trying to do it?
我に力を我々はとうに嵐
Is this MSC12? Yep, this is MSC12. Because you can only fight Sam.
健康のさあ飲め
厄介を避けん
緊張は
Yeah,
不
barely
要
got
だ
any health back
い
from
ない
that.
戦利総理よう注がターゲットロック
Hopefully we survive this.
客をも
Okay,
て
we
なさない
barely
と
did.
いい度胸だね
Let's see. How many points do we have to break this? Break it? If I use Luocha's skill here, will that break his heal? Let's try.
天使を授けん
緊張は不要だ
アクションする
千の地域をも一心同
亡者再臨
アクションは時間
Ow. Man, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure how we're still alive here, but whatever. I'll take what I can get.
この力が騒いでいる
Let's see here.
健康の腹
We'll do this, and then we should have his ult here. Okay.
戦
We're basically
輪
good
は
to go.
総理よう注が
Fuck you, motherfucker.
一気にチョーク大佐
厄介を避けん
適切な援助だった我に力を我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ
使うつもりはな健康さあ飲め
That's enough?
天使
No,
を
not quite.
授けん
急がば回れです
Got one more in. Ooh,
総
barely.
滅開始
厄介を避けん
緊張は不要だ
償いたまえ亡者再臨
Sam trying to beat us up. We spent all our money on ice cream. Oof. Feels bad, man.
我に力を
Alright, finish the job, Daniel. Do it!
失敗
Yeah, fuck you. I spent all of Firefly's dinner money. Yeah, I said it. Hell yeah. Hey, so that's MSC12. That was fun. I like how, if they didn't, I'll be honest though, if they didn't have the DOT teams be so strong, yeah, that would have been very, finicky. That would have been a very hairy situation for me. Because the fact that my Black Swan Kafka team on first half MSC12 was able to kill, what was his fucking name again? I don't even remember. Yanqing. Because they were able to kill Yanqing so quickly, yeah, we had plenty of time to deal with Sam's ass. Hey, Tepic, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time. Have a good one. But yeah, that was fun. Enjoyed that one. Why is it still giving me the ping for Forgotten Hall. Never mind, it's gone now. All right, cool.
著名な歌手であるロビン氏あ参加を
They're talking about Robin?
調和セレモニーに招待されたそうで
Did
す
you already react to Myriad Celestia trailer? I assume you're talking about the second Acheron trailer. We'll do. I think I said I'll do that as the last thing I do on stream for
こ
tonight.
の大きなそうなの以前そうせっぺはい
Now, thanks for hanging out, Ruin May. Now, give me your fucking stellar jades.
あなたちょっと朝飲みそれともなるほどよくでも
All right, chat. As promised, let's take a look at whatever account you got. If anybody in chat's still here from earlier when they when you guys expressed your interest in having me take a look at your accounts. Let's get this over with real quick so we can watch that Acheron trailer, and I can end stream. How are we doing this? Just drop a UID in chat. That's all I need. That's all we need.
Yes.
Okay. First up, we've got Sire Corgi. Your username is Lady Corgi. I think you wanted me to take a look at your Kafka, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
I mean, she's the first one who shows up, so I assume so. E6 Kafka, I see you're a man of culture. So yeah, fully traced out as she should be. E6. 3600 HP, good HP. 3700. I think my Kafka, for reference, only has 3500, so 35 or 3600. I think 3500. So 3700 is good. I assume she's running speed boots. Yeah, speed boots because we're on DOT set. Let's see. Yeah, speed boots, attack. 3700 attack. Crit stats can go fuck themselves. Your Kafka has a ton of break effect, actually.
Yes.
I assume she must have rolled very, very well into break effect, because, like, how much break effect does my Kafka have? I don't think she has that much. Oh, she's got 41% too, so actually it's a decent amount. Maybe my Kafka rolled a lot of break effect too. Well, how much does a Lycone give her? None actually. Okay. So yeah, all of our break effects coming from our stats directly, I think, which is kind of funny to think about. Let's see, yeah, they're purely coming from her substats. That's very interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because Kafka breaks people pretty easily, which is very appropriate to her character. 42% EHR or 42 EHR. Let me check how much my Kafka has. My Kafka has 48%, so yeah, it's comparable. It's good enough, I think. And then lightning damage boost, 62%. How much does mine have? Oh yeah, mine same with mine too. Because S1 patience and lightning planar, I assume. And yeah, your Kafka is looking amazing. Buddy boy. Let's see. Yeah. Your Kafka, even without Eidolons, I believe your Kafka is strictly superior because your Kafka has slightly higher attack than mine because mine only has 3,500. Yours has 3,750. Your Kafka is also higher HP than mine because my Kafka only has 3,300, but yours has 3,600. One more speed than mine does. Much higher break effect. Slightly lower EHR, but honestly 42% is good enough. And yeah, 4-piece DOT with 2-piece glam set, I believe that is. Yeah, should be glam set. Yeah, man. Like, there's nothing at all that I can say about this to critique it. Your Kafka's pretty fucking good, man. And with the obvious difference that yours is E6 and mine is not. So, but yeah, always love seeing a absolutely based Kafka build. You didn't want the B, but it happened. I mean, B is not bad because again, Kafka breaks people like there's no tomorrow. So, as she should. Here's yours. Okay, Novak, I'll take a look at yours afterwards. I think Kazoo also wants me to look at his account too, so I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Feel like your Jinglu needs work too. Let me see. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, your Jinglu could definitely be a lot better. Cause for reference, my Jinglu has, I believe, 35% base crit rate and almost 250% crit damage. Actually, let me show you my own Jinglu build, because our Jinglu should be very comparable because mine is also E0, but she has her Gacha light cone. These are her stats: 35 crit rate with 246 crit damage. So yeah, your Jinglu could definitely be much better. Because if I can do this, you can too. Pull up Jinglu's account here too. 4,000 HP, that's fine. I think Jinglu just naturally has very high HP to begin with. Yeah, because she's got a couple of HP traces here for some reason, which is honestly not bad. Attack 2,600. Let me compare that to my own Jinglu here. Actually, yeah, mine only has 2,400 attack. So your Jinglu having 2,600 is okay. Defense, whatever. Speed 146. How fast is my Jinglu again? Oh, but your Jinglu is a lot faster than mine actually. Because my Jinglu only has 130 speed, whereas yours has 146. Like, if you can maintain like 140 speed, and like try to get her like a lot better crit damage, then I feel like it's worth it. Because 146 speed, like that's obviously very nice to have. Your crit rate's fine. You don't need, Jinglu doesn't need that much crit rate. Obviously, the higher the better, but remember that she gives herself up to like 50% extra crit rate at like max talent level, I think. So like you don't need to go over 50% at least. But yeah, honestly, anywhere from like 20 to like 30% is honestly fine. It's the crit damage that you really want to focus on. So like at least 200% crit damage for Jinglu is like baseline. So yeah, I would say try to get your Jinglu as much crit damage as possible. Like at least I think 230% would be good. Would be considered good, I think. Maybe 220 actually. But at the very least 200% CD. Break effect doesn't really matter. ER no, because you want attack percent. Rope. Effect res 32%. I think my Jinglu should have a decent chunk of effect res, if she even does. Actually, not even. She only has 10%. But yeah, your Jinglu having 30% ES or ER or effect res is actually not bad, because I believe one of Jinglu's traces gives her like 50 extra effect res, which is actually quite nice. So your DPS not having to worry about like debuffs or crowd control debuffs or whatever is really nice to work with. And obviously you have ice planar, ice damage planar. So let's see, 4-piece ice, good. And then 2-piece, what is that? Rudolent Arena. I wonder what my Jingli has. I think my Jingli should also have 2-piece Rural Arena. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
危険だと
Hey, Whisper Bloom, welcome to the stream. So yeah, all I can say is just get your Jingliu's crit damage up a lot higher, and that's basically all you really need to do. Everything else looks fine. That's why you like effect res, yeah. However, you do need to focus on your crit damage, because Jingliu has such good opportunity. Like you have the opportunity to stack so much. What is it? You have the opportunity to stack so much crit damage on Jingliu that you should really prioritize that. I'd say you can go drop down to like 20% effect res, and that's good enough. And again, you can drop your speed down to like 140, and I'd say that's still pretty good. But like, try to get your Jingliu as much crit damage as possible. Wakamo, hey, a fellow Wakamo enjoyer. Good to see that. Yeah, my Wakamo is one of my 2 favorite characters in Blue Archive. Love my Wakamo. Okay, let me take a look at Avanim's account, if in case that's it for you, Sire Corgi. Okay. Would you mind checking out your Kafka, Daniel, Black Swan, and or Ruin? My God, that's a lot. I'm gonna try going through them quickly then. First up, Kafka. E2, good. Max Traced Out, also good. S1, good. 3200 HP, kind of low, but then again, my own Kafka only has 3300, so that's fine. 4000 attack, and you're running... Yeah, you're still running speed boots. 4000 attack, that's pretty high. Okay, that's because you rolled a lot of attack percent. That's pretty good then. 137 speed? That's good enough. Like, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. But if you can, try to get Kafka a little more speed. But then again, if you like how your Kafka performs already with her having really high base attack, then I guess you don't need to change your speed much. Looks like you got a lot of crit stats on her for some reason. Decent amount of break effect. Your EHR is kind of low though. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah. Effect res, don't care. Lightning planar. The only thing I would say, Avanim, is try to get your Kafka's EHR higher. Because I know Kafka has like a base EHR that she kind of wants, and I know it's higher than 26%. Because my Kafka's EHR is like at like what, 48%? I think the previous Kafka we looked at was like 42. Whatever that base EHR is, I believe Hannah linked a spreadsheet earlier that has all the stats that characters ideally would like. So yeah, try to get your EHR higher than 26%. I would say baseline, get her to 40% EHR. And then try to like obviously your Kafka is not geared for crit stats, so like you can sacrifice her crit stats to try to give her like better pieces that have higher EHR. Because like if Kafka can't put her shocks on people, what's the actual point, right? So yeah, I would say higher EHR. 29% recommended. Really, it's that low? Huh? Maybe maybe Kafka doesn't need that high EHR then. But I mean, yeah, try to get her EHR up to like 30% then. 28 EHR. Okay, see, you're almost already there too. You're almost already there. So like maybe, I mean, at that point it's not even that high priority anymore. Yeah. Like, so I guess if you happen to find a piece that has like 1 extra EHR roll, then replace whatever has like a lot of crit stats on it with it, I guess. I don't know. But I guess this is okay. So. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with this build, necessarily. You get your speed is a little bit lower than mine, mine's, and the previous Kafka we took a look at. But you, in exchange, you have very high base attacks. So I think that makes up for it. Is that capped out sanity in Arknights? Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Not bad. Let me go do a run real quick. Thanks for letting me know. Haven't been able to do all my gacha dailies because I've been busy with stream. So your Kafka's okay. Your Kafka's good. I don't see anything particularly wrong with it. Also your what is it? To guarantee the E1 debuff is 67%? Okay, never mind. You stream 24 hours or something? No, I've only been streaming for about 7 hours. It's far less than 24 hours. Okay. After that... Hey, Proto, if that's how I say your name. How's it going, man? The last you heard was the work situation. Things doing better, man? No, not really. No, still in the same old IRL crunch right now. Still trying to slog through day by day. You should take a look at the new Akron trailer. I will get to the Akron trailer. I've had like 5 or 6 different people ask me about it. We'll watch at the end of this stream after I go through some account reviews. Next up, Daniel. Okay, E0, Max Trace, S1, 3600, good HP, 2800 attack, good. 111 speed only. Oh, you're running attack boots. Okay, that's why your base attack is so high. I assume you're using him with Sparkle. Yeah. If that's the case, then yeah, your speed makes sense here. So that's fine. Crit rate 65, 126. This is okay. Yeah, this is okay, I guess. I assume your Daniel did not roll a lot of crit stats at all. Because, yeah, I noticed that you've got a crit damage body, but you don't have that much. Your relics on Daniel didn't really roll very well into crit stats very much. Because, as a comparison, let me exit Enka real quick. This is what my Daniel has. My Daniel has 2600 attack, 137 speed, with 61 CR and 184 crit damage. Let me see where all his crit damage stats are coming from. He's got 17% here, another 11% there. Crit damage body, just like you. More crit damage on his boots. Crit damage on his planar. And a crit damage on his rope. So yeah, my Daniel Alter got very lucky with the crit damage rolls. And so yeah, I'm very happy with how his shit rolled. Dan just uses substats. True. Anyways, let's see here. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that your Daniel didn't roll very good crit damage stats off his planar. Use a Musketeer. Yes, I think I've converted over to Musketeer set over Imaginary. The reason why I did is because Imaginary is a little too restrictive. Because even though Imaginary does give you extra crit stats, the issue is that part of its effect only comes into play when you break enemies, right? When you attack broken enemies. And after a while, I decided that that's not really worth using because if you think about it, enemies are only broken for a short period of time. And most of the time, enemies are not broken, right? Unless you have Ruin Mei, I suppose. If you run Daniel with Ruin Mei and Sparkle, I guess, then maybe that's a different story. But even then, enemies still spend the majority of their time not being broken, which means that most of the time, you're not getting that extra crit damage buff from 4-piece Imaginary. So, I switched over to 4-piece Musketeer because all its effects are always good at all times. So, yeah, if you still want to use 4-piece Imaginary, that's fine. If it still works for you, that's all that should matter. But if you're thinking about switching over to Musketeer, then yeah, I can vouch for 4-piece Musketeer on Daniel over 4-piece Imaginary. Yeah. Yeah, so if you don't mind trying to go for Musketeer pieces, and hey, who knows, maybe you can get lucky like I did, and maybe a fresh 4-piece Musketeer set can roll a lot of crit damage stats for you instead. Then yeah, I think it would be definitely worth it. So yeah, just give it a thought. Oh, you run ER rope on Daniel. Huh, that's interesting. I honestly don't think Daniel needs ER. Yeah, like he shouldn't need ER in my opinion. But then again, you do run him with attack rope. So this does make up for it. Yeah, it does make up for it. So actually no, this should still work. Yeah, this should still work. I would say give attack rope a try anyway though, because I honestly don't feel like Daniel really needs energy regen, right? And especially if you're using with Sparkle, like you shouldn't really have skill point issues with Sparkle of all people. With Sparkle of all people. So like the whole rationale behind giving Daniel ER rope for like more ults so that way he can get more free skill points, that really shouldn't be an issue anymore. So I would say, yeah, just give him attack rope instead of ER. I would say I don't really see much of a point for running ER rope. Yeah, try to give him an attack rope instead. Let's see here. Daniel has 2-piece Rudolent Arena. That's actually a good idea. I forget what my Daniel's on. Oh yeah, my Daniel's only on 2-piece Glam. You know what? Maybe I should give my own Daniel a 2-piece Rudolent Arena instead. Maybe Glam's still good enough, but yeah, Rudolent Arena should still work. Actually, no. Rudolent Arena only works when you have 70 plus crit rate, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and both of our Daniels don't have 7% CR. They only go up to 61. That's an issue. Does your Daniel alter trigger 2-piece Rudolent Arena effect? Like from like 4-piece Wastelander? Does 4-piece Wastelander's extra crit rate factor into your crit rate or nah? Or nah? Yeah, Fushuan works too. You have Sparkle's Light Cone. Oh, does it give the team like extra crit rate? If that's the case, then yeah, that's fine. Just want to make sure that you can at least trigger, what is it? You can at least trigger 2-piece Rudolent Arena set, Rudolent effect. Let's say at the start of the battle, wearer gains mask lasting for 3 turns, while the wearer has mask. Where a user's teammates have their crit rate increased by 10%. Okay. Let's see. Lasting for 4 turns. For every 1 skill point where user recovers, they gain 1 stack of Radiant Flame, and the wearer uses 4 stacks. All stacks are removed. They gain mask. Okay, so Sparkle can regain mask even afterwards. Okay, that's good. Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. That means that your Daniel should have at least 70% crit rate. Okay, that's not an issue then. EHR doesn't matter. Effect res, that's whatever. Imaginary damage boost. I think our Daniel should be the same. Where is he? Yours has... Oh yeah, that's right, because you're running 4-piece Wastelander. That's where the extra imaginary damage is coming from. Okay, that's fine. My only 2 suggestions would be to replace ER rope with attack rope, and then consider, you don't have to, but you consider switching his Wastelander set over to Musketeer. Yeah, for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Otherwise, yeah, nothing. Otherwise, yeah, those are my only critiques on that. Crit damage, yeah, his crit damage is very low. But, I mean, there's not really much you can do about that because he didn't get lucky with crit damage stats, so... Yeah, try to get him some better crit damage stats too. But the fact that he's running attack percent boots does make up for it at least. Or sort of makes up for it. And even better if he gets attack percent rope. Okay. Alright, is there anybody else whose accounts I need to take a look at? I know there were some that I missed over or that I accidentally skipped. So if you guys are still here, make sure to drop your UIDs or your account profiles in chat again. Also, Avenim, thanks so much for the brand new stuff, man. You didn't have to do that. I do these account reviews for free. But I appreciate the support nonetheless. Thanks, man. Oh yeah, Novak, Rain, and Kazoo. Need advice on mainly Blade and Jingli? Okay, I'll go over Novak's shit first. So Jinglu and Blade on what to prioritize. Okay, I'll go over those two for the. I'll just go over those two for the interest of time. So Jinglu E1. Let me see what Jinglu E1 does actually, just so that I know in case it becomes something I need to talk about. When using her ult or enhanced skill, her crit damage increases by 24% for 1 turn. If only one enemy target is attacked, target will additionally be dealt ice damage equal to 100% of her attack. Okay, so extra ice damage, or yeah, just extra damage. Extra attack bonus attack damage, blah, blah, blah. But more importantly, higher crit damage. Okay, so 24%. Just keep that in mind.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh, your crit damage is very low. However, because your Jinglu is at E1, it is barely acceptable because including taking her E1 to account, that means that Jinglu barely has 200% crit damage, and that's barely acceptable. I consider 200% crit damage to be like the minimum for like an effective Jinglu. Ideally, she should have like at least 220, 230 in my opinion. And the higher crit damage, the better. Like 250 is amazing for a Jinglu build, and even free to plays can get that, can reach that. What is it? Actually, can free to plays reach that without her Gacha Lycon? I don't know. And I just realized you're running her with S5 Aeon as well, so I guess I can understand that you don't have a lot of crit damage on this, because I don't know how much crit damage Aeon ends up giving. So let me see if I can check how much crit damage Fall of an Aeon gives. Oh, is my Jinglu. Let's see here. Fall of an Aeon. Oh no, this doesn't give any crit damage at all. This is just extra attack, and then after the user breaks toughness, they get a damage increase. Okay, so no crit stats there, which is unfortunate. So that would explain why your crit damage is very high. In that case, then honestly, 200% crit damage using Fall of an Aeon is not that bad. It should actually be pretty good, I think. Because how much crit damage does her Gacha Lycon give her? 20%. Okay, so extra free 20% crit damage. Okay. So actually, yeah, then the math works out where this should still be a pretty good build for 200% crit damage for an S5 Aeon Jinglu build. Should still be okay. Let's see. Oh, you're running with 4-piece Quantum. Okay, alright. 4,000 HP, 2,300 attack, 35% crit rate, that's good. 136 speed, that's good. About 200% crit damage, including your E1. Break effect, that's decent, because Jinglu can break people easily. EHR doesn't matter. Effect res, this is good. 23 plus like 50%, thanks to one of her traces. And a damage boost, that's fine. 2-piece arena, that's fine. And then yeah, so the only thing I would suggest is maybe like if 4-piece Quantum is working out for you, that's fine. Because I believe 4-piece Quantum is the viable option for you. So if this is working out, then that's fine. Yeah, I'm just always kind of like weirded out by people using 4-piece Quantum, because I always have to remind myself that yeah, 4-piece Quantum is just that good. Not only that, but I think a lot of enemies that are weak to ice that are also weak to Quantum, so it's like they get the double whammy on that. But yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this Jinglu build. Like everything checks out at the very least. Yeah, I don't see anything particularly wrong with this. You'll be rolling for a Lycon or rerun? Okay, then yeah, hopefully you get it then. Because yeah, giving her own Gacha Lycon would dramatically buff this build. Because that means that you'd be working with at least 190% crit damage and whatnot. I will say, once you get her Gacha Lycon, I would highly recommend you try to stack as much crit damage on her as possible. Because yeah, your Jinglu didn't really roll that great of crit damage stats to begin with. Like obviously your body piece on her rolled crit damage, or its main stat crit damage, so she's getting a lot from that. But like yeah, your only other relics that got crit damage were her headpiece and her hands. Just as a comparison, just showing off, flexing my Jinglu build real quick. My Jingli has 35 CR, 246 CD. That is with their Gacha light cone, but her relics did roll very well into crit damage. Like her headpiece rolled 23% right there, another 16% hands, crit damage body obviously. So she's getting a lot from there. Her boots didn't roll any crit damage, unfortunately. At least it rolled a little bit of a crit rate though. Her planar is very good. I got very lucky with this one, where it rolled like 4 times in the crit damage. I'm pretty sure this is a 4-roll crit damage, but with a 3-line start. So yeah, my Jinglu has my best ice planar on my account, which is amazing. And then even her rope rolled a little bit of crit damage too. So honestly, like, your build is fine. Really, the only suggestion I have is try to farm more pieces that have better crit damage stats. That's about it though. That is it's really about it. And then I believe you wanted me to take a look at your blade now. Let me pull up your account again. Let's see. Let's go take a look at your blade. E0 max traced out, almost max traced out. Okay, you run him with Secret Vow. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Let's see. 5,000 HP. His attack doesn't really matter too much. 141 speed. Oh, your blade is actually pretty fast. I think my blade is pretty slow. He only has like what 126 speed or something. Crit rate 50%. Okay. Let me pull up my own blade build just as a reference here. Let's see here. Your blade has 141 speed. Mine only has 130. My blade has about 6,500, 6,400 HP, so he is tankier than yours. Let's see, where is he getting his HP stats from? 4-piece Longevous, obviously. Okay, so he doesn't have that great of HP substats, actually. He's only getting them from his hands and his body piece. Okay. I mean, it should still be fine, I think. 50 CR, 143 CD. He has a 50%, or he has a crit damage body. Break effect, ER, wind planar. Okay. And you're also running him with, I assume this is 2-piece inert Salsoto, which makes sense because follow-up attack damage and, what is it? And, ult damage. That's fine. And you can't run Rudolent Arena anyway because, yeah, you don't have enough crit rate. It's a little too low. Let's see. So you run him with Secret Vow, and I know it gives him extra damage, right? Let's see. S5 Secret Vow increases damage dealt by wearer by 40%. Deals an extra 40% damage to enemies whose HP percentage is equal to or higher than the user's current. That makes sense on Blade. However, it's not exactly reliable because Blade's HP fluctuates all the time. Because that's just kind of the nature of his gameplay. Or the nature of his kit. So, and your Secret Vow is only at S1. But then again, to be fair, if you don't have his Gacha light cone, you don't really have a lot of better options. Actually, what about our new Destruction light cone from MOC shop? Matter of fact, I'm already here, so let me take a look at MOC shop real quick. Because I remember our new Destruction light cone being pretty good on Blade, was it? Or was it somebody else that it was good on? Let's see. Flames Afar, when users' cumulative HP loss during one attack exceeds 25% of their max HP, or if they consume more than 25% of the max HP, it immediately heals wearer for 15%, and it increases the damage to deal by 25% for 2 turns. Effect can only be triggered once every 3 turns. And how much does that go up to S5? By 50%. Okay, so I would actually recommend, whose account was this? Oh, Novak, yeah. Novak, I would actually recommend that you take a look at buying the new 4-star destruction light cone called Flames Afar. That may be, and better yet, you can get to S5 very easily too, or at least you should be able to. As opposed to Secret Vow, which is a gacha only light cone, I think. So I think that if you can S5 Flames Afar, that will be superior to Secret Vow, I think, most of the time, I want to say. Yeah. I think the only awkward part would be that there's going to be a 1-turn gap where your blade does not have the damage buff. But I think in exchange for, what, 50% damage buff for 2 turns, as opposed to S1 Secret Vow's 20%, I think that's well worth it. So, yeah. Let's see. Other than that, I don't really have much else to say. Like other than like just try to give your blade higher crit rate, because 50% is kind of low. Because I think Blade's hit count isn't that high. It's not like abysmally low where he only deals like 1 hit per target for everything. But ideally, I think it should be at least 60%. 60% seems fine. Ideally 70%, and higher is even better, but as long as your crit damage can also keep up too. But yeah, those are the only 2 things I would suggest, are try to get a more crit rate if you can, and then unless you plan on going for his light cone the next time Blade has a rerun, consider buying S5 Flames Afar for your Blade. Yeah, because I think Flames Afar is definitely better than S1 Secret Vow. Okay, I think those are 2 characters you wanted me to take a look at. So yeah, hopefully that helps, Novak. You think it's a good idea to give him Aeon if you get Jinglu's light cone, or just stick with Secret Vow? Fall of an Aeon. Let me see what that did again. Attack. Oh no, Flames. Aeon does not really work on Blade because Aeon gives the user attack percent, and Blade doesn't really want attack percent. Like, it's nice, but if he's gonna get any attack percent, it should just be from like some random substats here and there. Because remember, Blade scales mainly off of HP for his damage, not attack. Like technically he scales off both. Like he'll take attack buffs, but it should mainly be HP. So ideally, his light cone should give him something related to HP. And that's the problem with Blade, because Blade's kind of in an Acheron-style situation where, or at least before we got Flames Afar, where most destruction light cones don't give HP buffs. Like, only his own Gacha light cone does, for now. And of course, the new Flames Afar light cone, which is why I recommend that for you. What are all the gacha games? Gacha games! Exclamation mark gachas, plural. I finally have a command for it, so you can just type that into chat, and Nightbot should tell you. Let's see here. Yeah, Aeon S5 is not that good on Blade. Yeah, I'm not surprised that even S1 Secret Vow is still better than S5 Aeon, yeah, because it gives him attack, and that's not really what he wants. So, but yeah, Novak, to answer your last question, stick with Secret Vow, but again, he now has a proper free-to-play light cone in Flames Afar, so I would highly recommend you look into that and maybe buy a couple copies of that, if you don't mind. Okay, after Novak, I said I wanted to look at Kazu's account here. And you wanted me to look at your Fushuan. Where is she? There she is. E0, that's fine. I assume this is a free-to-play tank, a standard Fushuan, where you just build her with tank stats. Let's see, 2. What is this? Skill. Okay, yeah. I assume this middle one must be her ultimate. I think. Yeah, if it's her ultimate, that doesn't really matter because you obviously don't really care about having Fushuan do damage. That's kind of whatever. So I assume as long as her skill and her talent are maxed out, that's fine. S5 texture memories. Okay, that's fine. It works on her. 7,000 attack, that's good. For a free-to-play tank build, actually, I've seen free-to-play tank Fushuan builds go all the way up to 8,000 HP, but I mean, this is still a shit ton of HP, so it shouldn't mean, that shouldn't really matter. Between like 7,000, 8,000 HP. At least not most of the time. Let's see. Well, she's got a lot of defense, actually. That's good, actually. I believe I've been told that defense stats are actually very useful on Fushuan. So not only is she very tanky, but she's also got a ton of defense. So this is actually quite nice. I like this. 7,000 HP, lots of defense as well to go with to complement that. So yeah, she should be very tanky. She should be very tanky. And she's very fast too. Wow. At 143 speed, you've given her, what is it, speed boots? Let's see. Crit rate, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. You gave her ER rope. Actually, that makes sense because it's not like she needs HP because she's already got a lot of HP to begin with. So yeah, ER rope makes sense here. So that way you can get her ult faster just for the faster the faster HP regens. EHR doesn't matter. Very good effect res. I like this. Yeah. Your Fushuan having very high effect res is good because even though she does have that traceability where like she can no-sell one AoE instance of debuffs, yeah. Sometimes enemies could keep debuffing you anyway, even afterwards, and so yeah, I like how your Fushuan has a lot of effect res even still. This is good. And you run her with 2-piece speed? Is that a watchmaker piece I see there? Yeah, so you're only running a single 2-piece set. And it looks like you don't have a double 2-piece set here. Let's see. So you must be running just a 2-piece HP and then 2 off pieces here. Technically, I don't see a problem with this, honestly. Because you already have a lot of speed anyway. Because, yeah, you got a lot of speed substats scattered throughout your relics. And plus, you're also running speed boots. So your Fushuan having 143 speed is really good. So, honestly, you not having a double 2-piece set is actually... Or, yeah, double 2-piece set doesn't really matter. I mean, you have the one that's important, which is HP. I suppose, ideally... Because you already have speed boots, which is part of the speed set. Maybe you can look for a speed set hands or watch or whatever that has pretty good stats. Maybe you're looking for one already, but I mean honestly, just with this, it's still pretty good. But it can be better, obviously, if you have if you can get a inset speed piece for her hands. So that way you get the extra 6% speed, and she's even faster that way. So, let's see. Yeah, I feel like you should be able to find some sort of replacement piece for her hands, because it's not like she has any what is it? It's not like she has any speed stats there. She's got some defense, which I suppose is nice. It's also giving her a lot of HP actually. But I feel like that's not too bad to get. I feel like honestly the worst stat that you're gonna be missing out on the most is probably the effect res. But even without this 8%, she still has 63, which is still very good. So yeah, like the only thing I would change with this is what is it? The only thing I would change, the only thing I would suggest is for you to try to find an inset speed piece, and like you're golden. Try to find an alternative. Yeah. This build is still very good as is. It's just that, yeah, you just try to find a replacement hand set that's inset with speed, so that way you can run 2-piece HP and 2-piece speed. And once you do that, you're golden. But yeah, that's all I have. Otherwise, this is a perfectly good free-to-play tank focused standard. I would call it standard Fushuan build. Hey, Rogan. Hey, how's it going, man? It's been a while. How am I doing? I'm hanging in there. We're doing some account reviews for Star Rail real quick. Okay. Man, we've already. I think I've already spent like an hour doing account reviews now. I think I'll do maybe 1 or 2 more, and I'll move on to watching the Akron trailer as like the last thing I do on stream. Let's see. Alex, we got you. Checking your account. Is there anybody in particular you want me to take a look at? I'll just for in the interest of time, just give me one character you want me to take a look at. If there's anybody in particular you want me to look at, because I can't go through everybody today. Silverwolf or Serval? Take a look at Serval. Not Serval, Silverwolf. Let's see, E1. Oh, so not E2. Okay. But your EHR is quite high, so that makes up for her not being E2. At E2, Silverwolf's EHR should be what? Wasn't it like 90 something %? You're almost there. It's almost good enough, I would say. But maybe getting that last 10% EHR might be nice. Let's see. Resolution. Oh, you don't. Do you not have tutorial mission? I assume you don't, because if you do, you run that on Silverwolf instead of Pearl, instead of Resolution. It's still fine though. Because obviously this is a utility Silverwolf. Max traced out, you love to see it. 4,000 HP. That's actually quite good on Silverwolf. That's very nice actually. Low attack, that's fine. This is a utility Silverwolf. 160 speed, that's very fast. That's good. Crit stats don't matter. Fuck that shit. Break effect, very high break effect. Where's she getting all this? Holy fuck. Oh, you're running her with break effect rope. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I mean, to be fair, Silverwolf does break enemies very easily. So, might as well, I guess. Yeah. And break effect damage doesn't care about how much attack your character has. It just purely scales off of break effect. So, actually, this is super smart. This is very smart. And you have plenty of break effect stats scattered throughout your relics. So yeah, this makes perfect sense. This is super smart actually. I like this. Let's see, energy regen. She doesn't. Yeah, Silverwolf doesn't need energy regen. It's nice for her to have, but it's whatever. Let's see. The 5% come from. Oh, okay, you actually run 2-piece Panakin. I mean, that makes sense for mono quantum builds and whatnot. Excuse me. But yeah, mono quantum builds and shit like that. So I assume you. Excuse me. I assume you use her with Selly, who's right here. So that makes sense. Selly and maybe Chingcha, I suppose, if you have her built. I don't see her on here, so I assume you just run her with Selly most of the time. Yeah, I think you. I'm pretty sure you must be a mono quantum enjoyer, because yeah, I see you have Fushuan over here as well, and you even have her Gacha Lycon too. Nice. So yeah, I assume your Silverwolf is specifically geared for mono quantum, and I respect that. A little bit of quantum damage boost, but you know, obviously you don't really care about that. 2-piece Genius of Brilliant Stars. You have speed set, but 2-piece quantum, or 2-piece quantum set only gives you extra quantum damage boost, right? At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 2-piece Genius only gives you extra quantum damage. Okay. So I would recommend, the only thing I would change here would be to switch out your Genius pieces, your quantum pieces, for a full speed set, because I don't know why you have 2-piece quantum on a utility Silverwolf. Unless you need that quantum damage for something, but like if that's the case, you would be running quantum damage boost planar instead of whatever it is you're running her with right now. Yeah, HP. So yeah, that's the only thing I would suggest really to make different. Just switch out your quantum pieces for speed pieces if you can afford to do that. As of right now, your build is obviously very good. This is very clearly a mono quantum focused break damage Silverwolf, and I respect it. I like this build a lot. You don't see this kind of build every day. But the only issue, if you can even call it that, yeah, I guess it's a small issue. But the only issue I would say is go all out on full speed set. Yeah. Unless you already have another another support character that's on speed set, but your Fushion's not on speed set. I mean, she's on 2-piece, but not on 4-piece. Maybe which healer actually? Oh, who was this? Alex, what healer do you run on your mono quantum team? I would assume Lynx, but I don't know. Maybe you use another healer somewhere. Ideally, it should be Lynx. I'm gonna assume it's Lynx. But let me ask you, what relic set is your Lynx on? Is it possible auto all content in Nikkei? No, actually, there are some fights where you specifically cannot auto. It forces you to manual. Like, there are some fights in story called EX missions where you physically don't have the option to auto, and you have to control it yourself. But most of the content is, yeah. Fushun only, Sparkle, Silverwolf, Selly, or Chingche. Alex, I'm asking you about your healer. Unless you don't run a healer, which that would be kind of strange. Oh, okay, I see. Fushun is usually enough. Okay, that I forgot. I'm so healer pilled that I always run healers with my even with Fushun anyway. But yeah, now that you point that out, yeah, Fushun's usually enough to handle handle that shit on her own. Now that I think about it. Okay, that's my bad then. Ignore what I said. That being said, you still don't have like anybody with a proper speed set, because again, your Fushun's on 2-piece. 2-piece HP and 2-piece speed. So she doesn't have the full 4-piece set. Because remember, 4-piece speed gives a speed boost to your entire team for 1 turn. And like your Fushun's build is okay. Like this is fine. At least her relic sets are fine. 2-piece HP, 2-piece speed, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. However, what I'm saying is that unless your 4th character is also another support character who has their own 4-piece speed set, you should give you should try switching your Silverwolf's headpiece and her hand pieces or gloves or whatever you want to call it over to speed set instead, so that she can run 4-piece speed, in case nobody else on her team is doing that first. You'll be getting Sparkle to speed. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine too. Okay, then that's fine. In that case, I kind of wonder, because obviously your Silverwolf doesn't need the quantum damage, so I feel like this 2-piece set is kind of wasted on her. But at the same time, I'm kind of trying to figure out in my head here, like, what other relic set she would really want other than quantum? Because again, she doesn't care for the quantum damage, obviously, not for herself. She already has 2-piece speed. What else would she run here then? Guard of Wuthering Snow is kind of a cope. Oh, you could run Thief actually. Yeah, you could run Thief or even higher break damage. Yeah. Either Thief or Watchmaker perhaps? Because they should both have the same 2-piece effect, right? Yeah, increases break effect by 16%. So I would suggest either one of the 2 break effect sets between Watchmaker and Thief, or if you want to make your Silverwolf even tankier for some reason, you give her HP set instead. Which is kind of weird, but you could do that. But I feel like since you're already running HP planar on Silverwolf, she's tanky enough already. Like once your characters are at like 4,000 HP, they're pretty good. Like they're pretty comfortable as far as HP goes. So I feel like that's not even necessary. Or like I feel like you don't even need to run 2-piece Longevous on your Silverwolf. So yeah. Yeah, you can go with either 2-piece Thief or 2-piece Watchmaker, whichever one. It's not like you're looking for the 4-piece set for either of them, so just 2-piece, whichever 2-piece set you get first. That's pretty good. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, that's the only suggestion I would have for your Silverwolf. Just switch your quantum pieces out for your genius pieces out for either 2-piece Thief or 2-piece what's the other side again? Watchmaker, yeah. And to try to see if you can get more EHR stats from them too. Yeah, actually you're in luck because the only EHR substats you have from your hands and your pieces, or hands and your headpiece is this 1 or 2 rolls from your hands. Yeah, I feel like you can easily get more EHR to have your Silver Wolf go up to like 90, 97, almost 100% EHR. So yeah, there's a good opportunity there for you to get more, even more EHR off of your hands and headpiece if you switch them over to 2-piece Thief or 2-piece Watchmaker. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah, other than that, yeah, there's nothing wrong with your Silver Wolf set. Like I said, I really like your build. A tanky utility Silver Wolf that focuses on break effect damage. Yeah, this is a really good build here. I like it a lot. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. Next chat. I think I'll do one more chat. So whoever puts their UID in chat first, I'll take a look at. And apologies for anybody whose accounts I can't get to today because I've already been at this for like hours at this point. But it's fun. I'll definitely do more account reviews in the future. Ross, let's take a look at yours. Do you have anybody in particular you want me to take a look at? And we'll watch the second Acheron trailer again as the last thing we'll do for today on stream. You need help with speed on your characters. Which character? Cause I only have time to look at one of them. So pick and choose. Who's that talking in the background? Oh, it's Black Swan. Kafka? Okay, we're around her then. And you want help with her speed, huh? I mean, your speed is super high on her already. This is E0 Kafka S1. You have 4,000 attack on a 156 speed Kafka? Holy fucking shit, dude. And you're saying it's too much speed? Hell no, dude. No, Rossi. This is amazing. This is, I think, the best Kafka stats I've seen. Period. At least personally. Here's the thing, Ross. Kafka, from what I understand, DOT characters like Kafka ideally want as much speed as possible. I mean, all characters do, but especially Kafka. I think the reasoning, I don't quite understand why, but I think the reasoning is because, unlike most other standard DPS characters, because Kafka is a DOT character, she relies on, you're basically running her against the enemy speed or something like that, because obviously how fast the enemies are determines how much how often their DOTs trigger or something like that. Which basically translates to just basically make Kafka or your DOT characters as fast as humanly possible. Or at least specifically Kafka. I know that there are certain speed thresholds where if you reach them, then your character can start having more actions per, like, in a set amount of time, like in a set amount of cycles. Maybe 160 is the next speed threshold after this, which you're very close to, actually. I suppose maybe you could try looking for a better headpiece, because I noticed that your headpiece doesn't have speed. But then again, your headpiece also has a lot of attack percent too. And I think that looks like it rolled, what, like 3 times into attack percent? 3 or 4 times? So I don't know if you want to give that up. Yeah. That'd be a hard sell. Maybe if you can find a replacement headpiece that still has a good amount of attack percent substat, but also gives you, like, I don't know, one more speed substat, or 2 ideally. 2 or something like that. Kafka's like, yeah, it does give her speed. Then again, yeah, since you do have S1, since you do have patience, I guess it's good enough. Yeah, because once this fully stacks up, your Kafka should have, like, I don't know, fucking 170 speed or something. But obviously, you know, the higher it is, the better. And you're very close to your next speed threshold anyway. Because, yeah, if 160.1 is your next one, then you're very close. So maybe you could try gunning for it anyway. But yeah, I don't think you have at this point. I don't think you have to if you don't want to, because you have patience to take you over if you just want to rely on that. But the problem is more your speed with your Black Swan. I mean, I don't know how your Black Swan is, but I'll take a look at your Black Swan right now. Wow, your Black Swan is super fast too. Holy shit. Well, here's the thing. Remember that patience gives you speed stacks on its own. It gives you, I believe, 3 stacks of speed. The more times Kafka deals damage, I think. So no matter what, your Kafka will always be faster than your Black Swan anyway. So that's, you know, something to consider. So personally, I don't think you should worry about that. I don't think you should worry about your Kafka being faster than Black Swan, because at this point, because both your BS and your Kafka have 156 speed, that's super fast, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's extremely fast. Like, I would kill for this Kafka build personally, because like my Kafka only has, well, like barely 135, 130 something speed. How much speed does my Kafka have? 142. Okay, it's not that bad. But she only has 3,500 HP, not HP, for 3,500 attack. So, in my eyes, your Kafka having 4,000 attack with 156 speed on top of that, that's amazing, dude. And just for the cherry on top, your Black Swan also has 156 speed. Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, where are my DOT substats, my dude? You took them all. Just kidding. At this point, I don't think you really should have to worry about this. Because I'm in a sort of similar situation where my Kafka is very much so faster than my Black Swan. Because my Black Swan only has 136 speed. Whereas my Kafka is 142. So my Kafka is comfortably faster than my Kafka. And on top of that, she'll get speed stacks from her light cone too, so she's even faster. But in my experience, like, that's still okay. Like, obviously, ideally you want your Black Swan to be faster than your Kafka, but like with how fast though your both your BS and your Kafka are, at that point that's like a first world problem, you know? It's like, oh, my Black Swan isn't faster than my Kafka, but both of them have 156 base speed, so it's like they're gonna be faster than most enemies anyway. Personally, I would advise you don't worry about that. Because not only is it going to be so hard for you to, like, I don't know how you're gonna have your Black Swan be faster than your Kafka to begin with, is a thing, right? If it bothers you, I guess it bothers you, but like, honestly, how are you going to, speed tune your BS to be faster than your Kafka? Like, honestly, I would just keep these stats as is. I don't think it's worth like completely gutting your Kafka's own speeds just to make sure your Black Swan is faster than Kafka. I would say just keep both of your speed stats as is and just run it as is. Let's see. Yeah, your Kafka's perfect. I don't see anything wrong with this. Maybe your HP is a little bit low, but I mean that's just kind of, you know, the nature of DPS characters, so that's not even an issue. Just make sure to babysit her health a little bit and you'll be fine. But, and considering this is an E0 Kafka, I mean this is only an E0 Kafka. What is she missing? Because my Kafka is E2. Talent triggers the follow-up attack, 100% base chance to increase DOT received by target. Okay, that's kind of sucks you're missing out on that. And then E2 is while Kafka is on the field, DOT dealt by all allies increased by. Okay, so it sucks that you're missing out on her E1 and her E2. So that's unfortunate, but at least you have her Gacha light cone. But no, just talking about your stats, these stats are amazing, dude. Like, you're worried, you're concerned about how your Black Swan isn't faster than Kafka. That's honestly, like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, honestly, what the fuck ever. I'm not trying to sound like condescending or anything, but like, seriously, you don't need. This is something that you don't really need to worry about. It's not, in my opinion. And then as a bonus, I'll take a look at your Kafka because obviously you're running those two together. 3,000 HP. Again, your Black Swan's pretty low HP, but then again, my Black Swan is also very low HP too. Mine's not really much better. In fact, mine's is worse. 3,300 attack, which is fine. And then yeah, she also has the exact same speed as your Kafka. That's funny. I actually wonder who goes first then when a fight first when you first start a fight. Like who actually starts here first? To be fair though, if that still bothers you, then you could try looking for like one more speed stat somewhere. Because even though Kafka's light cone does give her more speed, it doesn't start with it doesn't start her off with those speed stacks right away. At least I don't think they do. Actually, no, they should. If Kafka uses her technique, then I think it gives her a speed stack. I think, because I believe her Gacha light cone also counts her technique when you use that too. So if that's the case, then I don't know how worth it is for you to try to speed tune Black Swan to be faster than Kafka right off the get-go, right out the gate. Because like if you can give your Black Swan a little bit more speed, so that way you guarantee that she goes first at least the first time around before your Black Swan to start a fight, to initiate, then sure, I can see a point for that. But like if you use if you use Kafka's light cone or not light cone, her technique, or even just like attack an enemy with her basic attack to start a fight, to initiate, then like I think that counts too. So it's like like, at that point, not sure, man. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, 156 speed. That's obviously amazing. Crit stats obviously don't care. Good break effect. Actually, how much break effect does my own Black Swan have? Only 11%. Okay, so yeah, pretty high break effect. Honestly, it doesn't matter too much, but then again, I suppose Black Swan can break enemies pretty easily. I think Kafka has an easier time doing it though. I think. No ER, that's fine. Attack percent rope, obviously. EHR 120%, perfect. Yeah, this is the perfect EHR too. Holy shit. And then wind damage boost. Yeah. Yeah, look at the speed on this rope. My god. Pan Cosmic Commercial Empire. This is the EHR set, right? I think it is. Let's see. The Pan Cosmic set was actually I don't even know if I have any. Yeah, no, this is the EHR set. Yeah, it gives 10% extra, and then attack increases by amount equal to 25% of EHR up to a maximum of 25%. Yeah, so you're automatically getting the 25% bonus attack. So yeah, this is perfect for her. Yeah, 100% EHR. This is well over because yeah, Black Swan's ideal EHR is 120, or for the maximum trace bonus. So yeah, you should also be getting 25%. I don't know if that 25% from Pan Cosmic applies. Like if you can see it on her stat, I would assume the answer is no, because if it's if it's included, her attack stat seems pretty damn low. But yeah, no man, your Black Swan Kafka pair are amazingly geared, man. Like I don't think you should worry about your Black Swan not being as fast as your Kafka at all. Because by the time like they're so fast that like they should have another action ready to go within like the first turn, I think. So like, honestly, that shouldn't even be an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I would say don't even worry about it, man. I would say don't even fucking worry about it. So, yeah. Hopefully that was that was something you wanted to hear. If you're really that concerned about your Black Swan not being faster than your Kafka, then I suppose you could try going for more speed. But honestly, like, I don't know where you're gonna be finding more speed from, to be honest with you. Right? Like, your EHR is perfect, and you're getting EHR from almost every relic except for your rope. And you for sure are not gonna give up your rope because this thing has fucking 12 speed on this shit, which is amazing. The only relic that doesn't have speed, or the only two, are your hands and your body. But yeah, I don't know if those are replaceable either, because again, both of them have EHR, and they have pretty high EHR rolls here. So like, yeah, I don't know if you want to replace them. So you really did have problems? I don't see what those problems would be. But I mean, I guess I'll take your word for it, but personally, I don't think this is an issue. Because they're already so fast to begin with. You're still farming that domain? I mean, shit, man. I just hope that the rest of your account is as geared as these two are. Because remember, you have to take 2 teams into MOC and Pure Fiction. But just for now, all I can say is your Black Swan and your Kafka are fucking amazing. And you should be proud of that one at least. Especially because they're both only E0. Holy shit, bro. But yeah, if you want to continue speed tuning them even further, then that's fine. I mean, hell, go as if these two are waifus for you, then you know, absolutely go. Just try to deck them out as much as you can. Everything for the waifus, obviously. But yeah, as is, like I don't think you really need to worry about them being speed tuned that much. Other category is Jingli, but she doesn't have a set yet. Oh, okay, yeah, she doesn't have a full 4-piece ice set. I'm sure you'll be able to get a set for her. I mean, just taking a preliminary look at this, I mean, she's already got great stats as is. S1, E0, 40 CR, 260 CD. Yeah, bro. I mean, I guess the yeah, I suppose the extra 4-piece, what is it, ice thingy would be even better, but I mean, as is, it's already fucking a killer set already. People you talk with always hype up Azure Lane. Is that game all auto? It's basically 99% auto, yeah. If you don't mind auto auto battle gacha games, or if that's actually what you prefer, so that you can just grind it off, like you can just have that game like grind before you while you do something else, then yeah, Azure Lane is like 99% auto. Okay. Do you do a Wales log for Azure Lane? No, not really. Mainly because there are just way too many fucking characters in that game. But yeah, I don't do Wales logs for Azure Lane, unfortunately. Okay, chat. And as promised, as the last thing we do on stream, let's go take a look at the Acheron trailer. God, I've already been streaming for almost 8 hours now. Holy shit. You don't think you'll be able to MOC 12? Oof. Try to build up a team if you can. Okay. Let's go to the YouTubes. Let's see here. Let me disable that real quick. Let's take a look at the Acheron trailer. It's the Myriad Celestia trailer. Yeah, it's the one that came out an hour ago. All right, let's full screen this. Oh, started early. All right, let's take a look at this.
Do you still remember why Izumo forged these blades?
English trailer.
Because in times past, when the Yao Yorozu no Kami descended here, they brought
I assume
death
this
and
must be like
disaster
Honkai
on this
Impact
world and its people.
lore. Yeah, the horns. I think
save
those
the world,
are the horns that Raiden
Izumo
has.
splintered 70,033 blades and forged them into the 12 Sentinels. The first was truth, forged by the Sovereign of Revelation. It could teach mortals the way of the law, and create miracles from the deconstruction of all things. The second was sky, forged by the eternal zenith. It could form a barrier from the firmament, and prevent the innumerable gods of misery from passing through.
I love
The
her
third was
Clark's voice is
able to
actually
summon
perfect for
lightning
this.
to
She does a
rend
very
heavens
good like
and
exposition
meteors
voice.
to rain down divine punishment. The fourth was mist, able to break earth and tear cloud with biting wind and rain. The fifth was frost, freezing the land in an instant. The sixth was fate, the restless cycle of life and death. Then there was flare, thought, root, form, bind, maw, with those sentinels.
So many Honkai references? Yeah, I assume so.
Winning victory
Because it
after
was always
victory.
obvious she was a, she's our Raiden Mei XP.
Broken.
Or a Raiden Mei candidate.
The price of every
Clone
victory
or whatever
was a
you
world
want
in
to
its
call her.
entirety.
I
And in
mean,
the
it's
end,
obvious it's her, just
that
judging by
entire
her
was lost.
horns.
And so Izumo splintered 12 sentinels and forged them into 2 bearers. The first was origin. The second.
I wonder if the
was
text
end.
is in, since it's English here because this is the English
world
trailer. I wonder if that's in
40,047
kanji or in hanja
and only
for
one could
the
save
Japanese
Izumo.
and Chinese trailers.
But you and I both know
I would assume that's the
the
case.
road to salvation does not exist. There is no trace of tomorrow.
I do wonder who the male narrator is.
Resisting
Or
the
wonder
coming
who he
army,
is. I'm
humanity
assuming
will
that's another
eventually
Honkai
become
reference.
Oni. We pawned everything, all for the destruction of 2 worlds. In times past, Takamagahara, upon which the kami descended, was surely as beautiful as Izumo. So, do you still
From the
remember why
multiverse?
Izumo forged
I
these
like to think
blades?
that Honkai takes their Mihoyo takes their cues from
Because of a
Nasu.
lie.
Because FGO
An
does
end
this
that
all the
never
time too.
existed. We long since strode into their shadow. Each step forward one that we can never walk.
The second voice is from a character named Kevin from
Until the
Honkai.
last blade is forged into. Not.
Yeah. And then Raiden Mei's Red Blade. I believe she had that back in Honkai.
I knew this world was fleeting.
Both Chinese and Japanese have those characters.
And
What,
yet,
the English text? Or in traditional Chinese? I mean, yeah, obviously they would have the same characters. I mean, Japanese kanji is literally Chinese characters. They're just read differently. But yeah, I assume that that video, this trailer we just watched, is just chock full of Honkai Impact references. So, as somebody who hasn't played Honkai Impact, I don't know. I don't really know them. All I know is that, oh yeah, I recognize Raiden Mei because she has her horns. So, that's about it though. But you know, whoever is a Honkai Impact enjoyer, I'm sure you got a kick out of seeing all the references in this trailer. Ow. Hey DCC, welcome back, man. How's the day been? Streaming basically all day today. Once again, streaming for a lot longer than I wanted to. I really have to control that, man. Gotta keep my stream lengths under control. But I like it when I get to talk to people on stream. It's fun. Nice trailer and amazing art style. Yeah, it's nice that it's hand animated. I assume this is all the shit is also hand drawn too. I mean, you'd kind of expect that for somebody who's supposed to be directly from Honkai Impact. So. But yeah, it's nice. I don't really have anything other to say about it though, because I'm not a Honkai Impact player though, so unfortunately. Maybe if I were, then I'd be able to I'd be able to comment more on this, but as of right now, it's a nice trailer. It's cool. Feel like she's our Mei, but not exactly the Honkai Impact Mei. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, Bronya is not exactly the same Bronya from Star Rail, after all. The only character I think who's the exact same is Welt, right? Because he straight up says, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm from another universe." So hi, I'm tagging along for the ride. Himiko's also different because she's less dead here. True, actually. True. I'm just waiting for Shao Ji to kill her ass again a second time. He's here to finish the job. Pretty much everything they fought for was for nothing, and she fully embraced nihility. I mean, hell, that makes sense. Fuck everything, right? Fuck the world, fuck the universe, fuck everything. Kill everything. What no Kiana does to a bitch. Quick, Mihoyo, put in Kiana into the game. That way we can change Acheron's path back to something else, I guess. Kiana? Where's Kiana? Mihoyo, your weird Raiden Mei needs her lesbian. Kiana XP should be coming. At this point, why not just put the entire cast of Honkai Impact into Star Rail, right? I mean, didn't somebody in Twitch chat say that, like, Honkai Impact is basically a game about, like, 5 or 6, or, like, basically a handful of core characters, and, the entire cast is basically, like, variants of, like, the core 5 or 6, or 7, however many there are. So, like, if that's the case, then, like, you know, it shouldn't be that hard to put in the entire cast into Star Rail, technically. Wish you could replicate this art style with your own art. Yeah, this art style is quite nice. It's very good. Obviously heavily stylized, but that's what you kind of want. You're at chapter 19, and the game has got a pretty diverse cast. Well, I'm just going off of what I heard. So, I don't play Honkai, so I don't know. You need an FGO and Star Rail collab? I mean, that would be amazing if it ever happened, but it probably never will. I mean, if Mihoyo really wanted to make it happen, they could probably bribe the shit out of Nasu. Probably. But, yeah, obviously, we don't know if that'll ever happen, so. Alright, Avenim, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here pretty soon myself, so you're not gonna be missing out on much. But, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for a brand new sub, by the way. Much appreciated. And, yeah, have a good one, man. Take care. Wonder if we'll also get a Genshin crossover like Star Rail did. We'll see, but I don't know about that. Not sure at the moment. Ruby has her own Kuru Kuru emo. That's cute. That's cute. Sparkle's Myriad was way better. I assume you're talking about Sparkle's own trailer. Which one is it again? This one? Which one was this again? Oh, I haven't actually watched this one. I think I remember watching her... This one? Yeah, this one. This is an amazing trailer, by the way.
Your wager.
Yeah. At least to me. I have a soft spot for like psychedelic or like very mind-bendy trailers, and we got a couple. Like this trailer had its moments, so yeah. I feel like this is probably the best, one of the best, if not the best, character trailer we've gotten so far in Star Rail, so far anyway. We'll see if Akron gets an even better one though, like an actual gameplay trailer. But I'm assuming we'll find that out once we get closer to Akron's actual release date. Morgan in the corner is teasing you. Yeah, best of luck on Morgan's next raid up, which actually should be pretty soon. No, shouldn't Morgan have have another banner soon-ish? Pretty Data Live-ish too. Yeah, like she has more than a passing resemblance to Kurumi, obviously. The whole mentally ill anime girl also plays a factor in there too. She's just very quirky. Ah, yes. Quirky. She's just very quirky, guys. She just threatens to kill her another version of herself over and over and plays Russian roulette with herself. For NA, it might be Morgan banner might be in May and then Castoria in April. Okay, but hopefully sometime soon. I can fix her, guys. I swear, I can fix her. We don't need to fix her. What we can do, though, is we can correct her. Sparkle requires correction. She's quirky and bratty. We must correct her, boys. Forget fixing. We gotta correct her. Crying emoji, a crying face emoji. Whoa! She must be corrected. Anyways, enough of me being a fucking creep. Also, what was that achievement that I got? Inflict 20 stacks of Arcana. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. And oh yeah, this one I remember. Yeah. I was wondering how I would end up getting that achievement, but I guess I ended up getting it anyway. You're an enabler. Go burn down Panaculi. Go burn down Panaculi. I don't like the place. Hey, I'm a type of motherfucker to enjoy watching the world burn, and for that matter, the universe too. Why not? So, hey, if we're burning down something, I'm all game, man. I enjoy watching people burn. She's quirky and funny. Some might even say cute and funny. Alright, Iron Animals, take care, man. Have a good one. I wonder what Akron's trailer will be like, because that was just the Myriad Celestial trailer or whatever. I mean, hey, after Sparkle's gameplay trailer, or whatever that trailer was supposed to be. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to what it's gonna end up looking like. I mean, for good reason. Sparkle's proper trailer hit what, 8 million views? Yeah, shit, man, this is high quality for sure. Yeah, whatever Celestia, whatever Akron's monodrama trailer is gonna look like. Anniversary and Hoyoverse loves May, man. I mean, yeah, she's an OG from Hong Kong Impact, so yeah, of course they're gonna give her the fucking queen treatment. Did you pull from Marie Alter? I don't play JP, so no. I hope I can be able to pull for her in 2 years on NA. What is this gacha game in my background? Oh, you never seen a dude with all his gacha games? Let me answer that for you. No, you haven't, because no other gacha game streamer is as addicted to gacha games as I am. Ain't nobody have 10 different gacha games running at the same time. I'll guarantee you that. Streamers have overlays? Yeah, sure, bro. I've got an overlay too. And guess what? It's composed of all my gacha games. I don't need an overlay. My gacha games are my overlay. Kick. By yours truly. Welcome to the stream. Akron going shing shing on some dudes or something? Yeah, probably. Snip snip. We also got an animation out there for John and Jalter too. And updated facial expression sheets for them too. Oh, you're saying is my PC go with that many desktops open? Yes, actually, it's fine. They used to, admittedly, it used to run them better before in the past, but it's still able to run everything it's still able to run everything fine. Because the two PC parts you really want to have all these games run up and running at the same time are RAM and CPU. Mainly the CPU. Because emulators are very CPU intensive, I believe. And the more RAM to be able to handle all those games running at once. But thankfully my PC has a really good CPU and it's got 32 gigs RAM, so it's fine. Amelia skin worth? If you really enjoy, if you're an Amelia enjoyer, however, it is costume gacha, so I don't know if you'd be okay with spending $60 on costumes. I'm used to it because I used to play Girls Frontline on a regular basis, and I'm used to paying up to $400 for a single skin. So only 60? Hell yeah, sign me up, bro. But if you're not used to that sort of shenanigans, then I don't know if you're okay with spending the equivalent of a AAA game on a single fucking skin. But I would say basically only if you're an Amelia enjoyer. If Amelia is waifu for you from ReZero, then sure, go ahead. For what it's worth, you do get a free skin just from playing the event anyway. So if all you want is an extra skin for Amelia, and that's it, you don't really care about what skin that is, then sure, you get a free one from doing the event. So that means you don't really have to roll gacha, skin gacha. But yeah, it's from the skin gacha, so it's going to be quite expensive for a lot of people. For most people, I would say. Which emulator am I using for FGO? Don't use an emulator for FGO. That's the only one that's one of the ones that I don't use an emulator for. I have my FGO client on a tablet. The games that I run emulators on are for Arknights, Blue Archive, Azure Lane, Ether Gazer, and Girls Frontline. Everything else either has its own dedicated client, or in the case of FGO, I play it on my tablet. $400. Oh yeah. This game. Let me try to enlarge it here real quick. Oh, not quite yet. Actually, no. Yeah, it's good. This game is called Girls Frontline. What this game has is something called a skin gacha. I mean, Nikkei also technically has one too, but it's not as bullshit as Girls Frontlines. Let's see. There should be a skin gacha going on here. Huh. And would you look at that? We have DP12's live 2D skin happening right now too. Maybe I should roll for it just to see if I get it or not. Because I believe DP12's this skin is also extremely Coomer too. Well, it's pretty Coomer rather. Let's see if I get lucky or whatever. Probably not. It's very rare to get the live 2D skin just from rolling tickets on this shit. I got somebody's skin. Oh, I got, who was it, MP40 443? Oh, that's fine. That's cool. I got somebody's skin at least. But yeah. Previews. Why does the preview skin last for so long? But yeah. Basically, this game has a skin gacha, and let me tell you, the live 2D skins, which are the best ones. If you want to guarantee a live 2D skin, it can cost you up to $400 or $500 depending on how you pay for it. It's not fun. They're also very rare too. I don't even know what their exact drop rate is. I'm gonna be honest. I would assume it's less than 1%. But yeah. But then this skin you see here, this is also for the same character. This is a live 2D skin. This is from a skin gacha from like years ago. Like last year, 2 years ago at some point. I don't know. But yeah, you're basically paying for the quality. Not only that, but Girls Frontline is also pretty unique among gacha games. Content Collection also does this, and it's the only other quote gacha game end quote that does something similar. But in Girls Frontline, in this game, every skin in the game has two versions. The regular version, and then you have your battle damage version. So this is, for this skin, you're looking at the battle damaged version of this skin right here. Normally, it would look something like this. If I can pull it up, yeah. Normally, it should look something like this. Can I... no, not that. Cancel. How do I do this? Yeah, like this. So, ordinarily, it looks like this. And not only that, but I have her zoomed the fuck in, so... yeah, with skins, you can zoom back in and out. So, normally, she looks like this. This is her regular skin. Or the regular, normal version of her skin. Which is already pretty Coomer already, because, man, her tits are fucking huge. But... And, of course, you can zoom in. You can zoom back in again. You can see her bikini bottom through her cloth there. But all skins also have a battle damage skin too, and this is what this skin looks like. How many skins does DP12 have now? Quite a bit. I think she has like 3, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I can always check. Where's my DP12? Where is she? Shotgun, DB12. Let's see, 5 of them, I guess. Her original skin. I don't know what. Oh, Misty Cross must be her new Life 2D skin. Morning Fable, which is her swimsuit skin that I just showed off. Keeper, which is her onsen skin, which is also just as Coomer as her swimsuit one. And then lastly, whatever this one is, this must be her Chinese New Year skin. This is also extremely Coomer too. Would you be surprised? This is also a live 2D skin here too. For I think her name is General Liu, and she's a Chinese bolt-action rifle, I think. This is one of the original Coomer skins for this game. For DSR 50, her... Which one was this again? This is her party dress skin? Yeah. I mean, you can clear... I don't know if you guys can see, but you can very clearly see the indentations of her fucking nips. So, this one's pretty fucking Coomer. Yeah, one of our OG Coomer characters with Coomer skins. And then here's type, I believe she's type 89. Yeah. Drawn by same artist as the lady who drew Sakamata Chloe from Hololive. Same artist. And back to DB12. But yeah, this game has a skin gacha where it's normal for you to have to pay $400 for a single Live 2D skin. So, like, compared to Nikke, where people bitch about a $60 skin gacha, I'm just like, wow, fucking pussies. But, yeah, I understand that people don't want to have to fucking pay $60 for a goddamn skin. Like, I get it. Anyways, that was Girls Frontline. Yep, Parsley. Miss Parsley. Thanks for the culture exchange. Hey, man, I'm down to talk about any of my gacha games for any reason. But maybe next time, though, because obviously right now it's obviously very late. I've already been streaming for over 8 hours now. Full price for a game? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, 400 is just like, what the fuck? To most people. Room tour? I mean, you can kind of see, you can kind of get a sense of what my room is like already. And my room doesn't really have anything. I just think, like, my back wall is the most interesting part of my room, to be honest. I don't really have much else. Maybe I've got, like a spare figurine lying around here. I know I have some Nendroids in my living room. That I still need to figure out how I want to set up in my room here, but I've been lazy. But like this is the most interesting part of my room, to be honest. Gacha background is awesome though. Yeah, man. I mean, hey, again, what other streamer do you see out there doing this kind of shit? People talk about, oh, I'm addicted to gacha games. I'm just kind of sit here, just, you know, wondering to myself, oh, are you now? Really? You say you're addicted to gacha games? Okay. So what do you play? Genshin Impact? Honkai Star Rail? Oh, what is that? You don't play any other games other than that? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sounds about right. Can't decide if you want to spend your sync quartz on Castoria or Morgan. Castoria. Like, she's a pretty essential character at this point. Morgan is great, but only if you want to, like, heavily invest into her. But if you're asking, like, who to go for, if you had to pick between one character or the other, then it has to be Castoria. Like, there's not even a question. You play like 4 and you barely have time for more. Yeah, yeah. Different people, obviously, depending on like what your circumstances, or even just how you are as a gacha player, right? Obviously, somebody who plays like 10 or more gacha games is a fucking anomaly. Like the normal amount of gacha games I feel like people would play are like maybe 2 or 3. That's like healthy, right? Especially if you're a casual in most of them. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Ronnie, you've been running Oberon, Koyan, and Melusin because you started back in Anniversary. I mean, hey, to be fair, that team just kind of clears most things to begin with, so. I mean, it's really only the challenge quests that you're gonna have a problem with, but like barring those, yeah, it's like what can't that team clear? Challenge quests are like very specific, like story fights or whatever, something like that. Been rough grinding for mats without Lost Belt. 6, yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, if you don't have access to Lost Belt 6 yet. Anyways. You're definitely not healthy. Neither am I, man. We can be unhealthy together, I suppose. Anyways, chat, that'll do it for me. That'll do it for me tonight. I've been sticking around for way too fucking long. So, yeah. I'll see when the next time is that I'll stream. It's probably not gonna be tomorrow because tomorrow I'm gonna take the time to work on a YouTube video. I will hopefully be able to get up on what day is today? Today should be Thursday, right? So tomorrow is Friday. Damn, it's already Friday. Ugh. Time. Where's all the time gone? Yeah, so today's Thursday. So I think the next time you'll find me streaming is probably on Saturday, I want to say. On Saturday, yeah. So hope to catch you guys again then. But I'll probably stream around the same time as well. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be working on videos, and then I'll have those React videos that I reacted to on stream today go up as videos over the weekend. So, but yeah, that'll do it for me today, chat. Appreciate everybody watching and hanging out. I enjoy just hanging out and talking about random gachas with y'all. So, good for you. Good on, or appreciate you guys just hanging out with me as well. So. Let's see, who do we want to raid? Let's see here. Blech. Mrs. Slice is streaming Genshin. Miss Sweetly streaming Star Rail. I'll send you guys over to Miss Sweetly stream. I wanna lurk in her stream. I usually do whenever she's streaming. Miss Sweetly is like my comfort gacha streamer, I think, because she's always on. Because I believe she's what, Hong Kong, Taiwan, somewhere. I don't know. So yeah, she's always streaming whenever I get off stream. So, perfect comfort gacha streamer. Yeah. Can I type properly? There we go. So yeah, I'll send you guys over to Miss Sweetly stream. Say hi to her for me, and I'll be lurking her stream myself as well. I'll probably go like take a shower or something because I think I kind of need one. So, anyways, appreciate everybody hanging out, like I said, and we'll see you guys next time. Make sure to drop a follow in case you guys are new here, and you want to catch another stream in the future. And make sure to watch my YouTube channel. Keep an eye on my YouTube channel for more videos from me. And yeah, other than that, that'll do it. So, thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Peace.